Hello everyone, and welcome to the EdHeroes Global Forum 2025. My name is Alina Bayman, and I am the CEO and co-founder of EdHeroes. It is truly an honor to be here with you, educators, innovators, policymakers, and change makers from around the world, united by a single powerful belief that education is not a privilege for a few, but a right for all. On behalf of the entire EdHeroes network, I want to begin with a heartfelt thank you. To our incredible speakers, thank you for sharing your wisdom, your experiences, and your time. We know how much intention and energy goes into every session, and we're deeply grateful. To the organizations hosting those sessions, some of you returning, others joining us for the first time, thank you for your commitment to building real solutions and creating inclusive, transformative conversations. And to our co-hosts, EdHeroes Hub in Singapore, All In Technologies, and EdHeroes Hub in China, IECCS. Your leadership and collaboration have been essential in making this global forum not only possible, but meaningful. So thank you. This year, our theme, Technology and Innovation in Education, invites us to imagine what's possible. We are living in a time of great change. Artificial intelligence, digital learning, and global connectivity are opening new doors, but they also bring new challenges. We know that technology can be a powerful tool, but only when it is guided by human values, by equity, and by responsibility. That's what this forum is about. Not just showcasing what's new, but asking what's right. Not only celebrating innovation, but ensuring it serves the learners who need it most in every community, every city, and every country. And that's what EdHeroes stands for. Since our founding, EdHeroes has grown into a global network built on collaboration, respect, and shared responsibility. Today, we operate as a fully decentralized movement connecting members in 135 countries and countless individuals who are working tirelessly to make education better, not just for some, but for all. This forum is a reflection of that spirit. It is more than a conference, it is a call to action. We've designed the space to be open to new ideas, to new partnerships, to new possibilities. Whether you're here to present, to listen, or to explore, your voice matters. This is your forum and our shared future. Now, I want to speak directly to everyone watching today, whether you are joining from a classroom, a government office, a tech startup, or your living room. You are part of something bigger. You are part of a growing movement that believes education can be more just, more inclusive, and more connected. This forum is not a one-way broadcast. It is a collaborative space. It is a place where ideas are not just shared but shaped together, where stories matter, where partnerships begin, where the seeds of change are planted. So I invite you to do more than just watch. Reach out to our team and partners, connect in our Discord, ask questions in the live chat, offer your voice. Every session, every panel, every discussion today is an opportunity to learn from one another and to build something that lasts. Because real progress in education doesn't just happen in silos. It happens when we come together across borders, across disciplines, across perspectives, and we commit to building a future that lifts everyone. Before I close, I want to leave with you one simple idea, that change does not begin with perfect solutions. It begins with courageous conversations, when people are willing to ask, what if? With communities willing to try, and with networks like this one, willing to support those who dare to imagine better. So, let's be those people. Let's make this forum not just a moment, but a movement. Let's listen deeply, collaborate boldly, and work with humility for the sake of the millions of learners whose futures depend on the decisions we make today. Welcome to the EdHeroes Global Forum 2025, and let's begin.
So, hello everyone. Welcome to the EdHeroes Global Forum 2025. And today we are going to have our advisory board sessions. This session is titled, Are We Going Too Fast? No Person Left Behind. So now that's an interesting title, isn't it? But before we continue to the conversations, please allow me to introduce myself. My name is Farhanisa Nasution. I'm the Expansion Director of EdHeroes, and it's an honor for me to be the moderator for this session. And back again with the topic, right? So the title, Are We Going Too Fast? No Person Left Behind, is actually something that we have been thinking a lot these days, especially when it comes to bridging the digital gap in education. This opening session gathers EdHeroes Advisory Board members to reflect on the dual realities of rapid technological advancement and persistent educational inequality that happens around the globe. And as innovation accelerates across the globe as well, millions in emerging economies are still struggling with basic access. Now, how can we ensure that the future of education is inclusive, equitable, and truly leaves no one behind? Now, without any further ado, allow me to introduce our panelists for today. The first one is Harry Patrinos, Head Department of Education Reform and Endowed Chair, University of Arkansas. He's also the former Senior Advisor of World Bank Education. Hello, Harry. How are you?
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
My pleasure.
Great. And now we have Cecilia Faca-Jones. She is the Senior Advisor, Abu Dhabi's Early Childhood Authority. She is also the former Executive Director of Bernard van Leer Foundation. Hello, Cecilia. How are you?
Hello. Happy to be here again. Welcome.
Yes, happy to have you here and looking forward to discuss. And we also have with us Dr. Osama Obeidat. He is the CEO of Queen Rania Teacher Academy. Hello, Dr. Osama. How are you?
Hello, Farhanisa. Great to be with you. Thank you.
Great to be with you as well, and cannot wait to start the discussions. And we also have our speaker, Francisco J. Marmoleo, but he will join us a little bit later today. Now we are going to proceed with the questions that are going to discuss about how to balance innovations and inclusion. As we know, all of our advisory board here, you have incredible amount of experience, and in your experience working across diverse educational contexts, how can institutions balance the pressure to innovate with the imperative to ensure access and equity, especially for communities with limited digital infrastructure? Perhaps we can start from Harry.
Thank you, Farhanisa. Education needs innovation. The real challenge is designing systems that promote excellence and provide opportunities from the beginning. One of the most striking examples in my experience is the Apex High School in Cape Town, South Africa. This is located in a low-income community with limited resources. Yet they managed to integrate digital tools into their teaching and learning in a way that's effective and equitable. They did this through their leadership, of course, but also tremendous public support and private contributions for the infrastructure, for the equipment, the curriculum that's needed to create this learning opportunity. And they are able to reach all learners in this challenging environment and do it quite successfully. But too often, we see that innovation is too concentrated in already advantaged context. This creates or has the potential to create a two-tiered system that with one group moving ahead while the rest are left behind. So, of course, I think we all agree we need to avoid this. We must find ways to pair innovation with policies such as targeted subsidies, digital public goods, and universal access strategies. So public policy plays a big role, but also we need to find other partners. And I think public-private partnerships can help, especially when they're targeted and where they're held accountable for outcomes. And of course, we need the flexibility to define and deliver that innovation. And I think at the Apex High School, innovation isn't flashy, but it's practical. A few well-placed interventions in connectivity, teacher training can make all the difference. And inclusion has to be a big part of that. It's a prerequisite for scale, of course, and we need systems that include everyone as we move forward.
That's interesting because I agree with you. When it comes to educations, we are talking about an ecosystem. So it is actually a collective responsibility. Public policy holds one of the major key, but also the private sectors can play our role, in order to create the best environment for education. And moving on to Cecilia, because you also have experience working as a senior advisor for Abu Dhabi's Early Childhood Authority. How do you see this balance about public policy and also the actual or factual implementation on the field?
Thank you. I think, and honestly, also because of my experience of being a Minister of Social Development in Ecuador, I think that when you're talking from a policy perspective, it's very important that you're talking about social equity and really trying to find policies, programs, and mechanisms that allow you to close the gaps. And I think that's where technology and all the new technologies that we're using in education can actually play a very strategic role. Because I definitely would agree with Hari that this new technologies and access to good platforms can actually support and help close the gaps to access. But I think that the very important thing then is, are the new technologies that we're using to education, are they really working on the quality of content? And they're also being inclusive from the perspective of including all the diversity of groups that you need to consider. Because I think for me, the biggest concern nowadays is not about denying the innumerable benefits that we can get from using new technologies into education, because I think that's a must and it's happening and it's everywhere. But it's actually thinking about, are we having good quality of new technologies that can really enforce on the kind of skills and thinking that we need to promote in our young generation? And are we using these platforms to be really inclusive to, for example, the diversity of languages that we want to emphasize while learning and creating new content. So for me, it's almost about also finding ways that policy can also regulate the quality of content in a way, and really kind of like flag these are the good platforms that children and families can access in order to accelerate learning and also support creativity, rather than having platforms that do everything for the kids. So I think it's really interesting in the work that I've been doing in this last decade on early childhood development exclusively. I think it's also super interesting to see that even in the early years, where you're not into the formal educational system, but you're actually also kind of like creating the foundations of learning. I think it's very important also to think about, how can we use new technologies in order to be supportive of healthy habits, right? So for me, it's also about finding this balance of how can innovation support healthy well-being of children, because otherwise, rather than having benefits, it can start being very harmful for children, right? And we start seeing a lot of addiction in very early years to screen time and just this the fact that children do not have any other options but that. So I also think from a parenting perspective and from an early years perspective, there's also the co-responsibility of whoever's part of this caregiving on really understanding and creating this balance between the use of technologies to promote good content and promote good and positive learning, and the balance with other kind of activities that really allow children to have these healthy connections with other people, with nature, with the context, with the environment. So I think it's fascinating, actually, the ecosystem that we're building nowadays, but it's actually going really fast. So we need to be also fast in understanding what is the impact of everything that we're doing.
Well, yes, Cecilia, thank you very much, because I think it is very interesting for the stakeholders or someone that's in charge of the policy to find and adapt through the times and time, because technology is always evolving. And as for the early childhood development, it is crucial also to find the balance, on how to do ethical things in technological environment, especially when it comes to education. Because right now we have the society, that's face to face. We get to meet people in real life, but also we also have the digital society where they have our own norms, the ethics, the things that they have done. And we need to be able to think about that and integrate that, because it's a part of our life, not only the offline part, but we also have our online life, right? So I think that's important, and that's very interesting to discuss. But before we continue to Dr. Osama, I see Francisco has joined us. Hello, Francisco. How are you? Can you hear us?
Very fine. Great to participate in the session. It's a very exciting topic and very timely.
Sure. Great to have you. So let me introduce Francisco to all of our audiences. So Francisco J. Marmolejo is the Higher Education President and Education Advisor at Qatar Foundation, and he'll be joining our session today. And yeah, so Francisco, you're actually just in time for the conversation, because we just start. And the first question is about, in your experience working across diverse educational contexts, how can institutions balance the pressure to innovate with the imperative to ensure access and equity, especially for communities with limited digital infrastructure? Now, we have Cecilia, and previously we have Harry has answered. And I'm going to Dr. Osama, and then I'm going straight to you after Dr. Osama. Would that be okay?
Absolutely.
Great. Amazing. Thank you so much. So, Dr. Osama, previously Cecilia mentioned early childhood is the foundation of a person's lifetime, because every human has to go through early childhood, and early childhood development is one of the most crucial parts when it comes to to develop a human being. And one of the foundation of education is also the teacher. So what about your experience in Queen Rania Teacher Academy? How to balance the pressure to innovate with the imperative to ensure access and equity, especially you're working with teachers and communities with a lot of for example, teachers has a lot of pressure, should I say, because the students now the students are really, really smart, and teacher has to be smarter than the students. So how are you working with that?
Well, thank you, Farhanisa. This is a great question. And before I answer, I would like to comment on the title of the session, which is, "Are we going too fast?" I think if we're talking about technological change, definitely we're going too fast. However, the response of the education system is too slow to these changes, which may create, in fact, more unequitable communities and society rather than solving it. So leaving people behind or leaving students behind is definitely might be due not to the rapid pace of the technological change, but to the slow response of the education system to the change around us, including technology. Going back to your questions, and my good friend Harry talked about two things, which is the public-private partnerships and the teacher training, which is, again, they are more relevant to the work that we do at Queen Rania Teacher Academy, and where we have been supporting teachers, in fact, to cope up with all these changes, and by coordinating with the Ministry of Education. For example, in the past few years, we have created a couple of courses for digital literacy for teachers, where more than 100,000 teachers now, not only from Jordan, but from the region, have benefited from that. So based on international competences for teachers. So it is important, not only at the early childhood phase, but also in all stages. But in our context as well, we have technology and digital literacy have created, in fact, has supported our work to get access to communities that without technology, we would not be able to connect with. For example, before our digital transformation, we used to train or to reach to no more than 1,000 beneficiary in our different programs. However, again, due to COVID and our strategic direction, we now, due to technology, we have access to more than 10,000 beneficiary every year, not only in Jordan and cities and urban areas and rural areas, but also in communities outside Jordan. So in fact, technology has also supported creating the equitable and more inclusive practices and opportunities for students. Definitely, teachers need to be well prepared, and to be prepared, there has to be infrastructure. And again, for the infrastructure to be in place, there has to be some regulations and policies in place. Because what country is doing, what do you want to achieve, how to achieve it, who are the stakeholders? All these are the prerequisites for any requirements for any engagement and development of teacher training. Again, as part of it is the digital literacy, and I know we will talk about bridging the gap in digital literacy, but the first thing is to start with empowering teachers, preparing teachers, and building the partnerships and relationships with the communities. And from the work Harry did globally before he joining the university, I know he used to work a lot on public-private partnership, and we did some work together back in a few years. And definitely, this is the model that the government should adopt. The public sector can't do it alone, and the private sector can't do it alone. They have to complement each other. Community, parents, different stakeholders, policymakers has to come around the table and discuss how we can bridge the gap. But again, we shouldn't be shy that things are moving fast. I think we also need to look at the response of the education system. And because moving fast is fine. However, the education system should respond even faster to the change. And this have created a gap and lag between the needs of the educators or the learners and the change around us.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Osama, because it's really interesting when it comes to the system and the education. So education system, the technology is always rapidly changing, like in the light speed. You know, when we talk about technology, like 10 years, we don't know anything about meetings like this. You know, everyone is in different places, different time zones, but we can do conversations just at the same time through the technology, the virtual technology, which is something that is unimaginable back then, like 10 years ago. So it is important for educational sectors, stakeholders, and also the public policy stakeholders to work together and find the solutions, you know, in order to create the closer gap. You know, I'm not saying to end the gap, because we're currently on the process to that. So to closer these gaps. And Francisco, what about you? What are your take on this matters?
Well, again, thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this session, and to, after my colleagues speaking about this, most likely what I will say might look like repetitive, but of course it is the risk of speaking with the wisdom of ignorance of what I couldn't hear from my colleagues. But being said that, I think the first thing to recognize, first of all, is that it is an imperative, for sure, no question about it. And as it was mentioned by Osama, of course, the problem is that we are too slow in responding with solutions for the past, for problems of the future. So I think it is important to put that, you know, up front by saying, you know, we have a problem and we have to address that problem. The second thing that probably we need to say is that there is no magic solutions. You know, anyone of us who may come with this magic solution, relatively simplistic if you want, we know that it's going to be wrong, because the realities of the world in which we live today, and of course what it happens in the classroom and in the educational process outside of the classroom, is much more complex than just coming up with relatively simplistic solutions. And of course, one of the reasons is because we tend to think that with this challenge, the solution is computers or electronic devices or hardware or anything like that. It is more than that. Among other reasons, because education no longer happens only in that black box, which is the classroom. And of course, unless we recognize that, we are going to be coming with solutions that are kind of short-sighted, but not precisely responding to those specific needs. And last but not least, I think it is the issue that technology, at the end of the day, and these new innovations in technology are not the goal. Should be seen as the tools, and it's important to make those needed clarifications. Now, I'm a firm believer in the importance of incentives, and based on that, I truly believe that one of the ways in which we can more effectively address those dilemmas, first of all, is to take a look into the systemic approach rather than being seen that in a very sort of narrow way. Secondly, of course, putting in place the right incentives in order for people to respond to that. And that implies, of course, incentives in terms of, first of all, the understanding of the need and the value. Secondly, the teachers. Third, the students, and being seen the students as the driving force of this, not as a victims, if you want, or not as subjects, if you want, on this thinking, but as the main actors, if you want, on this process. And then, of course, the last one that has to do with accountability. And in the absence of accountability, many decisions are being made, and most of the time, those decisions are the wrong decisions. And my last comment on the matter is about the need to see, as has been mentioned by my colleagues before, we need to see the larger context, because one domain has to do with the policies at the national level, at the regional level, local level, but also, of course, we need to see the smaller context, which is what happens organically, in the family, in the school, in the university. And that requires, for instance, for us as educators to see this in a much more articulated way. Most of my work today and in my life has been in higher education. But unless I see the higher education as a continuing from the previous levels of education, I will continue to be one of those who are going to be blaming, the early childhood education and secondary education as the sort of the ones who caused the problem of having today in my higher education system, if you want, students who have that type of gap that you were referring to. Anyways, it's just as a starting point.
Amazing points to be made, Francisco, because we all agree that this is something that needs to be addressed. Of course, 50% of solving a problem is to admit that there is a problem and we're going too slow. And we're not ashamed of it. But what the most important thing is that we're taking steps towards closing the gaps and to find better ways on how to use education in the daily basis of educational purpose in every institutions around the world. And this brings me to the next questions about digital literacy versus digital access. Previously, everyone has mentioned something about digital gap needs to be and it's related to the infrastructure. That's why this is often seen as a hardware problem, because we know that some underserved regions, areas that force their young people especially to leave their communities, not by choice, but by necessity, just to have access to opportunity for education, for example. And this happens worldwide. But we also see, on the other hand, that there are actually a rising critical issue when it comes to digital literacy among both teachers and students, especially in the underserved regions. And how do we address the equally critical issue of these aspects? Perhaps we can start from Harry.
Thank you. You're right. Access is just the start. And we do usually talk about devices, getting devices into schools, getting students online. and you are absolutely right that access without the digital literacy, for lack of a better term, I would say it's like building roads without teaching people how to drive. So we can be very good at the infrastructure, but if we don't know how to use it, it won't be very, very useful. Or if some people aren't able to get on it, it won't help if it's not solving real problems. So the real impact, of course, will come when users, especially teachers, are integrating those tools into the instruction. And I want to give two examples going back to a dark time, the school closures due to COVID-19, and most of the research that I undertook documented learning losses, but there are some bright spots. And what were those? I would say one of them is online tutoring, and in Ukraine, because of school closures, because of the war, students were displaced and out of school. We ran a tutoring program and connected those students to tutors on a daily basis, and we found that it works. The focus was on capacity building. The tutors were trained, supported. The program was well managed and robustly evaluated. So learning can happen even in these difficult situations, even in conflict zones. But even in more stable contexts, digital tools can work if they're used appropriately. The other example I would give is distance learning. During the pandemic, when schools were closed in Uzbekistan, the government partnered with the national TV networks, recorded the country's best teachers giving the lessons, and broadcast those lessons across the country. So for the first time in the country, rural areas, underserved areas were receiving lessons from the country's best teachers. The result, there was no learning loss in Uzbekistan. And I would say the use of the technology, television in that case, was very effective. So there's an innovation which I think we can learn from. So if we want meaningful digital inclusion, we must see literacy as infrastructure. It's not an option, it's essential as broadband, and it needs to be built into the national education strategies, budgets, and the teacher training policies. And I agree with Francisco that the digital tools are precisely that. They're tools for achieving those goals that we've set for the country's education systems.
Thank you so much, Harry. Indeed, there's something that I really like from your statement, that if we think about only the digital access, it's like building roads without teaching the people how to drive, because education is a tool for a person to, make great impact, to make a better environment, and to be better for themselves. And moving on to Cecilia, what do you think about this, about digital literacy and digital access? How should we address this equally critical issue of digital literacy from your perspective?
Yeah. No, I love the metaphor of the roads. So if I have to build upon that, I think when you think about the digital access and the build infrastructure that you need in order to close the gaps, I think it's still huge, right? I'm from Ecuador in Latin America, and many of our rural areas still don't even have access to internet. And there's very little access to technological devices where you could really kind of expand the facilities of having this type of platforms. And even though I think the opportunity that we have now of accessing knowledge is in a way unlimited, I think that what we need to think again is about like what are the kind of skills that children need in order to understand what is the kind of knowledge that they can access, and how can they filter and develop all these other critical skills that they need in order to filter so much information that we can access nowadays. But if we go back to this metaphor of the roads, right? Like I'm also trying to picture, this world where you actually have like, highways and fast roads, and you have like slow traffic roads, and maybe you have people that can actually take like a private car or a rapid train, or people that actually still have to walk or bike or even maybe use other modes of transport. I think it's the same when it comes to accessing technology. So the digital gap, just to mention that I do think that we need to be aware that the digital gap across the world is huge. And I've heard many times say like, artificial intelligence and all the different new technologies that we're using nowadays is democratizing knowledge. I'm not sure I can stand for that statement, because it depends on how you see it. I'm not sure it's actually democratizing knowledge, or it's actually also like deepening this inequalities across the world. So I think we have to be very aware of what's happening, and just be aware of the inequalities that are still standing across many different contexts and across many different parts of the world. But what I think when it comes to from a policy perspective, what I think it's very interesting and very feasible to do is to actually understand where can you identify these gaps, and what can you do in order to invest to close the gaps, right? So I think it's in our hands on like running policy and programs to really take action in order to try to close the gaps. So that to what has to do with the built infrastructure and the access to digital tools. When it comes to digital literacy, I think that again, if we go to the literacy of what the content that we have online, I do think that we have to be very aware that there's still many different gaps. And as I was referring before, especially when it comes to very like sensitive things such as culture, I think we still have like very limited information when it comes to really customizing education to the needs of the diversity, cultural backgrounds that we might have in every society. And I think it's important to acknowledge that, because I do think that there's an opportunity to use new technologies to actually create more content that really kind of like highlights the value of bringing cultural aspects back to the educational spectrum and field. But I think that and again, on my field of work on early childhood development, there's so much that children learn that goes beyond the technological context, and just being aware that children do need to have these positive experiences that happen outside of the digital world and in balance with what's happening with the digital world, it's very important. So really kind of emphasizing on the importance of considering the everyday connections that children and human beings need. And when I'm talking about connections and healthy connections, I'm really talking about these connections that happen in the immediate environment and context of children in order to create that cultural fabric that we need as societies in order to generate this like strong identity and strong ties to values, beliefs, and what we need in order to kind of like promote these thriving societies. So yes, those are my thoughts on both the digital gaps and access and knowledge.
Yes, Cecilia, thank you so much. Because if we are using the road as an analogy, the digital literacy and digital access is a toll road. So it's a long game for every human being, especially when it comes to early childhood development. It's a long game. So we need to be very careful. We need to pay attention to the signs, and we need to be mindful to each other, because when it comes to the high roads, we need to be alert on every change, like the slightest change, even the slightest change. So moving on to Dr. Osama. So if Cecilia previously has discussed about her perspective about the digital literacy and digital access through the perspective of someone who works in the field of early childhood development. What about the teachers' view on this? Because the teachers is someone who's really, the children are actually look up to, and everybody has a teacher. Everybody has been taught by a teacher, including us, all of us here. So what are your take on this matters, Dr. Osama?
Thank you, Farhanisa. Again, I think in your introduction, you mentioned that most of the students are ahead of their teachers when it comes to digital literacy and digital skills, which is true. And that's why now we want to bridge the gap not only between teachers or within the education systems, but also between students and teachers. And that this is an important angle that we need to consider. However, sometimes if there is not enough buy-in from the policymakers, the education policymakers, on what it means to bridge that gap, then things might change. And I think there is a debate globally in many of the countries whether technology students should have access to technology or not. And for example, recently I was reading that Canada will ban students from using mobile phones and the schools as of next year. And Harry, as Canadian, maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong. But now most of the technology is here. We can't definitely learn, and students can't learn without having access to that. And again, some researchers, some psychologists, some early childhood development may say the opposite. The debate will continue. However, if we want to bridge the gap, definitely, as I mentioned earlier, first of all, we need to build the capacities of teachers. But we need to identify the competencies and the competency framework, first of all. Then we need to institutionalize this. We need to integrate the digital skills within the curriculum. It has to be institutionalized. It's not something. It's not a luxury. That something must be integrated. There has to be a buy-in, but all the decision has to be based on data. Unfortunately, most of the decisions that are taken by policymakers in different parts of the world are not based on enough data. They're looking at students, looking at their needs, looking at their demographics, looking at their geographical location, etc. So all these factors have to be considered in order to start and to reach a consensus on the need to bridge that digital skills. There is an agreement on the need for financial literacy, for example. And now we moved not only to talk. We are not talking about digital skills, but we're talking now about AI skills, AI literacy skills. And we recently, UNESCO has produced a framework, competency framework for teachers and for students for AI literacy. So we need to move forward. But again, it goes back to the pace. And we are still talking about whether teachers have to have the digital skills, whether students have to have access to mobile, while the world is moving fast. And I think we are left behind because of all this debate that has been created by some regulations and policies.
That is actually very interesting, Dr. Osama, because teachers are the foundation of education from all institutions, right? And when it comes to technology, especially you mentioned about AI, I've read that, for example, in Indonesia, the most used keywords for AI was about to find a healthy lifestyle. Something that people use. AI is something that people use to share and ask for views on certain matters. In short, they ask technology for opinions. And it's clearly show that we need to pay attention on how we are going to literate this digital zone, because people are actually out there. I don't know in other countries, but what I can speak is from Indonesia. My country is that people actually ask for advices on their humanly matters to digital tools, which is the internet, which is the AI. So this is something that we need to pay attention to, because what we know is that technology is rapidly changing. They learn so fast from what we share, from what we input to them. So if we cannot keep up and it's actually on our the losses are on our side. So yeah, I think this is very interesting to be discussed. And Francisco, what about you? What is your take on this matter?
Well, I will follow as my colleagues with a great analogy suggested by Harry. Sort of, we will continue talking about roads, and the way I see this is that roads are sort of in a way that, and we need to understand the difference, and that's very important. That's why it is important to understand the difference between digital access and digital literacy. What do we mean by that? Yeah, and Harry mentioned that the digital access is the road, and it's a foundation. It is a necessary condition in order to think about digital literacy. We cannot talk about digital literacy without digital access. It is a condition in order to. There is, of course, a big challenge that the road as such, you have mentioned the fact that the road may be a toll road. Well, one of the problems is that the road still is not a road for everybody. And that's where we start having some of the problems. Let's put that in terms of numbers. There are about 8 billion people in the world. It's a significant improvement, the fact that now there are 5.4 billion people having an iPhone or a phone. But there are 5 billion people having internet access, which is great. But that means that there are 3 billion people who don't. And, the road maybe also be very even in some places. It might be a highway, as you were mentioning before. But in other cases, the road might be with no pavement. And that, of course, that is a big challenge as well. There are parts of the world in which internet access, for instance, as a percentage of the total population is relatively low. The Middle Africa, for instance, about only 27% of people have access to the internet. Central America, 74% of people. And of course, the United States, Canada, 99%. That's a big difference. So that's different type of highway. So I think it is important to put that in context. And then, of course, there is the issue of literacy, which, in my opinion, it is, again, provided that the foundation is there, even though the road might be even and might be not complete. It is, of course, the issue about the transformation. And that's where I see the value of the understanding of the digital literacy, and, of course, the need to develop efforts on the matter. And to me, the most important tool we have in our educational system is the curriculum. And in the curriculum, that's where we can be very conscious in efforts created in order to enable a definition of the levels of literacy that we want to have our students in our education systems. And that goes back to my call before about the need of articulation. Because, if we see that from a holistic standpoint, we can see the incremental approach in the literacy from the early ages of students up to the time in which they are going to get out of the universities. And unless we do that in that systemic and holistic way, in that articulated way, again, we in higher education will continue blaming the previous levels of education in how terrible they do in the issues related to digital literacy. And also we need to be not to be confused, because digital literacy is not about learning to code. This is important, but probably we might be teaching students to code, we can be teaching students today on Python, and 5 or 10 years from now, Python is going to be a joke, which for sure is going to be the case. So I think we shouldn't miss the point about the need to, when we talk about digital literacy, to think about things that go beyond the digital definition of things, critical thinking, capacity to adapt. Those are, in my opinion, much more important elements about just the issue of coding, if you want. Having the capacity and developing the capacity of our students to continue learning, the curiosity to continue learning for the rest of their life, that's what it will really prepare our students of today to become that productive citizens of the future. Last comment that I like to make, I promise to shut up, has to do with the context again. Because when we talk about digital literacy, we need to be mindful of the fact that context is extremely important. You know, there are significant variations of the concept of digital literacy and what that means and how it is translated into something precise on issues related to culture, language, history of a place. It is a very different perspective what we see, for instance, in the Middle East, though what it was seen in Latin America, in Africa, or in North America. And we need to be very mindful of that, because otherwise we get into the discussions about the colonial and neo-colonial approaches in the educational systems.
Francisco, that's very interesting, because I'd like to quote you about the context that matters, which we are going to discuss on the next questions about global versus local solutions. Because from your answer, Cecilia, Dr. Osama, and Harry, we can see that there are repeated patterns across the globe where education systems, often prioritize the digital literacy, or view and see digital literacy as teaching the students how to utilize the internet, for example, AI, for example. But what we often dismiss is that education systems is actually needs to prioritize growth over grades. And something that could also show that the future belongs to those who can think critically, lead with empathy and asking questions, critical questions, and that's important for their growth in the future. And this comes to the questions about the standards, because when it comes to education, this is something that is going around for a while, where education systems often prioritize grades over growth and that sort of thing. Because let's face it, a one-size-fits-all approach is not working. If we see out there, the situations is different for every countries. We have countries that needs to have more access. Let's say rural areas, there are underserved regions, and there are situations that is currently really difficult for some countries, and they also need to be taken into account. So how can international organizations avoid a one-size-fits-all approach when implementing tech-based educational reforms, and instead support solutions that are contextually relevant to local realities, because realities is different. The road is different in every country. So what are your take on that, Harry?
Yeah, thank you. I think global solutions or examples can inspire, but they need to be adapted to the local needs. Seldom do these top-down, one-size-fits-all approaches work. Instead, some kind of co-creation with local actors becomes essential. Again, there could be guiding principles, there could be global best practice, for lack of a better term, standard digital platforms, but it's only after customizing it to the local curriculum, language, as Cecilia said, and to the students themselves, then we might see this work. So it goes to local ownership for success. What can international actors do? First, to avoid the mistake of thinking that you can simply transport the project from one location to another. You can transport the ideas and the knowledge, and then adapt it in the implementation. And again, context is everything in education, as we've heard. So the idea is to create effective solutions, making sure that they fit to the context, and this co-creation rather than transplanting will yield much better much better results. Going back to my Uzbekistan example, the television is the same in Uzbekistan, and the recording equipment is the same as everywhere else. It's that content and how it's used that makes sense for them at the time. They could have done online learning using the best platforms in the world, but they knew it wouldn't reach the remote rural areas that don't have full access, but they knew that televisions were everywhere. So that's the sort of local knowledge that needs to come in. So going back to international organizations, they may have the tools, the evidence, and technical support, but we need to leave it for communities to do the local adaptation. Education reform will only work and be sustainable and scale if it's built with communities. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, Harry. Indeed, contextualizing things are important because when it comes to implementing reform, especially when it comes to a tech-based educational reform, we need to be mindful about the context in every country, in every culture, in every region. And I'm moving on to Cecilia, because Cecilia, you previously also talked a lot about how to pay attention to more cultural aspects and integrate it into the educational system. So what is your opinion on this matter?
Yeah, I would agree. I believe in the power of local communities on being more participative, on building their own appropriate content. Because again, for me, it's also about like, how can we take the advantage of using new technologies to scale and have more impact? But also, I think that there's the possibility of being super smart on really using the context to create new content and new and appropriate content, which for me it's very important in order to highlight the diversity of cultures, the diversity of opportunities that we have in every given context. I do want to build on something I think Francesca was saying, which is for me the key question is, how do we use curriculum or some of the design principles in the educational system in a way that we can also kind of like emphasize on the importance of having a more flexible educational system that really enables and allows to develop the new kind of skills that I believe children and human beings in general need. And in order to do this, I do think that we need to be very aware that we might need to control how we use technology, so we actually can use technology to support creativity, to support caregiving, to support critical and smart thinking, to support co-designing, rather than replace and have technology do all of these things. So for me, the most important thing is really thinking and enabling the ecosystem to, one, have the right technology and platforms that can really support this kind of skills. Two, also work with the workforce and teachers and all the systems that really can help enable this. And when I'm talking about the whole system, yes, I believe in the power of teachers, but more and more, I think that the way that human beings are learning goes beyond the educational system, and it's what they're learning in their daily proximity of the innumerable interactions that are happening. So how can we make sure that those interactions are also foreseeing and supporting the kind of skills and values that the children and human beings seem to need now more than ever? And maybe one other thing that I think it was Osama mentioning on the importance of data and evidence. I also think that we need to be a lot more fast on responding on bringing this data and evidence into informing and inspiring innovative policy and programs, because I think that there's a lot of research that has been done on the field of education, but control trials and that kind of long research, it takes time to give you the results of the outcomes. So I really kind of believe more on the kind of rapid research that can really inspire and inform policy faster, just because of the pace of what the changes with technologies. Everything is happening so fast that I really think that we need to be faster on also kind of like using this new way of rapid research to inform and inspire new policies and programs.
Thank you so much, Cecilia. And Dr. Osama, what do you think about this approach on global versus local solutions? How do we bridge the gaps? How do we, integrate and nurture both aspects so that we can see the advancement, but also at the same time, we still maintain the local wisdom within our educational system?
Sure, thank you. I think Harry summarized well, and in fact, the key is to localize the solutions. Definitely, international organization can bring a lot of value to local communities. However, they have to acknowledge that there are so many local and homegrown solutions that need to be acknowledged by international organizations as well, and the community of donors. I mean, the key and the simple question is to engage the communities in the solution. Localize what works in Ecuador will not work in Jordan, or might not work in Jordan. Although there are convergence globally in terms of frameworks, in terms of policies, whether we're talking about the UN system organizations or other organizations. I mean, now we're talking about competency framework for teachers, competency framework for students, technology integration, and these are more of a global solution, but everything has to be localized and contextualized, and there has to be an engagement for the local community. That's why many of the solutions in the past have failed, and that again has contributed to the failure of many of the education reform initiatives in many countries of the world.
Thank you so much, Dr. Osama. And Francisco, what do you think about it? How we should do it, how we should contextualize things?
The big advantage of being the last one is that basically I can say I fully agree with what all my colleagues already have said, especially Harry, because Harry is my former boss, so I better sort of behave properly as we discuss these matters. But let me I agree that what it may work in one case might not be the best solution in other cases. In fact, it might be exactly the worst solution in other cases, and I'm sure that Harry and I can share many experiences of things that we have seen in many parts of the world in which the best solution in one place was the most terrible, proposal in another case. For that matter, of course, again, I go back to my comment about the context matters important. The copy-paste culture on these type of things don't work. Absolutely, it's also a terrible way to do. And I agree that international, I will go back basically to your question and to question your question, if you want, by saying, international organizations, for sure, they have a role to play in as you were saying, in implementing, tech-based educational reforms. But there are significant risks associated with that. And some of them are precisely the one we were describing before. The fact that whatever solution in one place might not be the best one in the other ones, for which we need to make sure that we, basically enable organic solutions rather than impose solutions. What I was describing before, and Cecilia referred to about the fact that, there are sort of, frameworks of reference that are under which some of those solutions are being developed, which are very different in another context in which culture and language is different. And then, of course, there are other risks in terms of the potential mismatch. For instance, we tend to believe that some digital solutions for rural areas need to be designed in such a way that recognizing that connectivity to internet, for instance, is not working. It is very poor, very difficult to have in rural areas. Not always that is the case. There are significant sectors in urban areas which also have terrible problems in terms of connectivity, for instance, or solutions that are being put in place, sort of which instead of resolving the problem of equity, are prolonging the problem of equity, that are being designed in such a way that are going to be benefiting the ones who already have previous exposure to some levels of sort of literacy in the digital world that, of course, are going to be the ones who will benefit more than the ones who were behind, if you want. I will mention that, for instance, the approach that we have followed in our ecosystem here in Qatar Foundation is a kind of the test bed ideas approach, in using our ecosystem as a way to test those ideas, to see what it works, what it doesn't work, to properly contextualize that, in fact, to foster much more kind of indigenous growth of ideas. We have the big advantage in Qatar Foundation that in our education city, in our ecosystem of 24 educational institutions, we have from kindergarten up to doctoral education. So we cannot complain, as I was mentioning before, in our higher education subsystem, that what the previous levels of education are is terrible, because the previous levels of education are part of our system. So if we say that, is because our system is not working. So anyways, this is the kind of approach that we follow here. Of course, listening to best practices globally, using whatever can be used from dev, but making sure that the growth of ideas, the inception of ideas is much more indigenous rather than imposed.
If I can build on Francisco's point, I think what we're saying, or at least what I'm saying, is that you might not be able to transplant exactly a project, but there might be something that can work. To give another analogy, if we had a vaccine, the polio vaccine, it's going to work in every country. The difference will be how it's delivered, how it's managed in order to get the effective take-up in different locations, and that will vary. So before we dismiss, transplanting, we need to analyze whether it's the vaccine, whether it's the solution that's being transferred, or the mechanism or management system that needs to be adapted. I think that's the big difference. So it's a question of analyzing the situation and figuring out which part is the vaccine that's universal, and how do we vary the mechanisms for effective delivery and take up and get the results.
Well, thank you very much, Harry and Francisco, for your ideas. And, I think this has been a very interesting discussion. I would really love to continue because I have a lot of questions in my mind, but I think we have to wrap this discussion up. But one thing, if I can wrap this conversation, I'm going to use our previous analogy about the roads. If we think about education and technology as a road, of course, it's a long road. And just like any roads, whenever we drive on the roads, there are certain areas that we can speed up, but there are also certain areas that we need to a little bit, a tad bit slower than the previous area. And that also reflects to the condition that's happening currently globally. There are some areas that are really speeding on their part of the road, but we also have the areas that are currently a little bit slower on their road. And how are we going to get through all those roads is to pay attention to the signs. And this is where digital literacy comes in. Because when you're on the road, you need to pay attention on the signs, whether you need to go left or right, or you need to slow down and you need to pay attention to someone's in your rear window and something like that. If we're not paying attention to those signs, we are going to be lost. We are going to be ended up in the place that we are not meant to be, or we are not, aiming for. So, and also, when we are traveling in the roads, we have our vehicle, and that vehicle would be the digital access, because without it, we can't go anywhere. We need to pay attention to our vehicle, but we also need to pay attention to the signs, and also we need to pay attention to which area are we going to, approach. Which area are we going to arrive at? So and also it is our collective efforts to be able to go together hand in hand in order to make sure that the roads we are traveling is clear, and we all of us have the safe trip, and we are arrived at our destination safely. And so that's a wrap for today's session, ladies and gentlemen. I thank you so much from the bottom of my heart to everyone that you make your time to be here, share ideas, and we are more than grateful to be able to pick a view on your vision and your take on certain things on these matters that we discussed today. So thank you so much, Harry Patrinos, Cecilia Thacker-Jones, Dr. Osama Obeidat, and Francisco Marmolejo for taking a part on Are We Going Too Fast? No Person Left Behind on today's EdHeroes Global Forum 2025 sessions. I'm Farhanisa Nasution, wrapping this session up, and we'll see you in the next year's Global Forum. Bye.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
G'day, everybody, and welcome to the event. My name's Mark Sparvel. I'm from Microsoft Education, and it's my great pleasure and honor to spend about 15 minutes talking to you about this curious convergence we have at the moment with AI and also with emotional intelligence. And I've framed this up as a conversation around the power of possible. It's interesting. I've called this the age of conversation. In education, we often hear about the age of AI, and that's curious to me that we've placed technology before teaching and learning. I don't remember us saying it was the age of the photocopier. I don't remember us saying it was the age of the slide projector in education or the age of the radio. So instead of calling this the age of AI, I'm calling this the age of conversation. I hope you enjoy the next 15 minutes. By way of a little bit more of an introduction, speaking of convergences, I've got, I guess, a couple of areas of interest that I'd like to share with you this morning with some stories from around the world where AI is being used thoughtfully to improve student learning. I'm an ambassador for the Emotional Intelligence Society. I lead a group on Facebook, Cell in Edu, which has over 35,000 educators focused purely on social and emotional learning, a founding member of the Karanga Global Cell Alliance and the Global Anti-Bullying Foundation, Power of Zero. I'm the author of the book, Good Brain, Bad Brain. You can't believe everything you think. So I've got this interest in emotional intelligence. I've got this interest in how do we develop good people for the future. Yet at the same time, I do a lot of talking around the globe around the potential that AI has to help us humanize learning, to help us develop in young people the critical skills that they need, not just to survive, but to flourish in an AI-powered economy. And you can see from the last couple of years, there's been a huge interest in this conversion between human intelligence and artificial intelligence. And as you can see, the EdHeroes Global Forum is proudly sitting there at this slide. That's why I'm so happy to be here today speaking with you. Let's start off right at the top by looking at the Work Trends Index, at the critical skills required for an AI-powered future. Here's something that you'll notice when you look at these: analytical judgment, cognitive flexibility, emotional intelligence, creative evaluation, and intellectual curiosity. The first 5 are profoundly human skills and qualities and dispositions. The last couple are very much technical: the ability to identify and act upon bias and the ability to be able to manage the work of something else, an AI assistant, AI delegation. But the first 5 critical skills to thrive are very human skills. So how do we develop those? That's coming up in a few moments. Here's one comment that I would make about the emotional intelligence piece that we just looked at there. That's sitting there at number 5. Emotional intelligence is the ability to recognize, understand, label, express, and regulate our emotions and the emotions of others. I could ask the audience here, what are some of the emotions people on this screen are feeling at the moment? And you'd probably take a reasonably accurate kind of guess based upon what you see and what you know. And we'd all be wrong. These are all fakes. They're not AI generated, but they're all actors pretending to feel something for a photo shoot. Nobody is really feeling their genuine emotions in these pictures. So how do we get better at that? That's the development of emotional intelligence, the ability to recognize our own emotions and the emotions of others and be able to make choices to navigate those for positive and productive outcomes. That's a very uniquely human characteristic, and it's critical in this age of AI. Technology has always been around in the classroom. I've been in education now 32 years. I began as a classroom teacher, a deputy, the technology coordinator, the principal, the director, an academic at university, working for a professional association, building capacity for school leadership across Southeast Asia. And along that long journey, technology has always been a part. Now, I didn't begin teaching in the 1920s, but that was when the radio was introduced, and then the slide projector, the overhead projector, all the way through to interactive whiteboards, the arrival of computers, ultimately the arrival of learning management systems, one-to-one devices, all the way through until the introduction of AI into education. What's interesting to note on this slide, though, is how the technology was being used. In the past, the technology was largely focused on transmission at scale, getting information out to more people more effectively. The relationship with technology has fundamentally changed with the arrival of AI. This is not just another piece of technology. It's a general purpose technology capable of doing so much more. When the calculator arrived and caused controversy in classrooms, it had one function: to calculate. That's what I mean by general purpose technology. AI can do so much more. Here's what I think is the big shift. We've shifted from creating, saving, retrieving, and sharing information and documents, whether it's data or words. We've shifted from documents to dialogue, because we're now conversing with our technology using natural language. We're speaking with it. And AI, if you like, is like a reasoning engine sitting on top of both a large language model and also access to data from the internet, or in the case of Microsoft 365 Copilot Chat, access to your data and information within your education system. But what's important, we've shifted our relationship from documents to dialogue, the age of conversation. Satya Nadella, a CEO, says for the first time we have access to AI that is empowering as it is powerful. So hold on to that word empowering, because it's important to us in Microsoft Education to help us navigate the complexity and the choices available in this age of conversation powered by AI. As I said, it's a general purpose technology capable of doing everything from translating to dialoguing to generating original content, whether it's music, code, images, text. So with this general purpose technology, what is the power of the possible? Some quick stories to share with you. This one published by the World Bank is interesting. It's in Nigeria. They undertook a controlled experiment with 600 secondary students, most of whom had never used a computer before. One group had access to Microsoft's AI, Copilot. The other group were just learning in traditional ways. And they undertook this pilot for 6 weeks. At the end of the 6 weeks, what did they discover? The students who had access to AI had shown up to 2 years academic improvement within 6 weeks. Not only that, the gap between boys and girls had closed. And interestingly, months and months after the pilot, the students who had had access to the AI tools continued to outperform those that didn't. The power of the possible was something about giving the students the confidence to be able to take risks, to tackle work that maybe they felt they couldn't work because they had something that they had their back, something that could explain to them, something that was, if you like, an endlessly patient tutor that could adapt to the work, the content, the challenge to find and meet them where their needs were and move them forwards. That was published by the World Bank, not a Microsoft publication, but using Microsoft Copilot. Here's another example from Clifton School, just outside of Belfast in Northern Ireland. It's a school for the profoundly disabled, students who have cognitive and physical disabilities. And for a long time, their imagination has been locked within their bodies. What's happening in this video, and you can scan that for more videos of the use of Copilot, what's happening in this video is that the student is using a picture board to identify a a illustration that they would like generated. In this case, a farm scene with sheep and a barn and clouds. The paraprofessional, the support teacher, is entering that as a prompt into Copilot and then generating the image. The student then gets to modify the prompt. I'd like to have a dog or a cat. I'd like to have a farmer in the field. Generates that image. It gets printed and projected. This is the first time ever those students have been able to get what they can imagine out into the real world for other people to see in a form that they're proud of. You can see that in the expression on the student's face. The teacher said to me, make no mistake, this is a game changer. This is the first time these students have been able to share what's in their mind. This is the power of the possible, not to cater for a disability, but to unlock the ability every child has, every person has, to imagine, to create, to do more, be more. That's the power of possible. It's also the power of possible is about being able to do harder, stretch beyond. This is not a race for a quick answer for students. This is an opportunity to extend learning, to become more rigorous. In this case, this was a clip from a video from, I think the school is called John's Secondary School. It's in Fulton County in the United States. And this is a quote that I grabbed from the video as the students were using Copilot to help program robots. It allows me to solve those harder problems, not skip to the easy solution. It allows me also to solve those harder problems. That's the power of possible. At Merivit School in Thailand, this student is using Power Buddy, which is developed by Power School and runs on Microsoft Azure OpenAI. And this is a tutoring interface, but it also keeps students redirected back onto task. So it knows when students have moved off from the task and are maybe searching for other things, or they're not doing anything, they've just been sitting or chatting. It knows and gently prompts them. It gets them back on task, keeps all students focused, increases time on task, and along the way provides that critical coaching and support. So point number 2, we need to be thinking about AI in education as a thought partner, not an answer engine, both for students, teachers, and administrators. A thought partner, something to bounce ideas off, to ideate, to create, to dialogue with, because this is the age of conversation. There's a lot of options out there. These are some of the apps available powered by AI at the moment, and they're incredible. They serve lots of different purposes for education, for administration, for learning design. But sometimes it can be hard to maintain focus around what it is that matters most. And we don't want to be caught in a loop of forever experimenting. In Microsoft, what we do, what we've heard from educators and education leaders across the globe, is that 3 big things they're curious about reimagining with AI. What does student success look like? The entire student journey. What does it look like in terms of skills, knowledge, dispositions? They're interested not in just doing faster and more efficiently, they're interested in innovating, doing different within the business of schools. And of course, they're deeply concerned about how they secure the learning environment. So you can only reimagine with AI at the speed of security. And that's a big topic for us in Microsoft, the world's largest cybersecurity company. We recognize that cybercrime is big business. It turns over $4 trillion a year, and education is the 3rd most targeted industry. That's why we match our commitments to providing safe, secure, and private environments with our capability to be able to deliver on that. Another comment that I just quickly make about Microsoft's approach is just the fact that accessibility is built in, not bolted on to everything we develop, from Windows 11 to Microsoft 365 to Copilot. And that's critical when we think about empowering every person and organization on the planet to do more. Let's talk about skills and dispositions and wrap up. People often ask me, what does the future of education look like? The future is about pairing the artificial intelligence of computers with the cognitive, the social, the emotional skills, the technical skills and values of humans. It's our imagination, our awareness, and a sense of responsibility that's going to allow us to lever this technology to help shape our world for the better. So in wrapping up, how do we lead forwards and how do we learn forwards? Here's one thing we know. We looked at the very start at the skills required to flourish. And often our classrooms in the past were focused on that knowledge transmission, remember, recall. And that wasn't terrible, but it possibly wouldn't help develop the skills required to flourish in the AI economy. And just adding technology also isn't going to solve that, because you can see this looks a lot like this. We know that learning is a profoundly social process. It's something best done together. And to develop the skills required to flourish in the AI-powered economy and society, we need to develop those skills highlighted at the top: intellectual curiosity, analytical judgment, emotional intelligence. And the way to develop those is to design learning that looks less like this and more like this, where technology, including AI, is part of the social learning environment, where students are designing and building solutions together to problems that matter to them. So at the start, I posed this topic around the power of possible. The greatest potential for technology in education, as I see it, is to humanize learning, not merely to digitize the experience and the content. We'll be providing you after this event with access to some incredible free resources to help get you started on your AI journey. But for now, a thank you to everything that you do each and every day to support learners across the globe. I know you're going to enjoy the other speakers in the session put on by EdHeroes. Thank you. Goodbye.
Hi everyone, welcome to the Secret Code Hunt. During some breaks between sessions, you'll see a quiz question on screen with a countdown timer. Answer the question. Write down the first letter of the correct answer. Collect all 9 letters, one from each question, and at the end of the forum, put them together to reveal a secret word. This is your key to unlocking our exclusive Discord space. Follow the link or scan the QR code to enter your secret code. Hint: it's just one word and it's 9 letters long. Good luck and happy hunting!
I am so glad to be here with EdHeroes again this year. And so I would like to give you a good grounding on some important information. Maybe you've heard it, maybe not. But then we're going to go in very different directions. So my own background is that I grew up thinking I can never learn math. So I wanted to try to learn another language. And I did. I went to the Defense Language Institute and I learned Russian, of all great languages. But the thing is, I happened to study at one of the best language learning institutions at the world. And I learned not only how to learn a language, but also I learned how we learn. So, of course, I also learned while working out on Soviet trawlers up in the Bering Sea. So that was an adventure in and of itself. But it's been уже 40 лет с тех пор, как я говорила по-русски. Мне стыдно, я забыла очень много. But in any case, I learned how we learn, and when I learned this, I applied this to learning in math and science, and guess what? It works. You can, I am now, believe it or not, a distinguished professor of engineering, and I love math and science, despite the fact that during my earliest years, I thought I could never do it. And this all boils down to some interesting phenomena about how we do really learn. Turns out if you know just a few simple ideas about learning, you can learn more effectively. And one simple idea simply relates to the idea that we have this fundamental building block in our brain called the neuron. There's 86 billion neurons in the brain, so you can never run out of learning space, so to speak. But to better understand a neuron, we're going to use a space alien. And a space alien, in this case, it has like 3 legs, as you can see. Those are analogous to what are called dendrites on real neurons. And then we have something like these little toes on the neurons, on those dendrites. See those little green toes? Those are analogous to what are called dendritic spines on real neurons. And then we've got this thing like an arm that reaches out, and that's called an axon. And what neurons like to do is they reach out with that axon and they tickle the toes of an adjoining neuron. What this really means is that they are sending signals. Those signals are largely electric, so they travel down the axon, they jump that little gap with neurotransmitters and then travel on to the next neuron. And when you're learning something, when you're learning anything, whether it's how to take a derivative in math, how to conjugate a verb in a foreign language, do a dance step, kick a soccer ball, whatever you're learning, you are creating links in long-term memory. To strengthen those links, you practice. But practice of a special kind, not rereading, not underlining and highlighting, but retrieving, remembering that information in your own mind. If you don't retrieve and practice with that information, your little synaptic janitors can sweep those dendritic spines away, and you forget what you've learned. So ultimately, what we want is that students will create these deep, rich, thick neural connections that are easy to pull to mind when they've learned something. As it turns out, you cannot think critically about what AI is giving you unless you know something inside yourself. If I say to you, 12 times 12 is 236, there should be something inside you that says, no, it's not. And that something is your own internal knowledge of those patterns of multiplication. Now, in Finland, for example, there's a problem because nursing students, if they punch in the wrong number, they simply don't have that innate feeling for mathematics, for numbers, because they haven't internalized the multiplication tables. So if they happen to punch in 10 times 10 and they get 1,000, there's nothing in them that says 1,000 is really wrong. And they can miscalculate and actually hurt patients by giving them drug dosages that are completely inappropriate. So in this day and age of AI, kind of, you wouldn't expect it, but it's a time when we need to know more inside our own brain if we are to think critically about AI and what's going on with AI. So now I had mentioned that we make these links in long-term memory if we learn something. But I didn't mention there's two ways to put those links in long-term memory. The first way is like declarative learning. So you take information into working memory. That's like this temporary storage place. You think about it, you put it through your hippocampus into weak links in long-term memory. But the other way you learn is you take information in through that automatic system, the basal ganglia, and this is the system where you learn habits. So for example, maybe you went home to your house, maybe you rode a bicycle or drove to your new place where you're living, your new apartment. And you do it the first time and you're like, which way do I turn? And then you do it over and over again over many days. And then one day you find you got home and you don't even know how you got home. You didn't even have to think about it. That was this automatic basal ganglia way of learning things. That way of learning takes the burden off of thinking. And it's partly just your mind kind of saying, wait a minute, I'm doing this over and over again. Now, let's just make it something you could do automatically without thinking about it. And it makes things easier. We need both kinds of links to be able to function effectively. Here's the trick, though. Let's look at this in a little bit of a simpler way. If you think of that declarative hippocampal system as that blue box, and the orange box is that automatic system, then if you are thinking consciously about that mathematics problem, you step by step, you're going through that problem, you're conscious of what you're doing, you figure it out. This is what, if you know the book Daniel Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow, this is the slow system. The fast system is that basal ganglia system. Now, this is what the basal ganglia can do. It learns, but in a very different way. You're not conscious of it. But let's say you're trying to learn how to hit a baseball. In some sense, you say to your basal ganglia, okay, hit the baseball. And you hit it, and then you see the result of what, you hit the ball. Did it go in the right way? But you have no idea how your brain is learning how to hit that ball. You hit it again and again. You hit it, you see the outcome. You hit it, you see the outcome. gradually you learn how to hit the baseball, but you have no idea how you're learning it. What is in this magical, unconscious way of learning? It is a deep neural network. All of those little circles represent neurons. And so there's a neuron, and then the line represents like the axon, the dendritic spine, and the dendrite leading to the next neuron. I call this a deep neural net, or this is called a deep neural net because it has many layers of neurons. And these layers are what do the subconscious or unconscious learning required for learning skills like hitting the baseball, but also learning things like how to speak your native language. This system isn't just for rote memorization and simplistic learning. If I say in English, I goed to the store, there's something inside me that says that is wrong. I should be saying I went to the store. And it's because I learned the patterns through that basal ganglia system, and I know how to speak English, even if I don't know why I say certain things the way I do. Now, this system is also important even for learning mathematics. If a child memorizes the multiplication tables, they really know it by heart, and they know it inside out, they begin to recognize the number, the relationship between the patterns of numbers. So if I say 12 times 12 is, 290, you know that's a wrong pattern. That doesn't fit. So when we're learning, we're using that basal ganglia system, and this, that's part of how we learn. We hit the baseball, we hit it again, we hit it again, we strengthen some connections, we weaken others. We're basically weighting those connections between the neurons. That set of weights is called the value function. And that set of weights, weighting like this, and the connections is really similar to how large language models themselves, like ChatGPT, have actually been, how they evolved. In fact, when workers in artificial intelligence, when they get stuck, they go to neuroscientists and say, how does the brain actually do this? Get some ideas, they go back, they try it out. And then actually when neuroscientists would get stuck, they'd go to AI experts and say, can you model this aspect of neural functioning? So neuroscience and AI, they've been growing hand in hand through the summers and the winters of AI development. So it's really quite important to realize we've got these two very, very different ways of learning, and one of them is very much like how AI learns. So this non-conscious basal ganglia system is strongest in children. That's why they can learn new languages so easily and without an accent. As children grow into adolescence, that more hippocampal-oriented system comes on and gets stronger. And that is, both systems are important. Interestingly, in those with dyslexia, it seems that this basal ganglia system isn't quite functioning as strongly. So they can, it's like a person who has like there's a famous kickboxer who had damaged his right knee. So he developed a technique where he would put his left leg forward, and he used his right leg as a kind of a pivot, and he got so much extra practice with that left leg that he ended up winning the world championship a number of times. And it's because there was some damage to the one system that helped him hyper develop the other. This can happen with neurodiverse students. So those with dyslexia, they can have some dysfunction in that basal ganglia. That can cause that more declarative system to become really strong and powerful. For some reason, this can really enhance the ability to visualize, and no one is really quite sure why that takes place. Contrarily, in those with autism who are on the spectrum, they can have very powerful pattern recognition systems due to a hyper developed basal ganglia. But in any case, in those humans who have their hippocampus disabled, which happens with Alzheimer's, your hippocampus gradually becomes destroyed, and they can hallucinate and confabulate. And this is kind of what we see in our large language models. They have this non-conscious, we hope, way of processing things, and they're like the wonderful little assistant that can occasionally be sort of psychopathic. They don't have that conscious, overlooking, declarative system to keep an eye on them. But if you think about it, let's look at these two different systems. We've got the orange basal ganglia experiential way of learning, and then that blue sort of explanatory way of learning. And that relates to how teaching can occur. We can have lecture, which is through that explanatory basal ganglia system. And then we can have that active student-centered way of learning. And what's happened in Western education only is, guess what? They have said lecture is really bad, because it should only happen during, you should only have students learning actively themselves. What have we just done? We have cut off Western reform constructivist student-centered educational approaches, actually advocate completely denying one of the most powerful ways that adults can learn effectively, and that's through that hippocampal system. In fact, what is most powerfully effective is a mixture of some lecture, some active learning. What should the appropriate percentage be of each? Well, it depends on how old the student is, what's their prior knowledge, all sorts of different things. But this mixture is called direct instruction. And direct instruction has a really good history behind it. In fact, the largest educational study ever conducted in history was Project Follow Through. Cost $100 million. It involved tens of thousands of teachers, hundreds of thousands of students for 10 years. They studied 9 different educational approaches, including direct instruction, that sort of alternation. Guess what? Direct instruction was so much better than everything else that education study was never published. Why? Because look, all the other 8 looked bad. They were in no way even near direct instruction's efficacy. In fact, some ways of learning, believe it or not, actually make it worse for kids. They learn less effectively. So it's really quite amazing that, we can actually teach using methodologies that make it worse for kids. So if I ask you, like, what's the most powerful technique for students to learn effectively? Reading, highlighting, retrieval practice, remembering, or creating a concept map. Most people trained in Western reform educational methods will say it's a concept map. That's the best. But guess what? The actual best way to keep you in suspense is retrieval practice. Pulling that information from your own mind. You get weak links when you learn something, but each time you remember it, pull it to mind, you are actually strengthening those links. And this has been shown in hundreds and hundreds of studies. So it is, like using simple flashcards can be powerfully effective. In fact, I know someone who graduated #1 in his medical school classes, hardly ever going to the classes. He would simply read the textbooks, create flashcards, not notes. He would create flashcards, watch videos, create flashcards, graduated #1 in his medical school class. There's a really important study to be aware of. And what this found was if you compare all the different disciplines, education by far has the lowest replication rate. In fact, what is replication? It means that of all the studies that are done, education, 0.13% of studies that are published are actually checked and repeated by any independent research group. That means you have all these publications and the tiniest little percentage is ever checked. This is why education, especially Western education, could have all these bogus results. It's a fad this year, a fad next year, a fad whatever. Fads all over the place and very, very little real solid replication of these studies. There's something called the Flynn effect. This was observed by an American who moved to New Zealand. He found from the 1930s to the 70s, IQ scores rose. But guess what? Does that really mean they were getting smarter? It turns out it kind of does mean that. Researchers found that exposure to good education systems actually seems to improve cognition. But since the 1970s, IQ scores have been going down, and that's only in Western countries that have been influenced by constructivist, student-centered approaches. And many of these approaches are it's amazing, but they will say things like, we are teaching students how to learn. No, they're not. Actually, they don't use any insights from neuroscience about learning. They'll say, we're teaching critical thinking. Really? Actually, I will not name a school, but once I was putting forth a course, and when you develop a new course, you can actually put on it whether it's a critical thinking course. So, of course, I asked, well, what's the definition of critical thinking so I know whether it applies to my course? They had no definition of critical thinking. It was just, if I felt like it was critical thinking, that was good enough. This is a lot of what is happening with critical thinking. There's something called the 85% rule for optimal learning. And what this means is we need to kind of, as we're learning, get things right, like 85% of the time, or we can lose motivation. It's really hard to learn. Now, the thing is, though, in neural space, there are trillions of dimensions, ways of thinking. This means if we expect students to construct their own learning, they have to navigate through this space of trillions of possible ways to go. It's no wonder it took humans thousands of years to even discover the concept of the zero, much less negative numbers, much less multiplication vectors, and so forth. And we expect students to construct their own knowledge? This is really, it helps for students to be guided really close so they can grab that knowledge, and put it together. But you have to carefully guide them there. One of my fields of expertise is in pathological altruism. This is, I published a edited volume that was reviewed in the New York Times, a paper in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, and surprisingly, this even got a great review in the New York Times, which is pretty unheard of for a edited academic volume. But this idea is, in essence, the idea that the road to hell is paved with good intentions. We can have just like this is an optical illusion. You look at these and you're convinced that these two tables have different sizes on the top. But if you look here, you can see they actually have the same size. It's an optical illusion. Similarly, we can have illusions of helping. And so, let's take New Zealand and how it is done over the last 30 years or so, 20, 30 years. If you look at their school leavers examination, sort of a kind of how well are students doing when they're leaving school, you would think, wow, for the last 20 years or so, they've been doing great. They're getting better and better. Actually, no. They've been reducing step by step the percentage of students, how easy it is to pass the test has become easier and easier, which is why more students seem to be doing better. If you compare what's happening nationally, internationally, PISA scores, New Zealand has been going down, down, down. They used to be at the top of the industrialized world with their education system. Now they're at the bottom. A big part of this involves that idea of student-centered, child-centered learning. We think, oh, it's so nice, it's so simple. Children construct their own knowledge, and it's really, really a wonderful thing. No, actually, kids really don't know things. That's why they need good teaching. It helps them to grow in their learning. Many of my colleagues at schools of engineering and throughout the U.S. in technical schools, medical schools, and so forth, by and large, my colleagues there are from countries that still value at least a modicum of rote learning. Getting knowledge inside your own head is hard, but those countries still value this approach. So good learning, student-centered learning really is important, but good teaching really, really matters as well. And it shouldn't be discounted as it can unfortunately be done under Western educational approaches. And of course, good evidence about teaching and what's effective is really important as well. So with that, I would like to thank you so very much. It's been a pleasure to share.
Hello, everybody. Happy to be here with you today and to share with you some of our thoughts at Minerva about what it means to offer an education that is effective and truly interdisciplinary, what we refer to as authentic interdisciplinarity. Interdisciplinary education has been around for a long time, but there hasn't been much excitement about interdisciplinary education because historically it has been implemented both without much purpose and without the effectiveness that you would hope for a new form of education. And we believe that interdisciplinary education begins with a particular premise, a premise not about interdisciplinarity itself, but about what education is about, specifically secondary and post-secondary education, which we believe has an obligation to nurture the best in humans, to actually make humans extraordinary. And that premise is what Minerva has been doing since 2011. We've built the most innovative university in the world that has better outcomes than Ivy League universities, Oxford, Cambridge, to students that come from much more challenging economic backgrounds. Through our own university and programs we've worked on with other institutions, we've reached more than 30,000 learners over the years and trained more than 1,000 faculty members. And we've worked with more than 30 partners around the world to build them Minerva programs. And so I wanted to explain what does it mean to transform an institution, and how does it begin with an understanding of purpose, and then to show how interdisciplinarity can enable that purpose. Now, I'm going to use a higher education example, but the same is true of high school, and just be able to understand what the relationship is. And I'll refer to some of the parallels, but I think some of the parallels will be obvious. Let's imagine a strange scenario. A university has decided to shift its tennis program from the athletic department to an academic college and design a training program for tennis players the way they design all of their other programs. What would that look like? Well, in a traditional curricular structure, the university would want to make sure that there's a rigorous approach to tennis education. So that means that the tennis player will have to learn the various components of being a great tennis player. They're going to have to really understand joints, specifically wrists and hips, shoulders and elbows. They're going to have to really get deep understanding, that is, around those physiological components of the body. They're also going to have to, of course, understand bouncing and the physics and science behind bouncing, different surfaces, different conditions, air pressure, humidity, etc. It's also quite important to understand the psychology behind grunting. And, let's not forget that in order to really be able to be great at a particular sport, you have to understand the history of those other greats that came before you in the same sport. Now, a university would argue you can't really know any of those things without having prerequisite courses. You can't really understand joints before you understand human anatomy overall. You can't really understand bouncing before you understand material science, right? And of course, how can you understand material science without doing research? You can't understand the psychology of grunting without understanding social psychology. You can't understand the greats of tennis without understanding sports history in general. And of course, you can't do any of those underlying courses without understanding the fundamentals. How can you understand material science without understanding physics? How can you understand anatomy without understanding biology? Of course, you need calculus to understand trajectories and parabolas, etc. You need to understand the basic psychology in order to understand social psychology. And of course, you have to understand Western civilization to be able to understand sports history. And of course, you have to have a writing requirement. And so you do all of these things, and then you write a big paper at the end, and then clearly you're going to be a great tennis player. Well, obviously, this is an absurd approach. But it's actually the approach that most universities and high schools take in order to design their academic programs. And so the question is, how can higher education actually advance human potential? And so we think about what is the ultimate outcome for the learner. What kinds of skills do we want the learner to have when they graduate? So, for example, we think about the abilities of the graduate of an institution, be it a high school or university or what have you. And skills and abilities roughly break into two core parts. There's personal, what you do by yourself, and interpersonal, what you do in interaction with others. And they can break down into the big four core competencies that we all know and have heard about ad nauseum. How to be a great critical thinker, how to be a great creative thinker, how to be able to effectively communicate, to effectively collaborate or interact. But the issue is that most of the work around the 4 C's ends there. You say, teach these things. The problem is that these core competencies aren't individual things. They're comprised of subcompetencies. Critical thinking has several subcompetencies, including things like evaluating claims or making decisions. And those subcompetencies have further learning outcomes within them that together create the subcompetencies, that together then create the core competencies that then enable a certain ability for the learner. And so when we think about what it is that an educational program should be doing, we think about those goals first. And that opens up a much better understanding of what interdisciplinary education should be about. Because each disciplinary approach should reinforce these central themes. Let me give you an example using the concept of iterative design. Now, if you were to think about what it is that you would teach a student about iterative design, what you would do at a traditional university program is make sure that a student can explain what iterative design is about. Having divergent thinking and then some convergence, diverging again and converging slowly over time before you go through, before you actually be able to implement. It's a process, well-known technique, has 5 stages, and you would make sure that the student would learn those basics. And of course, in any program, including a Minerva program, without knowing what something is, you can't really study it. And so the basic definition is crucial. But the assessment of that piece of knowledge in many institutions, in many courses within those institutions, is binary. Can you define iterative design? Tell me the 5 steps. In a more sophisticated version, you will get a linear type of assessment framework. How well do you know iterative design? In rare cases at a university, you'll actually be asked, can you apply, in this case, iterative design, but something that you have learned? But that is basically where things stop. And in most cases, they don't even get to that point. Think about the enormous amount of information you learn in high school, at a university. How many of those facts, figures, how many of those pieces of knowledge were you actually assessed on how you apply or how you use, as opposed to just whether or not you remember them correctly or how well you can remember them and to what level of detail? Now, for real education, you actually need to not only understand whether or not you can apply what it is that you've learned, but also be able to understand how effectively can you apply what it is that you've learned. And that means not just on a linear fashion, did you do well or not well, but to actually start putting different types of scenarios, contexts under which you will apply what it is that you have been learning. And if your assessment framework is done correctly, the real measure of learning is how broadly can you effectively apply what it is that you have learned. Now, how do you do that in a traditional curriculum? You see that in a traditional curriculum, you have core courses, you have foundational major courses, you have advanced courses, you have electives, of course, within them, you have various experiences that go throughout them that are not course-based experiences, you have a capstone thesis at the end, etc. So it looks very traditional in higher education. In high school, you may not have capstone theses, you may not have more electives or experiential learning, but you certainly have your core courses and electives throughout. Now imagine that we wanted to teach iterative design. We would introduce that in a core class, for example, design thinking, but then we would make sure that that iterative design shows up in various other classes, electives, majors, experiences, etc. But the reality is that even though it may be a main focus of some courses, it will wind up showing up in many other courses and experiences, all of which the student gets assessed on how well they're applying iterative design, being aware that the context in which they're applying it is quite different. But iterative design is just one component, one learning objective of a number, not three, actually many more, that make up creative thinking. And each one of those is just an example of that one bucket. There are different numbers of learning objectives that make up critical thinking, effective interaction, effective communication. And a good curriculum scaffolds all of them throughout the learning, the student's learning journey. Now, in order to make sure that the student is actually absorbing what it is that they're supposed to learn, you also have to affect effective pedagogy within the classroom. You have to make sure that students are paying attention, that they are indeed interacting in class as opposed to just listening. That interaction needs to lead to application, right? Because it's actually what it is that they're being assessed on. The application needs to make sense because the student needs to associate what it is that they're learning with other pieces of knowledge they already have. And of course, they need significant feedback. An interdisciplinary education has at least the structure to be able to take those same learning outcomes and be able to demonstrate them in all sorts of different contexts to further an overall goal. Our goal is to help institutions build these types of opportunities, not just by inspiring a different way of thinking, but actually implementing a system, a technology that enables effective pedagogy, effective curricular design, and an effective assessment mechanism to enable these institutions to offer these types of Minerva programming. We believe that that is the path to creating a world of extraordinary humans. And we don't believe that that is the purview of a few institutions. Our hope is that institutions throughout the world are going to be able to adopt these types of programs and create the kind of future that we all hope for. Thank you very much.
Here is the thing. Over 1.3 million teachers in Indonesia are non-permanent. Many of them, especially in remote areas, earn below minimum wage and are expected to teach multiple subjects without proper support. As young generations, what can we do? We can start by changing how we see educations. Not just about grades or textbooks, but about connections, care, and consistency. That's what we do in Berbagi Kehangatan, sharing times, tools, and simple learning spaces for children and teachers in undeserved communities. Because sometimes just showing up to play, to teach, to listen is already a powerful act of change. One voice can lead to real impact. So tell me, what is your one change?
Hi everyone, thank you for joining. My name is Hafsa Mohammed. I'm the Communications Officer at Open Development and Education, and I'm very pleased to be moderating the session on technology and innovation in education. So just a bit about who we are as Open Dev and why we do what we do. Open Dev is an educational research organization which was incorporated in 2014 in the UK, and it is composed by a multinational team that believe in the power of equitable education for everyone. We have conducted multiple projects across sub-Saharan Africa, the Middle East, Europe, and North America. We have demonstrable experience of approaches to enhancing teaching and learning in low and middle income countries. And we are also a leading organization for teacher professional development in sub-Saharan Africa. Equity, evidence, and accessibility are at the very heart of our approach, and we seek to support and build local capacity wherever possible in our implementation and research. Our agile and adaptive management informs our approach to improving education systematically and through individuals promoting technology use where it offers the best value proposition in line with the principles of digital development. So just a little around what the session will be about. Today, we'll be diving into a crucial conversation about how we can unlock the potential of data and evidence to drive meaningful change in education, especially in ways that are inclusive, actionable, and grounded in real-world contexts. We're joined by an incredible group of speakers from Open Dev who bring diverse perspectives from across research, practice, and policy. First, we'll hear from Dr. Taskeen Adam, co-director at Open Dev, who will walk us through the Unlocking Data Initiative, which is a very powerful partnership working to improve how data and evidence are used in policymaking, particularly in the Global South. We'll then be joined by Christopher Clune, analyst at Open Dev, specializing in unpacking the data ecosystem, who will then introduce us to the Get-In project and the work being done through the WISE AI testbed to build more open, systemic ways of generating EdTech evidence that's relevant, rigorous, and collaborative. After that, we'll have Guguletu Dube, an analyst at Open Dev specializing in data collection, who will take us into the field with the Eswatini Early Grade Project, sharing insights on how digital tools like Tangerine are transforming data collection, working behind the scenes but making a significant impact. And finally, we'll have Mohammed Sharad, specializing in collating evidence through testbeds, who will close with a round with a look at how evidence infrastructure itself is evolving, including adaptations to evidence libraries that aim to increase accessibility and usability for researchers and policymakers. Whenever you're ready, Taskin, I'll pass it over to you.
Thanks so much, Hafsa. So yes, today I'm going to speak about a project that I'm very passionate about and that's very close to my heart, and that's the Unlocking Data Initiative. So this initiative actually started way back in 2020, and it wasn't even much. It was a group of organizations that were really passionate about telling the story of education in Africa and not having this narrative be told by others, especially with the occurrence of many international partners doing research in African countries and sort of holding that narrative. So it was really about reclaiming that narrative and being able to really unpack the needs of African education systems. So the Unlocking Data Initiative, it's basically at its heart a community of practice that connects African scholars, NGOs, national statistic offices, policymakers, basically all with the vision of improving access to and use of education data. And at the beginning of 2024, we actually started our first, I would say, funded project by the IDRC. And the specific project is focused on scaling uses and users of education data. And so this partnership, this collaborative, is led by Zizi Afrique, and it's supported by Education Sub-Saharan Africa, Edtech Hub, where I'm based, and eBase Africa, the University of Malawi's Center of Education Research and Training. And together, these organizations are working within the three main countries, Malawi, Cameroon, and Kenya, to deep dive into the study, to use these countries as a case study for how we could unpack and unlock data use. So today I'll be presenting about this latter project, but first I just want to tell you, like over the past I would say, 5 years, what we've really uncovered with the challenge of data and why it's been so difficult to use data in education systems. So within our context that we were looking at, particularly in African context, the data is often scattered and decentralized. So it's really hard to disaggregate where it's coming from. Often when we finally get hold of data, for example, through the data sets linked to evidence studies, they're often outdated and they're not really accurate to be able to make decisions from. There's often a lack of funding in the ability to collect data and to promote data literacy, and to obtain specialists to analyze the data. And then there's also a difficulty in certain types of data. So there's often restrictions in data that's not open access, or data that's collected by whether government or non-government partners, such as administrative data. That's hard to access that data that would be really useful to provide a comprehensive and holistic data set of a country's education system. There's then also lack of quality assurance once we do actually get the data. So it might not be cleaned and presentable. It might not be checked for sensitivity and privacy. So there's just lots of barriers from the data side, never mind taking that data into actionable insights that policymakers can use. So to focus on actually this Unlocking Data project, the aim is to scale up the use of education data by strengthening the capacity of policymakers and researchers to access and utilize the existing data in order to formulate policies and implement and upgrade policies and plans. And we're focusing specifically on foundational learning within this space. So the Unlocking Data approach is what we've hypothesized as the method of how this can be done. And this method sort of takes into account that it's not really just about the data itself, but about the humans that are involved in the system. And that's why we've presented this actually as a community of practice rather than, let's just say, a simple research project. So the 4 prongs that underpin this approach is the mapping and situational analysis at each country level, so understanding what is the lay of the land, then using that data and that evidence to help address and prioritize research questions and evidence gaps to help shape countries' decision-making around education, and then to cultivate communities of learning within the country, within different districts and levels within the country, as well as across the region, across countries. And then the last prong is about sharing and synthesizing experience between countries, sharing lessons, resources, toolkits, platforms that we can all utilize, sharing these as global public goods. Just a little bit more about our actual research questions. For the first question, we're looking at the most effective ways of scaling this Unlocking Data approach within the 3 countries that we mentioned in Malawi, Kenya, and Cameroon, and then how we can synthesize the learnings from this to share across the continent. The second question then talks about that, like looking at how we've established these communities of learning about data use within these countries and how we can share that approach in new geographies. The third one then emphasizes the role of communities of learning to help and support each other. And the last one looks at approaches for data collection, analysis, and use on sharing foundational learning and how that can be made equitable and inclusive. And I'll speak a bit more about that. So we are at the early stages of this research where we're in between looking at our situational analysis and our and the evidence gaps that the evidence base is telling us. And so some of the key findings that we've found when we look at this is the data gaps and the disparities. So there's a strong weighting between authorship of evidence that is done by males rather than females. And then within that, a stronger weighting of males reading things like experimental studies versus qualitative approaches. There's also a skew and focus in foundational learning, which so within the frame of foundational learning, there's a heavier weighting towards foundational literacy and numeracy, but less focus on topics such as socio-emotional learning and equity, and teaching at the right level, and other aspects that link to foundational learning. There's also capacity constraints within the government as well as within researchers that hamper the effective use of data for policy making, so that uptake of data to inform policy. And then the policy and practice disconnect, which means that there's weak links between or real-time links between these data systems and the education policy, and that basically results in an underutilization of the evidence for decision making. Based on these findings, these early findings that we have, we've already started to formulate some recommendations around this, which is the importance of strengthening the data systems, so right from start to end, from the data collection and the real time, and I think Gugulethu will speak about that as well, to improving the accessibility and removing the barriers to access this data, and then that ability to uptake this data and turn it into actionable insights that policymakers can use. So all around this is enhancing the capacity of government agencies to be able to analyze and use this data and help prioritize their research questions that they want out of the education database. Focusing on equity, because often there's a lack of inclusiveness of different regions or different subgroups within education systems, and how do we use this education data to understand and learn how we can better serve those population groups. Focusing on fostering partnerships, so the idea that it's not just academia and policymakers, but there's also the civil society, private sectors. There's many people, international NGOs that all contribute to this data space. So how can we leverage them and bring everybody together so we don't have siloed and fragmented data pockets, but everybody working to one vision. And lastly, prioritizing holistic learning. So as I mentioned, there was a focus on numeracy and literacy, but less focus on other aspects of foundational learning like socio-emotional learning, and critical thinking and things alongside that to help develop the whole child. So I think those are the findings I plan to share today. There are lots more resources online. We've just released a bunch of evidence gap maps in each country and interactive maps that can help you understand the evidence base, the lay of the land of evidence in those countries. So you're welcome to check out our website for that. And with that, I'll pass it on to Gugulethu.
Good afternoon, everyone. As Hafsa introduced me, my name is Gugulethu, and I'm an analyst here at OpenDev. And for the past 3.5 months, we've been working on a project on strengthening early grade numeracy and literacy in the Kingdom of Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland. And we have been strengthening that through EGMA and EGRA, which I'll get into right away. So we were asked to develop summative assessment tools for the Kingdom of Eswatini, focusing primarily on grade 3s. And this was centered around English, Siswati, and mathematics. And one of the outputs was making sure that these tools that we create are tied to the competency-based framework of Eswatini, and also making sure that we are collaborating well with the different stakeholders. And it is an adaptation process where it's co-creative and all the local stakeholders have an input in. And what we did next is create tools for early grade reading assessments as well as early grade mathematics assessments. So these are tools that happen one-on-one between the student and the numerator. And these are 15 to 20-minute assessments. And essentially, they have subtasks that focus on literacy, comprehension, non-words, reading, and letter sounds, as well as the numeracy aspect that involves just basic arithmetic understanding. You may wonder, why do we need to conduct EGRA and EGMA? So one key insight that comes from EGMA and EGRA is that reading is the most strongest predictor of lifelong learning and success. And having data at an early stage, it allows teachers to target their interventions and trainings and make sure that the children are growing. And also we noticed that about 70% of 10-year-olds in the sub-Saharan African region cannot read a simple sentence or complete basic mathematic tasks, and foundation learning gaps that are detected early and that are not detected early rather will have a consequential effect on kids as they go through primary as well as secondary education. And having the ability to create or gather data at an early age will help us improve teaching, learning, and policy. And how do we use EGRA and EGMA data? Firstly, we conduct the assessments and administer this to the children. And then the second would be data analysis. Once we've gathered this data, we calculate the literacy and numeracy benchmarks, and then we report this data through different kinds of reports. And these reports are shared with the schools and the relevant ministries. And then we target those interventions based on the results that we have gathered. And then the monitoring, obviously, that happens over time to reassess and track improvement or consistent challenges. So after we have gathered this data, what we did is we had a pilot project, and the objectives of our pilot were twofold. We wanted to test the administration of these tools and see whether or not they are working, and to also evaluate how learners are responding to the tools and where the tools may need refining before the national baseline rollout. And next slide, please. How did we fare when it comes to the piloting? So we trained 30 enumerators in total and observed about 64 assessment sessions and gathered data across English, Siswati, and mathematics. And the data that we found was quite telling, right? That many learners struggled with tasks such as reading non-words or solving mathematic problems, and others were unfamiliar with the structure of timed tasks, or they lacked the strategies to solve problems under pressure, particularly for 2- and 3-digit problems. And that brings me to the key concept in our work today, which is invisible technology. And that is the use of a platform such as Tangerine, which helps us decode the data that we have collected on the ground. And basically, Tangerine is a platform where enumerators on the ground are able to assess the student, and they have timed and untimed components, and you're able to get the data in real time. It doesn't require Wi-Fi, so you're collecting all this data in peri-urban areas, and it automatically gets uploaded into Tangerine. So it ensures that data is centralized, and also you're able to do surveys on the platform as well. At the same time, you're able to conduct interviews, and all of your data gets automatically uploaded once you sync it to Wi-Fi when you get back to a place that is internet effective. So that is how we were able to actualize our work through the aid of Tangerine, right? And also one thing that we realized whilst we're on the ground, right, is that although the tech was running quite smoothly, there was a bigger issue at hand, which is foundational readiness. Some of the students are not trained on the different mechanisms of how to approach a task and how to arrive at a problem quickly. So whilst the tech was important in helping us analyze the data collected and report on it, there's still a large gap when it comes to foundational readiness, right? And if students are not trained enough on how to better approach tasks, the tech is important, but the foundation is just as important in order to improve and strengthen early grade assessments. So what does this mean for policy and practice? So firstly, digital tools must align with learner readiness. We can't just assume that children are prepared for the kind of tasks we ask them to do, right? And we need to be able to invest in the human beings, which is the enumerators, the teachers, the government officials, and also tech is an enabler, right? But it doesn't really solve the issues on the ground if the teachers are not trained enough and the children are not equipped with the right systems on how to approach a subtask. the tech can only help you so much. So you need to be able to have all of this existing in parallel. So yeah, that is what this work taught us. And and I hope that through the EGRA and EGMA that we did in Eswatini, equity in digital education is about making sure that the data that we collected leads to action, but at the same time, we need to have the systems put in place to support the tech that we're doing, because at the end of the day, this work is done and run by human beings. So yeah, that is what we discovered, and thank you so much.
Hi everyone, my name is Chris Clune with Open Development and Education, and I'm going to be talking about the Global EdTech Testbed Network today, or GETN, G-E-T-N. So let's just jump into it. So what is GETN and why does it exist? So in 2023, a group of like-minded stakeholders met in response to a growing global demand for collaboration in EdTech's evidence generation with the goal of democratizing evidence on EdTech. So this community, GETN, was formed with support of the Jacobs Foundation in 2023. And GETN really responds, this network, this community, really responds to two interconnected problems. One being that there is a huge global saturation of EdTech. So there's a lot that exists currently. And that, combined with the fact that a lot of evidence on this EdTech exists in spaces that are sometimes inaccessible or isolated from each other, presents limited opportunities for stakeholders to actually share practices around evidence generation in EdTech. So GETN was created as an inclusive community that is currently governed by a few lead organizations, of which Open Development and Education is one. But the community is globally open, and our members are quite active. So what GETN does is just convene a lot of meetings with its members to facilitate this network, to discuss best practices in EdTech evidence generation, share knowledge, co-develop solutions. And part of sharing this knowledge was GETN's sort of flagship publication, which was a white paper which examined the kind of landscape or status of EdTech testbeds globally towards developing a framework on systemic EdTech testbeds. Now, I've said testbeds a lot, so what does this term actually mean, and what do you mean also by a systemic testbed? Well, you'll see on the next slide that framework was posed in the white paper. It's had a bit of a makeover since then, but fundamentally, all the concepts are the same. So you could think of a testbed rather than siloed or isolated testing of EdTech A in one scenario and EdTech B in another. The idea of a testbed is it is a sustainable engine of a pipeline of EdTech tools, different EdTech tools that are appropriately matched with different environments, like authentic environments to which these EdTechs can be evaluated, such as schools, community organizations, or other spaces. And no one testbed is really alike. Globally, many exist, and testbeds are many are emerging as well. And many will have different preconditions to get started, as you'll see a few of those on the slide. And testbeds might also have different impact goals. So they might want to improve learning outcomes, improve pedagogical practices, help develop EdTech products. It could be a mix. Again, no testbed is the same, but the idea is that it is more of a pipeline and a sustainable way to test EdTech. Now, the systemic part of a testbed really comes from the idea that these three components you see on the slide, the EdTech, the test, and the bed, are underpinned by human actors from different communities collaborating on the testbed. So these actors often come from research institutes, school communities, funders, government officials, ministries of education, many different actors, and they collaborate, often co-design these different components of the testbed. So they may come together and decide, okay, what EdTechs are we actually testing? Why are we testing them? What does the bed actually look like? So what is the context of our test bed? who are the testers, what's the space, what's the scale, and importantly, relevant to evidence generation is, what are we actually going to test about this EdTech? What methodology and methods will be used, timeline and frequency, who's going to lead the testing and different components of the test bed. So the idea is through this systemic collaboration, you'll generate, or test beds tend to generate more authentic, more open, and oftentimes more rigorous evidence than we normally see. So what does this actually look like in practice? I'm going to present one test bed that Open Development and Education is a part of. And I should clarify that Getin itself is a network. So Getin itself does not actually design or have an ongoing test bed, but we're a community to share these learnings. So one test bed, again, that we're involved in with our partners at Edtech Impact and with the support of WISE and the Qatar Foundation is an AI education-focused test bed in Qatar, which aims to improve teachers' pedagogical capacities with AI tools, but also hopefully kind of produce a bit of a blueprint for the future of AI in education in Qatar by informing future policy decisions and scaling of tools. And you can see on this slide our approach. So there'll be 2 testing cycles over the next year. We'll be using design-based implementation research, which I don't have a ton of time to get into. But it is basically, we'll have 2 iterative cycles where teachers will be actively involved as champions, as participants in testing, evaluating the selected AI tools, but also they'll receive ongoing professional development to ensure they feel confident and have the tools and skills that they need to actually get meaningful participation out of this test bed. And all these learnings will be shared on a community platform hosted by the Ministry of Education with the support of Edtech Impact. And as we go on, we'll be able to share these learnings with teachers, with policymakers. So again, this is just to illustrate through the systemic collaboration of different stakeholders in Qatar, we'll be able to generate a lot of actionable evidence that can be used by a variety of stakeholders in schools and government for the future of AI tools in Qatar. And how this links back to Getin is we'll be able to share this on a global stage as well, which this may inform other test beds, and we might also learn from other test beds in our own process as well. So ultimately, Getin is really just this community that really wants to change how EdTech evidence practices are shared and produced, democratizing this knowledge for the betterment of learning. And if you'd like to know more, you can actually connect with us. So we have a website there where you can access all our publications and the white paper. Feel free to email me directly from that address you see on the screen, and follow us on LinkedIn to stay updated and involved. And anyone's welcome to be a part of the community. Thanks, and I'll pass it off to my colleague.
Okay, so thank you, Chris. Hello, everyone. I'm Mohammed Sharad, a tech analyst at OpenDevIt. The Evidence Library tool, or EVLib tool, is our attempt to address some of the challenges researchers face when accessing and analyzing global research. We've been working to create a more unified approach to research discovery, something that could potentially make finding relevant studies more straightforward while maintaining the depth that serious research requires. We serve 4 user groups with distinct needs. Researchers struggle with fragmented databases when conducting literature reviews across disciplines. We provide unified search across domains. Policymakers need credible evidence quickly for funding and program decisions. We give rapid access with geographic and thematic filters. Practitioners need proven strategies that they can implement, not just theory. They find evidence-based interventions tested in real contexts. International organizations need to understand research landscapes and identify gaps. Our visualization shows where research is concentrated. We provide a research ecosystem that connects evidence to action through AI analysis, geographic insights, and multi-language accessibility. The Evidence Library has 7 components working together. Our research database brings together research from multiple sources and makes everything searchable in one place, eliminating the frustrating experience of searching multiple databases with different interfaces. Our AI analysis tools understand context, summarize findings, and identify contradictions between studies, saving researchers hours of manual review. Geographic visualization reveals patterns invisible in traditional databases, showing where interventions are tested and research gaps exist. Analytics track citation patterns and emerging trends. Personal collections let users build curated knowledge bases. Mobile-first design ensures full functionality on smartphones, complete search, AI tools, and document analysis, not simplified versions. Universal accessibility supports users with disabilities through screen readers and keyboard navigation, while nine language support breaks down geographic and language barriers. What sets the evidence library apart is the speed and sophistication of our search capabilities. Let me explain how this works in practice. Traditional academic databases make you wait, you type a query, hit enter, and watch a loading screen while the database processes your request. We've eliminated that friction entirely. As you type, results appear instantly, which fundamentally changes how you explore research. Instead of carefully crafting the perfect query and hoping for good results, you can iteratively refine your search in real time, discovering connections you might never have found otherwise. Our faceted filtering system is where the real power emerges. Most databases treat filters as an afterthought. You search first, then maybe apply some basic filters. We've inverted this approach. You can start with any combination of geographic regions, research themes, publication types, and date ranges, and the system instantly shows you what's available. For example, a policymaker interested in intervention effectiveness can immediately narrow down studies from similar economic contexts, specific time periods, and particular research methodologies. Each filter refinement happens instantly, so they can explore different combinations until they find exactly what they need. The interactive map takes this further. Clicking on any country immediately reveals the research landscape for that region, including what topics are being studied and potential research gaps. This isn't just faster than traditional databases. It enables entirely new ways of discovering research, connections, and patterns. The Zotero integration represents the fundamental shift in how research moves from creation to global accessibility. Most research gets trapped within institutional boundaries. A brilliant study at one university might never be discovered by researchers elsewhere working on the same problem. Zotero is used by millions of researchers worldwide to manage references and collaborate through shared group libraries. When researchers add papers to the connected Zotero groups, those papers appear almost instantly in the evidence library. This transforms the research ecosystem. Previously, studies needed major journal publications and multiple databases indexing to become discoverable. Now, research entering a Zotero group becomes a part of a globally searchable, AI analyzable database. Google indexing amplifies this. Research buried in institutional repositories suddenly becomes discoverable to anyone. This creates a multiplier effect where one institution's research investment benefits the entire global community. This workflow feels natural because researchers use Zotero exactly as before, but their contributions immediately join a larger knowledge ecosystem. Our AI capabilities transform the platform from a search tool into a research assistant. Reading hundreds of studies for systematic reviews is incredibly time-consuming. We've automated much of this cognitive work without replacing human judgment. We offer multiple LLM models because different models excel at different analysis types. Users can experiment with different models and compare responses, improving analysis quality. The document analysis is like having a research assistant who has read every paper. Instead of skimming abstracts, you can ask direct questions like, what were the effect sizes or how did they handle bias? The AI can provide page references when needed. Question generation helps, like when exploring unfamiliar research areas. The AI suggests relevant questions based on document content. Document screening is valuable for systematic reviews. Create custom questions that sets the AI applies consistently across papers, speeding up initial screening while maintaining consistency. Semantic recommendations go beyond keyword matching. The AI understands conceptual relationships and suggests thematically related papers from adjacent fields. Mobile-first design and universal accessibility are fundamental to expanding research access. For many researchers globally, smartphones are their primary computing device. In sub-Saharan Africa, Southeast Asia, and parts of Latin America, mobile internet penetration far exceeds desktop access. A graduate student in Lagos, a policy researcher in rural Cambodia, or a practitioner working in remote areas of Peru might have excellent mobile connectivity but limited access to desktop computers. Our platform delivers the complete research experience on mobile, not a watered-down version, but full research capabilities, AI analysis tools, PDF viewing, and collection management. Offline capabilities let researchers download papers with good connectivity and read them later. Multiple cache layers ensure instant performance regardless of connection quality. Universal accessibility means research should be accessible to everyone. Screen reader compatibility supports researchers with visual impairments. Full keyboard navigation serves users with motor impairments, and language support breaks down geographic barriers. This creates a truly global research commons where language diversity becomes a strength rather than a barrier to knowledge sharing. The evidence library is our contribution to addressing some of the ongoing challenges in global research access. We've tried to build something that might be useful whether you're a graduate student accessing research on your phone, a policymaker needing evidence synthesis, or part of an international organization working across different regions. We believe the combination of search capabilities, AI analysis tools, and accessibility features could potentially help some traditional research barriers reduce some traditional research barriers related to geographic location, language, or technology access. Though we recognize there's still much work to be done in this area. Thank you for your time, and I'm happy to answer any questions you might have about the evidence library.
Hello and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us at the EdHeroes Global Forum. I'm Professor Şirin Karadeniz and I'm delighted to be your moderator for this panel discussion. Today's session is hosted by collaboration with Doğuş University, Istanbul, and we are excited to participate in this worldwide event. Our panel today will explore AI in education, key to 12, university education, and industry perspectives. We'll be looking at how artificial intelligence is transforming learning and teaching at different levels, from primary and secondary schools to universities, and of course, into the workforce. Our goal for this session is to share insights from each perspective and discuss how we can harness AI's potential while addressing its challenges in education. To our online audience, please feel the energy as we are all in the same room. So get comfortable and let's dive into the exciting topic. Now, I'm honored to introduce our three distinguished panelists who will share their experts with us. Dr. Işıl Boy is an expert in educational technology for primary and secondary education. She is founder of Educational Technology Summit and TeacherX platform, and has worked with hundreds of schools and trained thousands of teachers on integrating technology and AI into classroom. And she will share her perspective on Key to 12 education. Thank you. Welcome. And Professor Erkut Altındağ, he's representing the higher education viewpoint. He served as the vice rector of Doğuş University and he is professor with expertise in strategic and technology management in organizations. Professor Altındağ has been actively involved in integrating new technologies like AI, robotics, and even quantum computing into university programs and research initiatives. He will share the university perspective with us. Thank you for joining us, Professor Altındağ. And Turhan Karakaya, he brings the crucial industry and workforce angle. He is the general manager of Haysan Sivak Turkey and give courses at the university. And also he established joint labs and R&D partnership between Haysan and Doğuş University. With one foot in academia and one in the corporate world, he will offer the industry perspectives. Thank you for joining us, Turhan Karakaya. So thank you for all being here and welcome to each of our panelists. Now let's get our discussion. I'll direct some questions to you and of course I'll keep the time and you will share your thoughts with us. Thank you very much. So let's begin with the key to 12 education first with the ladies, of course. So Dr. Işıl Boy, I'd like to start with you on the key to 12 perspective. You've been at the forefront of bringing AI into the schools. Could you share with us how AI is being used in Key 12 education and what it means for teachers and students? For instance, how are AI applications changing classroom learning and personalization of students, and what opportunities and, of course, challenges do you see for teachers in using AI in their teaching practice? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Karadeniz. Hi, everyone. I'm Dr. Işıl Boy Ergül, founder of TeacherX and ETZ Edtech Summit in Turkey. For over a decade, I've been working with teachers across Turkey and internationally. In recent years, I've collaborated with global organizations on projects at the intersection of AI in education. And today, we're going to talk about a big question. So how is AI being used in K-12 education and what does it really mean for teachers and students alike? So let's begin with simple truth. AI is not just another tool. It's a new kind of intelligence, one that can generate, respond, and even reason in ways that feel very human. But let's not be fooled. AI doesn't feel. It doesn't understand empathy or values. It can make decisions, but not moral ones. So when we bring AI into education, it's not just a technical decision. It's an ethical, cultural, and pedagogical one. So in classrooms today, AI is already playing several roles. As Dr. Karadeniz mentioned, personalization, AI can adapt learning materials to different levels, styles, and speed.
instant feedback. So students get help anytime they want and whenever they are learning to code or write a paragraph. Idea generation. So AI can support brainstorming, creative writing, and even science project ideas. But let's be clear, using AI tools is not the same as transforming learning. To truly make an impact, we must help students and teachers understand AI. So how does it work? When should we use it? When should we not? So imagine a science class where students investigate how AI models produce different results based on training data, or a social studies class that compares how two AI tools describe the same historical event, revealing their biases. Or in literature, students can reflect on the emotional depth missing from the AI-generated stories. These are not science fiction scenarios. They are happening in classrooms today that understand AI is not magic, it's math. So that brings us to something critical, which I really emphasize, AI literacy. By 2029, PISA, the International Studies Assessment, will include AI and media literacy as a core area. So students won't just be tested on what they know, they will be expected to analyze, evaluate, and even detect AI-generated content. So what should AI literacy include? So according to frameworks from UNESCO and the OECD, AI education should go far beyond just knowing how to use a chatbot. It must include these 5 dimensions. Number 1, understanding AI and data, not just what AI does, but how it works and what data it relies on. Number 2, critical thinking, not trusting AI blindly, but challenging its outputs. Number 3, ethics and responsibility, reflecting on bias, privacy, and social consequences. Number 4, human-centered creativity. So using AI to inspire, not replace imagination. And number 5 is cross-disciplinary integration. So teaching AI, not just in coding class, but in every subject. So now let's talk about teachers. AI is not here to replace you. AI can help you with lesson plans, support differentiated instruction, generate classroom materials, even help assess student work. But it also raises the bar. Today's educators must facilitate AI literacy, not just teach content, lead ethical discussions around data and manipulation, protect human values like fairness, empathy, and trust, which is a big issue. Designing learning experiences that combine digital tools with deep, meaningful thinking. And most importantly, teachers must model what it means to be human in a world shaped by machines. So at TeachRex, we work with schools not just to teach AI tools, but to develop whole school AI strategies. So we start with questions like, what do your teachers already know? What do your students really need? And how can we align with global frameworks, not just local checklists? And we always say AI training is not one-time workshop. It's a cultural shift. It's about creating learning environments where curiosity, ethics, and technology grow all together. So people often ask me, when will AI think like a human? But that's the wrong question. Planes don't fly like birds, but they still fly. AI won't think like us, but it will change the world we live in. And that is why our role as educators matters more than ever. AI can't replace a teacher who builds trust. It can't inspire like a teacher who tells a story. It can't nurture values like kindness, resilience, and courage. But we can't ignore AI either. So let's just not use AI. Let's understand it. Let's question it. Let's guide our students to use it wisely, creatively, and ethically. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Işıl, for those insightful experiences and knowledge and thoughts. Thank you very much. Of course, speaking of teachers and students, this naturally leads us to the role of higher education. Our K-12 students eventually moved on to the universities, which are also evolving with AI. So let's turn to the university perspective now. Professor Altında, building on what we heard from Işıl Hoca, universities have a dual role, educating the next generation workforce and advancing research and innovation in the fields like AI. From your perspective as an university leader, how is AI transforming higher education? I'd love to hear a few aspects. For example, how universities are updating curricula to include AI skills, how faculty are using AI tools in teaching or research, or even how campus operations might benefit from AI. Additionally, are universities facing challenges such as academic integrity with AI? All of us know that our students use AI for assignments. It's a very well-known topic. And how should we address those issues? Thank you.
Thank you. First of all, at the outset, I would like to express my profound grateful to Professor Dr. Şirin Karadeniz for the kind invitation to speak. And thank you to EdHeroes for the opportunity to contribute these respected audiences. It's a privilege to be here and such an important academic dialogue. Let's come to your question, dear Professor. AI is, I think, no longer a distant frontier. It provides a landscape where the future of higher education is unfolding. At Doğuş University, we view AI as more than just a tool. We see it as a transformative force. It's a kind of transformation, and it's reshaping all the way we learn, all the way we teach, we conduct research, shaping all the world in radical ways. We are witnessing an urgent need to recalibrate and updating across the curriculum and all the disciplines, not just in computer science or not just in engineering, including social sciences, health, and other areas. At our university in Doğuş, understanding AI is becoming as important as basic computer skills used to be. For example, just as Word and Excel became essential tools 20 years ago, and today AI holds a similar importance, a similar position. Maybe from business analytics to law, from media studies to health sciences, we are integrating AI modules to empower students to understand algorithmics, critically assess machine learning outputs, and ethically apply intelligence systems. One of our notable examples in interdisciplinary courses that will be launched soon in Doğuş University, titled Human-Centered AI, Ethics, Design and Feature. In this course, students from sociology, design and software engineering will collaborate to critique and co-create artificial intelligence applications all together. Our faculty members are embracing AI not just as only researchers, but as educators crafting personalized and adaptive learning environments. And maybe using generative AI, we call it generative AI, dear professor. Some professors are producing dynamic case studies tailored to students' interest, students' research areas, while others employ maybe natural language models to simulate, for example, diplomatic negotiations or historical debates. In our engineering faculty in Doğuş University, which is our flagship department of our university engineering faculty, we have seen professors use AI-based code reviewers to provide immediate formative feedback on student programming. So they are scaling up mentorship without lowering quality or sacrificing quality. Outside the classroom, artificial intelligence is quietly but strongly changing how we work, how we move forward. And predictive analytics help us find students who might struggle, who are in hard conditions through education, so we can pick them and so our advisors can help them early. And moreover, I take pride in sharing that Doğuş University is home to two pioneering units. One of them is Quantum Computing Laboratory. We call it Quantec. We name it Quantec, and Center for Robotics and AI. The Quantum Lab enables our researchers and graduate students experiment with quantum algorithms and quantum-enhanced machine learning, and preparing for the future where today's computational limitations. And meanwhile, our robotics and AI center is developing autonomous systems to assist in, for example, elderly care, disaster response in very bad times, and surely, educational robotics, offering students first-hand experience in building ethical and impactful technologies. At Doğuş University, we adopted a proactive, dual-track approach, technological and pedagogical. Technologically, we are piloting AI detection systems that suspicious patterns in student submissions. Pedagogically, we are thinking assessment designs, shifting from static essay questions to iterative, reflective, and very dynamic text. In other words, students must not only solve a problem, but they explain how they approach it, what alternatives can be considered, and how they would critique an AI-generated response. Okay, briefly and ultimately, AI in higher education is like a fire. It can illuminate or it can consume. Our role as university leaders is cultivate wisdom alongside skill, curiosity. It's a basic thing of science, curiosity, with caution. As I often say incoming students, we are not just teaching you to use AI. We are helping you become a responsible leader. At Doğuş University, we believe the true measure of progress is not how smart our machines become, but how intelligently and ethically we evolve with them. Yes, because we are evolving. I hope my words have served as a compass offering direction, however briefly within this conversation. Thank you for granting me a place at this table of ideas. Dear Professor Shirin Hocam, stage is yours. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Altunda. It's really impressive to hear how universities like yours are proactively adapting and transforming the education using the AI. But you also mentioned the ethical issues and also integrating the AI technology with other departments like sociology, psychology, and law, and etc. Thank you very much. So let's hear the industry perspective. Dr. Karakaya, from your industrial side, you have a clear view of what skills and knowledge employers are looking for this AI-driven era. In your role, bringing industry and academia, how do you see AI impacting the workforce? And what does that mean for education? For instance, how are companies incorporating AI in their operations and employee training? And do you feel that our current educational system, as Shil and Arkut mentioned about, is keeping up with industry needs? We'd love to hear any example of industry education collaboration, such as internships, joint labs, or curriculum input or R&Ds that can help to ensure our graduates are prepared for the AI-rich workplace. Thank you. Stage is yours.
Thank you very much. It's great to be here today. And then big thank you to Professor Karadeniz and the organization team for bringing us together. Now, let me get straight to it. I'm here not just as someone from industry, but as someone who lives in the space between industry and education. And I can tell you the space is shrinking, or at least it needs to. Because artificial intelligence is no longer a future trend, it's already here. So people mention that it's a kind of future trend. No. We are living. It's already here, and it's changing everything, from how we design product to how we train the people also. So AI in the real world. So at Hisense, right now we have over 1.7 million devices. Yes, 1 million devices connected to each other through our HiCode platform. Means that these devices talk to each other. They learn from each other. They analyze data in real time. They predict problems before they happen. They optimize. It is very important. They optimize energy usage automatically. This is not a big lab experience. This is daily business that we use AI technologies. Hospitals, airports, universities, public buildings, they all depend on this intelligence. And this is not just about convenience. It's about efficiency. It's about sustainability and resilience and for the environment protection. So AI is in our life. From the factory things point of view, let me tell you about one of our proudest achievement, the Hisense Lighthouse Factory in Qingdao in China. The place is a factory that thinks. All the companies are working with the robotic technologies, and all the equipments are talking, all the things are talking each other via AI technologies. Recognized by the World Economic Forum, it's a model of what AI and IoT can do when taken seriously. It uses digital twins to simulate every system, machine vision to ensure quality in real time, and AI to optimize production as it happens. What is the result? Via using the AI technologies, we have been able to increase our productivity up to 49%. Cost was able to be down by 35%. And we were able to reach energy efficiency, energy saving of nearly 40%. This is not innovation for the sake of headlines. That's all making a real difference to business, to workers, to the planet also. So what about education? Another question that you ask. Here is the uncomfortable part from my point of view. While we are building these systems, we are struggling to find people who are ready to work in them. Do not get me wrong. There are smart graduates out there, but too many of them are missing the skills that really matter now. It's not just about coding. It's about thinking with AI, working across disciplines, balancing data, ethics, and environmental impact all at once. And honestly, most education systems are not keeping up. Not in K-12, not in universities, not even many corporate training programs. So to be able to develop this issue, we built a bridge between industry and the university. At Hisense Turkey, we decided to stop waiting and start building that bridge ourselves. So we partnered with Doğuş University. Together we created the real working IoT plus IO and OT training center. Right now it's working in our campus, in the Dulu campus. Here is what happens there. Students connect directly to our HiCloud platforms. They analyze real-time data from our products. They run diagnostics. They optimize energy use. They see the impact of AI on both performance and sustainability. This is not theory. It's experience. It's messy. It's complex. And that is exactly what makes it powerful. We also mentor their projects, co-create curricula, and offer internship. Because education is not just about passing the exam. It's about preparing the reality. And what about our own people? AI is not just transforming how we hire, it's changing how we train inside the company too. At our company, we are constantly upskilling our teams. Our technicians now use AI-driven tools for predictive service. Our managers work with AI-based forecasting. Our operation teams make data-backed decisions every single day. We are turning AI into the shared language, not a specialized silo. And honestly, that's the future. Everyone is an organization, not just an engineers, needs to speak AI. So are we ready? Now the answer, the big question. Is education keeping up with industry? I'll be honest, not yet. But it can. I have seen what happens when the universities open up. When they partner, when they take risks, when they stop seeing industry as a threat and start seeing it's an ally. That's when magic happens. 3 things we all should do. Let me leave you with us. If we want to close the gap between education and AI powered workforce, here's what we need to do. 1, the first, break down the walls. The second, bring industry inside. Third, make AI climate literacy a default. No matter what students study, they will need these lenses to thrive. As a final words, I want to say that I want to emphasize that AI is not about replacing people. It's about amplifying them. It's about freeing them to focus on what matters most: creativity, judgment, and values. But for that to happen, we need to teach people not just how AI works, but how to work with AI. If we get this right together, we will not just future-proof our workforce. We will build a smarter, cleaner, and more connected society. Thank you, Ms. Karadeniz.
Thank you, Dr. Karakaya. Your insights really highlight the real-world impact of AI on jobs and the importance of close cooperation between industry and the educational institutions. Thank you very much. Now, as we are approaching the end of our session, thank you. So, as we are approaching the end of our session, let's take a moment to summarize the key takeaways. In essence, a common thread across all sectors in collaboration and continuous learning in K-12 education, universities and industries must work together as a continuum rather than isolation. So if we align our efforts together, we can prepare the next generation for an AI-driven future. As Turhan Karakaya said, building bridges between universities and industry, I understand that we also build bridges between K-12 education, universities and industry, so we should come together. Another theme that I understand that balance, it's so important in embracing the AI's benefit into education while being mindful of the challenges like ethics, equity and privacy. As a wrap-up, I want to sincerely thank all our panelists for sharing their expertise and perspectives today. To our audience, thank you for watching and engaging with us. We hope you found this panel thought-provoking and gained broader understanding. We encourage you to continue your conversation. Feel free to share your thoughts and questions on EdHeroes forum or social media, or you can connect with us anytime. Let's keep the dialogue open. On behalf of EdHeroes and Doğuş University, thank you for joining us. Stay tuned for more sessions today and enjoy the rest of the event. Remember, whether you are a student, educator, or a professional, we all have a role in shaping the future of education with AI together. Goodbye, everyone, and take care.
Hello, everyone. It's a great honor to be with all of you today to share some thoughts on an important topic, a topic that certainly there's no shortage of dialogue on, as it should be, frankly, because the world of AI is certainly changing the possibilities for our schools, our students, our educators, and certainly the world. And the time and talk that we have on AI is certainly critical. I want to thank you, first off, for all the amazing work, the leadership, the foundation that you're putting in, thinking about this, dialoguing it, using it, and beginning the change that is happening all around us. It's happening in our classrooms naturally. It's happening with student energy. It's happening with new industry and new businesses happening in your country. And it's certainly exciting, but it requires some deep thought. And I'll share some of that and reflect really on a journey that technology has had for a long time. I've been working with schools around the world for over 30 years. And certainly technology has been foundational to all of that. And it's actually been that journey that we've been on from the early industrial revolution elements of building technology into industry to advancement in modern technology and computing to the work that we've been doing with really breaking through with cloud compute, which allows us to think differently about the limitations of hardware and the physical computers in our offices, and really think differently about the compute power exponentially. And that has really given rise to not only powerful algorithms, but the foundations that we've been building for AI. Now, AI is nothing new. As many of you know, this has been discussed and dialogued and sort of being building towards since the 1950s. But the advancements of modern compute, cloud exponential storage and capacity, as well as advancements in algorithms, has really created the watershed moment that we're in today. But it's important to understand that journey because it often may seem like AI is something new and something different. It's part of an ongoing tech evolution for sure. But we need to think differently about it because a lot of that computing journey has been really restrained by the realities of the hardware capabilities. And we've got to think differently now with AI because those limitations are slowly going away. And what we can do and what we can build is actually changing. And that's certainly going to open up a lot of questions with schools. That's sort of the foundation of this conversation. It's certainly real and exciting that AI can do things. And certainly we see it helping teachers save time. We see it providing tremendous support for students, whether it's an AI guide, a tutor, a supporter. Certainly those things are real and happening and certainly things that we should embrace. We certainly see AI potentially offering some problems as it relates to maybe skill erosion and things like that. But fundamentally, there's exciting promise around AI. I want to highlight that that was also true 20, 30 years ago as it relates to the rise of computing. There was a tremendous expectation that the introduction of computers was going to change everything for schools. And certainly there's been a lot of change. Certainly the availability of content and communication, ability to communicate beyond the classroom, beyond the lecture, and to students all around the world is something that is fundamental to the introduction of computing, and it's something that is unique and different, what we're doing right now, actually. But as it relates to results, outcomes, the structure and pace of schools, little has changed. We haven't seen technology dramatically improve learning outcomes, graduation rates, PISA test scores across the world. And the way in which kids go to school and the structure of the school day, for the most part, there are certainly outliers and exemplars, hasn't changed. And I think that's an important thing to note because as we think about this, we've got to really challenge our mindset. And currently right now, I think we're in a mindset that AI is directly connected to generative AI. And I think if we look back 20 years from now and say, well, that AI era was largely defined by students, educators, apps generating content, lesson plans, tests, practice problems, etc., we will have missed the mark. Just like, for the most part, the technology journey, the computer era in education, was largely defined by acquisition. One of the things that held us back with technology is many plans were directly connected to, we're going to acquire computers. We're going to get kids access to a one-to-one learning device. And there was very little thinking about, okay, now what does it enable? What changes? How do we prepare our culture, our environment, our expectations, our assessments in this new era with new thinking? And we've got to challenge ourselves to do that. And that's essentially the foundation for where we are today. We haven't really maximized the world of computing, computers, our current technology in classrooms and what they can do in education. And the gap is now exponentially wider with AI. What we can do, how we can think, how we can structure our learning environments is much bigger than it was a year or 2 years ago. And that requires us to really embrace this. This is one of the reasons why EdHeroes in this conversation is so important, because we need ideas. We need bad ideas, frankly, even just so we can learn from. We need good examples that schools are using and bad examples so we can learn. This is an important time for you. It's important to lean in with optimism and enthusiasm because for the most part, this is going to be a tremendous opportunity for your educators and your students. And it's important and critical as we think about this. And I want to just highlight really 4 key areas. And I think these are the 4 areas that all of your conversations should be focused on primarily. There may be others, but these are the 4 big pillars. And these are the ones where all of the things that you're looking at, buying, evaluating, and policies you're focusing on should fall under. First one, and I'll touch on all of these, is depersonalization. This is a real foundational thing, and it requires different thinking than just providing a tool to a student. Personalization in the world of computing meant we're going to get a device to a kid. And that's fundamentally not the way it works with AI. It's not we're going to give an AI subscription or account to a student. It requires a lot more deep thinking. I'll touch on that. Support for educators. Obviously, getting those same tools to teachers is another important piece. Operations, which not something we often talk about. It's often the boring part or maybe the non-sexy part. But frankly, I would think it's the most important part as you think about your AI plans and strategies, certainly in the beginning. And I would say the last piece is the most important conversation, the most important outcome is what happens in your schools and classrooms to prepare students for a workforce that is changing, that will change more, and your students will enter a world where the jobs, the opportunities, and their ability to create industry and innovation is changed. And that's going to be the foundation to how we think about schools and how we prepare our learners for the future. So those are the 4 areas and pillars. And I'll touch on all of them quickly. Pursuit of personalization has been part of our journey with technology and education from the beginning. And it's been part of education, frankly, from the beginning. The very roots of our early education modalities were often defined by a learner and a scholar working together. As the need for industry, crop production, the Industrial Revolution created factories. The need for industry required us to recognize the dynamics of an agrarian calendar where students needed help with farms and crops to where adults needed to work in factories and the dynamics of the workforce changed. We formalized education institutions, which were largely filled by limitations. We had limited educators, limited learning materials. We clustered students into a limited time schedule where time was the fixed asset. We had to progress students through a learning journey quickly. And the variability was learning, understanding, grades, things like that. We continue on that journey today. The rise of technology was almost an area to expand, that ability for a one student to a one learner to learn anywhere, anytime. But fundamentally, that system of a time-based model where students are learning with homerooms and groups, getting grades based on their understanding of content and moving on regardless to the next chapter or the next book, regardless of where they learned, is commonplace today in our classrooms, built on those same limitations, frankly, from hundreds of years ago that no longer actually exist with the new world of technology capabilities that we have. Certainly, we see this evident from the data. We know that the demand of the need for personalized learning is creating pressure on students, as well as obviously pressure on teachers. And we see this happening with teacher burnout rates, teachers thinking about leaving the profession, and certainly see that with regards to expectations coming from students. And I think the pandemic had a huge part of this. Many of you know and went through this yourselves. During the beginning of the pandemic, the first goal was to keep the learning as consistent as possible in a virtual space. So when we all went to virtual schooling, the initial thought, which was frankly a smart thing, was, well, let's keep it normal for kids. We'll keep the same structure, the same schedule, etc. What we quickly realized was that wasn't going to work due to digital fatigue. The ability to actually keep kids focused and engaged in a virtual space was much harder. And what good schools and educators started to do is break out learning, having small groups work on projects, maybe check in a couple of times a day individually with a student and see how they're progressing on learning assignments and projects. And then maybe interspersed with a smaller lecture style experience for students. So you started to break up and mix modality learning with much more personal connection to students. Then we thankfully removed the limitations from the pandemic and went back to school and resumed the old world, again, thinking that that was the right thing to get back to being together and building the structure. But the student experience that happened with that personalization is creating deeper expectations of that experience again. And that's leading to increased behavioral issues as well as performance gaps, including certainly the burnout implications on teachers. So we've got to think differently about how we open up the opportunities for kids. And I will say, for me, when I hear AI, the most important opportunity is the impact on scheduling and mixed modality individualized instruction for students. So the ability to actually move kids around to optimize pedagogically learning spaces that are reflective of different learning modalities that students can navigate through dynamically based on how they're performing. So their calendar, their schedule is changing based on their learning understanding and progress and specific needs. That is the way in which new schools will power themselves. Because one of the, frankly, real problems that schools have had is scheduling has been hard. Even with modern computing pre-AI, to do dynamic outcomes-based scheduling differently, it was very, very difficult for computing, and certainly schools optimized to keep kids clustered because it was the easiest path. Now we can really remove that limitation, and that's certainly something that's super exciting. There's need for personalization, and certainly this is an area that we've got to think about and think about holistically. There's lots of different remediation efforts and enrichment efforts that are happening to individualize instruction, but they're often disaggregated, add more logistical and operational pressure to educators and students, and are often not really transparent. So we don't see data, we don't see progress. So we can't build on what works or replicate success broadly because it often is such a patchwork of activities. But it's going to be needed. And if you think about, I highlighted that the future of AI shouldn't be, the era shouldn't be defined by generative AI only. Certainly, I would hope that AI connects to ability to unleash true personalized learning expectations. That's not just true in a digital format, it's true in how the structure of learning is done. Everything from content to learning modalities to assessment all needs to be personalized in this new world and the new opportunity. Let's talk about the unsexy part, and that's operations. This is something that is often not going to be the first thing that you're shown or discussed, partly because your users, your end users, your students, your educators are going to get there fast, and they're going to want to start getting their hands on AI, and they probably already are. And the vendors that support you, the tech companies, often will be fueled by, for every foundational platform and operations company, there are hundreds of content STEM companies that are providing solutions to the market. And that's often because those people are eager to help students and classrooms and experience. They're coming from a place of a learner. They're excited about contributing to education. And that's where it starts. And so that's often crowding the education landscape. But I will tell you, as you think about this, and this is just an analogy here, if I was going to start a company to manufacture and distribute honey, The first thing I would do, thinking about a world of AI, was thinking about everything other than producing honey. I wouldn't have a conversation with the queen bees and tell them what we need to do. I would think about everything from recruiting using AI, and certainly that's an area that school leaders need to think about, thinking about the way in which we're going to market, distribute the product, and actually create measurement across every aspect on looking at signals in the market. I would think about managing finances and budgets, things like that, where I would start there, and I would leave the magic alone. With education technology, unfortunately, the reverse happens. The magical relationship between a student and educator, the things that teachers inherently know how to do to inspire your students and learners, often gets crowded by technology tools and examples with good-meaning leaders trying to provide solutions to help. And the back office crumbles, leading to other problems and limitations. This is certainly true in the world of AI, where the classrooms are certainly outpacing from a usage volume the back office thinking around everything from space management to facilities management to deep personalized and dynamic scheduling to the way in which we use energy, the way in which we manage budgets, certainly teacher recruitment and development, et cetera, and obviously, of course, integrating data transparently and actively across a school. This is areas where we need to put rigor and focus. I know it's often not the most fun, but it's the foundation, I think, to the future of what we're going to build together with AI. Let's talk about, frankly, the most important piece last, and that is the implication on the workforce and certainly the world we're building. We were just talking, I probably presented to many of you in the past, talking about the fourth industrial revolution. That was really defined by this digital revolution that was enabled by cloud computing and sort of the broad availability of data. That revolution lasted very few years, partly because AI is sort of a different thing, and it's created a different pressure on the workforce and workplace dynamics, and certainly different opportunities for industry. Ability to create a business and really the dynamics of skills are changing dramatically. And it's important to note because this is something that I think is actually been a huge eye-opening experience with the world of AI. And I think it's summed up best by this quote from Sam Altman. And this is something that many of us focused on technology and education have been trying to do, is get more kids in front of screens thinking that the world of work is going to be defined by ability to work with and use computing. That's still true, frankly, but the dynamics of AI are going to remove jobs that are basic because AI can do the work of people that were dependent on a screen. And the ability to be away from screen and the skills that you demonstrate and leverage when you're not directly in front of a screen is going to have higher premium in the future workforce. It'll be harder to replicate or displace with AI, and that's going to be so much more important for society. Now, there's a huge caveat here. That doesn't mean those people aren't using technology and powering AI to do that work. But it's not dependent only, and they're going to be using technology more. And this is certainly true with the dynamics of STEM implication. Many companies are getting coding done 40, 50, even greater percentage with AI. So the need for coders has gone down. The need for people who understand how to use AI is higher. Many companies have requirements that 100% of employees are using, creating, and building with AI because they can build apps, shortcuts, they can create GPTs for their own work directly. And companies are putting that requirement. So the usage of tools are there, but the dynamics of how we've thought historically about STEM are fundamentally changed. That's super important as you think about the future of work and building a dynamics for skills that are changing industry and changing potential. Now, lastly, I want to talk about the foundation for your teachers, your staff, and that's to be people first with this transformation. I think fundamentally, one of the fears that happens with AI and AI's arrival in education is, wow, I am going to be reduced in value, or maybe my job is going to be eliminated because I'm going to be replaced by a robot or AI, etc. I think first off, give educators hope that confidence that that's not going to happen. I think as the rise of technology grows, we saw this in the pandemic, the value of educators increases, the need for that human connection is more appreciated and more valued and more integral to the environment. I think that's certainly going to be the case going forward. AI assistants for students are going to be commonplace, but the value that human relationship comes is going to be more appreciated, and it actually gives your educators more agency to do far more differentiated instruction, to use data and tools themselves to have deeper impact and deeper relationships with individual learners that will hopefully make their job more rewarding and fulfilling. So those are the four big pillars, but I'll leave you with some big recommendations that I think are probably generally true and probably will be true beyond AI. And I think one of the things with AI that I would say that I would recommend first is start with the problem, not the tool. Partly because there's lots of tools, and the ability and capabilities with AI are going to get better and better. I highlighted the importance of back office. I think this is probably one of the areas that I think is going to be most durable. Many AI solutions will change and grow, and it's very easy to start an AI company and build an AI solution because you're using AI to do that, build apps and build experiences, create your own GPTs and things like that. The most durable part, the thing that's going to change your landscape is how do we think about the structure of our day? How do we think about scheduling? How do we think about mixed modality? I walk through classrooms and schools every day where they have 4 or 5 8th grade math teachers. And those math teachers are basically dividing the student population into groups of 40 or 50. But those 5 math teachers, all teaching the same exact content and curriculum, have different skill set and capabilities. One of those 5 is the best for sure at doing lectures and structured content to large groups. There are some of those that are much better in project-based learning or supporting one-to-one instruction and guidance, or maybe getting students active with project-based experiences. But instead of having all those 200 kids work across all 5 educators, we assign the 40 of those kids to work with one across the same content they're going out, as opposed to thinking about using our educators and our space differently. And I think that's certainly going to be important. And that's just one of the elements of the back office. One of the things that you're seeing with large companies like Microsoft, certainly, and Google, is they're starting to embrace AI holistically. And I think that's going to be the bigger piece. There's AI platforms, ChatGPT, Anthropic, et cetera. They're going to be building across, but then obviously the large companies are going to actually have a better hand on AI, where your teams are getting active versus all the different AI tools that are coming from smaller startups. I think eventually you'll start to see those be eaten up by the large systems and platforms. Moving past content when it's different is very straightforward, and thinking about how are we changing the environment. I think that wasn't necessarily the case with our first thinking with computing. Let's get more content, get more stuff. How do we think about the structure? How do we think about the assessment dynamics we're focusing on? Depersonalization, we highlight a lot on personalization. Personalization is exciting in terms of how it looks for all of your staff and learners. And then obviously, rethinking the dynamics of STEM in a new world dependency is super important, and it really reflects, I think, frankly, a changing opportunity for kids, and really bringing AI and technology for all kids, not just kids that are going into the profession of building, computing, learning, coding, and things like that. I'm excited about the future. Even though I've given a lot to think about, hopefully building on what others have shared during this forum. There is tremendous opportunity with great leaders and educators like you, and great opportunities for our kids and countries to really rethink and reshape based on this new future. I know it's often scary when there's unknown happening. This has happened before. I can tell you from firsthand experience, the animosity, the anxiety that exists in the current world of technology with AI in schools existed 20 and 30 years ago with teachers and schools with computing. When schools were buying computers, that same fear happened. What we should do now as leaders is embrace the opportunity, bring excitement and energy to your teams, your people, your teachers, your communities of families. because the opportunity for every student to be their best, to make a huge impact on the world, is really at hand. And the students in your schools and classrooms are going to fundamentally change the world, and we should do everything we can to support the educators that make that possible. Thank you for the great work that you do. It's a pleasure to share some thoughts in this forum. Have a great rest of session, and thank you for the work that you do every day.
Hello and welcome. I'm Burcu Aybat, an educator, school leader, and author of several books on education technology and instructional leadership. I currently lead an IB/PYP school in Istanbul and have been working at the intersection of pedagogy and technology for 2 decades. It's a pleasure to moderate today's panel, Reimagining Education with AI, Navigating Risks, and Unlocking Possibilities. Today, we are here to explore a question that is transforming education across the globe. What does it truly mean to integrate AI in meaningful, ethical, and innovative ways? We often hear about AI as a disruptive force, but what if we also saw it as an opportunity to reimagine how we design learning, support teachers, empower students, and nurture creativity? AI is not just a tool, it's a paradigm shift that invites us to rethink how we teach, how we learn, how we design inclusive, engaging, and future-focusing environments. In this panel, we'll divide into both the risks and the promises of AI in education through the lenses of curriculum design, classroom practices, innovation ecosystems, and teacher learning. I'm honored to be joined by 3 brilliant minds, each bringing a unique perspective and deep expertise to this conversation. Associated Professor Dr. Selçuk Doğan, a researcher and educator whose work explores instructional design, teacher education, and the integration of AI into teaching and learning across K-12 and higher education. Berna Aslan, an IB/PYP educator and teacher trainer whose innovative practices span gamification, sustainability education, social-emotional learning, and meaningful integration of generative AI into classroom. And last, Hakan Umutlu, a leader in education technology and entrepreneurship, founder of Turkey's first youth innovation hub, and a designer of immersive programs that connect young learners with global innovation ecosystems. Let's begin this conversation by exploring the current possibilities and challenges around AI in education, what it means for teaching, learning, and innovation. My first question is to Selçuk. Welcome again. I would like to ask you the first question. In your research and experience, Selçuk, how is AI changing the way we think about teaching and learning itself? Beyond just tools, are we witnessing a shift in the teachers' and students' role? Thank you again for joining us.
Thank you, Bridget, for inviting me. It will be a great conversation. Just to respond to your question, I will say just absolutely, because we are not just seeing just a shift in AI tools. It's more like, in roles and also in relationship, like teacher-student relationship. So because as we know, traditional teachers are like content deliverers. They just teach, they lecture. Students are like a passive receivers, right? Most of the people think about that. But with AI and like in AI integrate assisted classrooms, the roles of teachers and students together are evolving. It's more like a dynamic, like they're like just simple, this teacher uses AI. It's more dynamic and changing. So this is in the literature, this is called human AI collaborative learning. So they are like a model. So let me give you an example from a recent research study from Thomas Chiu, and it's a just recent study. So in this study, the authors just present us 3 different relationships that student, teacher, and AI playing. So the first one is student AI, and the second one is teacher AI, and the third one is student teacher AI. So it's a kind of triangle. So let me give you briefly an example from each. Like the first one, for instance, students become experimenters. They are researchers. They are more like self-learners. So they use AI tools, like for example, to explore concepts, to learn how to like simulate a scenario or like analyze the case, or sometimes they like personalize their own learning. They learn like a kind of AI authors, AI tutors they use to learn some new concepts. But these don't like students are not doing this alone. Of course, teachers kind of moderate, facilitate that kind of learning. The second role, teacher AI role, in turn, like teachers become designers, navigators, and also they provide some ethical guides, ethical principles to teachers. They are like trying to be modeled to students in terms of ethical use of AI. So teachers mostly have students kind of question, because question AI output, because as we know, AI sometimes can hallucinate. But if teachers try to kind of model, and then students understand, okay, there's something wrong with this AI output. Let's just kind of validate this information altogether. And of course, this is a kind of learning process. And so teachers and students also together reflect on how it's shaping their learning or their thinking. So that's why critical thinking comes into play. So the third role, teacher, AI, and student, like the triangle role I was just talking about, is perhaps the most important thing, because this is a kind of the rise, the evolution, the development of human AI co-learning. So it's a kind of moments, times, and maybe sometimes occasions where teachers, students explore AI responses all together. It is not just like validating information. It is more like reflecting the output and in terms of its bias. So is there something wrong with this response? Or they like discuss what should be learned. So what is the thing that we can learn from this output, not just like copying and pasting the output to your document. So because it is generic, right? So kind of in summary, so yes, AI is reshaping our roles, but not just like replacing humans, replacing teachers. It's more like repositioning them.
Thank you, Selçuk. Welcome, Berna, again. And I would like to ask you, as a teacher, your perspective, you work closely with your students. How does AI impact student agency and the culture of learning in your classroom? Are students becoming more autonomous or more independent, more dependent? What do you think when you would like to add Selçuk's comments?
I might be echoing some of what Selçuk said, and welcome everyone. So to begin with, I think it's helpful to share the lenses I'm speaking from, because I've been working with 9 and 10-year-olds for the past 8 years as a PYP educator. So much of what I'll be sharing kind of echoes that, and in an inquiry-based classroom. But I'm also a part of the AI committee, which has given me opportunities to observe other levels. So while I speak from the grade 4 perspective, I'm actually going to be thinking about AI as a whole school community journey. And to your question, Burcu, is AI making students more autonomous or more dependent? From what I've seen, I think AI, especially when used intentionally, doesn't replace agency at all, but it actually reframes and even extends it. It gives students a new way to explore and reflect and make choices about their learning in the classroom. For instance, in my class, we use AI as not a magic answer machine, but as a collaborative thinking tool, as a thinking partner, and something that actually helps students deepen their questions and explore different perspectives and generate new ideas. And I think, as Selçuk was saying, that's an important mindset shift for both students and teachers. I mean, especially for teachers in this case. We introduce it as something that can amplify our curiosity, but not shortcut the learning process. Just like a quick example from a recent unit that we had about climate change, one of my students had this solid research and had the data and had questions and decided to do his action, but he felt stuck. So he had these ideas, but he wasn't confident where to go or what to make an impact of. So we have an AI station in our class, a part of a classroom that they can visit for inspiration and scaffolding. So he sat down with me and we used some of the scaffolded prompts that we already co-created together, so that he started talking to AI, talking about everything he has learned and about his own ideas. And then he said, can you help me think about different ways that I can come up with an action? So the AI offered suggestions. So he already had some of them and he also saw some other ones. But I think the magic wasn't in the AI responses, but it was the thinking that followed. He turned to me and he said, do you know what? I can actually mix all these ideas together. So that kind of moment is, I think, where AI doesn't give answers, but it actually helps unlock a new direction. And this is where I see agency is growing, but not shrinking. So, and again, as I said, like having a station like that, especially with the age limit that I have, we kind of use it collaboratively in class. And at first, many of my students approach AI as the way that they use Google, quick answers, an answer-seeking tool. But over time, with modeling and reflection, they begin to treat it like a collaborator. So their questions just get more layered and they start challenging the information that they receive. And this can actually happen even with 9 and 10-year-olds. So I have actually seen that real learning happening, and AI becomes just a mirror that helps them to see their own thinking more clearly. But of course, that said, I also see risks. When AI used it just for convenience or just to generate full samples or polished answers, I think students can definitely become passive. So that's why we talk a lot about how, when, and why we use AI. And we talk about the biases and reliabilities and ethical use all the time. So that's why I think as educators, we play a very important role in this shift. We have to model how we use AI responsibly in class and how we use it creatively and effectively, not just as a skill or as a tech skill, but as a mindset that values just like inquiry, curiosity, critical thinking, and intentionality. So I think, yes, AI is definitely changing my learning class environment in the classroom, but it's not about what AI can do, but it's about how it helps students to do when they're supported to use these tools for reflection and exploration.
What a great examples. Thank you, Varna. And you gave a good, strategies and tactics for all of us. Thank you to you both. Both you emphasize the transformation in teaching, learning, student agency, and our roles in the classroom. But transformation also brings some tensions. What do you think? Let's now explore how teachers are navigating this tension when designing learning experiences for their students. So I would like to ask Berna again to you to add your words. How can AI help teachers design inclusive and differentiated lessons? Can it support co-construction of inquiry-based learning, or does it oversimplify the complexity of the curriculum? As a teacher, what do you think?
I love this question because I think it literally strikes the heart of the educator's dilemma, right? The design dilemma. How can I create an enriched, inquiry-based learning experience while meeting the needs of my diverse learners? For me, as I kind of mentioned, AI has become a collaborative planning partner for me. So not something that replaces the professional judgment of mine, but something that supports me and us as a group in thinking more broadly and designing more inclusively. I use AI at several stages or different stages of planning. So one key area that I use it is for provocation design, especially in IB and in my learning environment. Creating those learning invitations to think and wonder is really important. And I use generative AI, to help me brainstorm about these unexpected provocations. They can be visuals, dilemmas. I love how I put student misconceptions and kind of brainstorm together. So I might ask it to, again, a very recent example, we were doing something about climate impact on child's everyday life. And it just gave me some ideas on how we can use it within our school environment. So again, the output is rarely used as it is, but I think it just expands my own thinking and helps me design experiences that are both emotionally and engaging and cognitively challenging. So I definitely use it as a differentiation, not just by simplifying or making the content challenging, but by offering multiple access points. Something that I've started using and exploring is AI-powered learning bots that can provide tailored support. So that is something that I find it very useful. And again, it helps me definitely generate materials quicker at different levels of complexity. And also, when I'm preparing a learning engagement, I might ask it to give me different versions of a story or create a diagram or a different level of, or even like nonfiction, fiction versions. So that kind of gives me a foundation to modify. Again, just saving me time. But I think most importantly, AI can support the co-construction of inquiry, again, by adding and emphasizing on thinking those tools. But of course, there are always risks of oversimplification, because if we just ask AI, plan me a lesson on this, it will give you a linear structure, and it will, like, inquiry is messy, learning is messy, teaching is messy, it's non-linear, and it's student driven. So that's why as teachers, we need to be the critical curators of an AI output. So does it really promote agency? Like, how can I actually use this, not just taking it? So again, I'm sorry, to put it simply, AI will reflect the questions we bring it to it. So if we just come in looking for shortcuts, of course we'll get shortcuts. But if we come in with curiosity and complexity and care, I think AI can help us design learning environments that are more inclusive, more creative, and more responsive to student needs.
Thank you, Berna. Very great points. And I like the, critical creators you mean. It's very, important. And I would like to turn to Selçuk, and from a curriculum design perspective, because I know that you have a very, deep knowledge and expertise in curriculum design and learning. So how do you think about how can AI can be used ethically and effectively by teachers in your perspective? What frameworks can support teachers in making informed decisions, like Berna said? So do you suggest any frameworks to us?
It's great. Thank you very much for it. It's a great question. I wish I were a student in Berna's classroom, and she kind of guides me through how to use AI ethically in her inquiry-based classroom. I really like, when she talked about like design dilemma. So I think that dilemma kind of, brings a couple of research-based frameworks. So there are a couple, and I think with time limitation, I cannot talk about all of them, but there are two important ones that I think all designers, all teachers, educators, at least must be kind of familiar with them. So we all know that it is not like a shortcut, as Berna kind of exemplified in her case. The AI should be she don't collaborate to design partners. So I'm going to say it's also a thinking partner for us, right? Because when we use AI ethically and effectively, we see some magics, right? But teachers at the same time need some kind of knowledge sets, like regarding technology integration. It's not just AI, all kind of technology, but it needs to be also kind of focused on like pedagogical content, pedagogical intent, right? So that's why TPEC comes in to play. So it's TPEC is a traditional classic model, but now it's kind of extended to AI TPEC. So it embeds AI tools itself, also ethical thinking to the instructional knowledge teachers must possess. So TPEC tradition, as we know, like technology knowledge, technological pedagogical knowledge, technological content knowledge, and technological pedagogical content knowledge in the classroom. So the domains are very similar to traditional TPEC, but when we talk about AI TPEC, we also see AI ethical knowledge. I think this is really important to talk about that. So one of the framework Ismail Çelik 2 years ago presented. So it says, for instance, like the teacher need to ask themselves, like, does this AI tool, whatever it is, a chatbot or other kind of tools, recognize the diversity in my classroom for my students in terms of race, gender, preparedness, other kind of differences you might suggest. So it's more about if AI outputs is really fair to all learners. So that's the key point teachers need to think. So it is more like, like if this AI makes a decision or recommendation, so can I, as a teacher, follow, it trace back why it generated something like this? Can I tell you who built this tool? Like, there are lots of AI tools around, but sometimes we even don't know and who created it, but we didn't know who used it and what kind of information they are storing, so that it might be posed as a threat to our students, right? And one of the questions we also need to ask in terms of this AI TPAC framework is what assumptions went into its design? Like, because, there are a lot of AI language models around. So these are the questions that, it sounds, I know it's a little bit technical, but at the same time, it's actually deeply pedagogical and also intentional that all the teachers need to ask before they start even thinking about using AI. This is the AI TPAC framework I think all should be familiar with. Complementing this also, we use AIAS framework. So it is AI Assessment Scale. This framework developed by Dr. Perkins and his team last year. So it's a very practical framework for educators. So what it does is it evaluates when and how AI or any Gen AI tool should be included in your assessments, your daily formative or summative assessment, not like binary rules, yes or no. So the idea is AIAS, suggesting is transparency and student-teacher dialogue. So that's why we use it. So that scale has 5 levels of AI use in your assignments or in your assessments. Let me just try to also protect my airtime. Let me use quick examples on these levels. So the first level is no AI. So students complete tasks without AI assistance. So this is not like oral exams or like traditional paper exams. It's more like the goal is demonstrate how students' core skills or knowledge, the content knowledge teachers are teaching, but it should be independently. So these are more like authentic assessments we should be using. The second level is AI planning. Basically, AI, in this case, used just for pre-task support. Like, for example, brainstorming. I think Bernard also talking about brainstorming or initial research. As researchers, sometimes we are just out of ideas and we need some ideas, some sparks, right? So that's how we can use AI. So the third one is collaboration. So you collaborate with AI, for example, for specific tasks, like let's say drafting a paragraph or like editing or revising your essay, right? The important thing is students must critically evaluate and revise AI output. It's not like, okay, like I get the output and use it for my own purposes. The third one is full AI. It is like you use AI for any purpose, including planning and collaboration in the previous steps. Students included in the process, they demonstrate, of course, critical thinking. The fifth one, the last one, is AI exploration. So this is more like students really use AI, of course, responsibly. And the important point is they need to create something innovative. So this is mostly used for problem solving, code designing. So, but there's a caution here, like, little ones, like, preschool, primary kids don't need to be used this level because it's also, some threats. So just we need to be mindful about that. So both of these models, AI TPAC and AIAS, support a shift from reactive to intentional use of AI. So I think these are the 2 frameworks I can suggest for all educators to learn before they start even thinking about AI.
Thank you, Selçuk. It's a great, it's great to listen, to good models from you. Thank you. We have touched differentiation, inquiry-based learning and AI integration models and ethical effective use of AI by teachers. But there's another actor in the system, the culture of innovation that surrounds this work. So I would like to turn to Hakan, who is the expert of technology and innovation in education. So Hakan, welcome again. And I would like to ask you what does it mean to build an innovation culture in schools in the AI era? What are some enabling conditions for this shift?
Okay, thanks, Burcu. Actually, it's a great question because it's about culture. I always love talking about the culture. So I'm glad we are talking about innovation culture, not just innovation itself, because the culture is what sustains change. Change is key long after novelty fades. So first, let's define what we mean by innovation culture. In education, it's more than a buzzword. It's actually a mindset and an environment that encourages creativity, supports calculated risk-taking, and values continuous learning. It's a culture where teachers, students, and also even parents feel safe to experiment, fail forward, and adapt. We are talking about in later. And in the AI era, that culture has to evolve to embrace not only new tools, but also new ways of thinking. And there are a few enabling conditions I have seen essential. One is actually, what is innovation? So common understanding of what innovation is important. It's not about flashy tag. It's about creating value. The value is key here, whether that's increased students' engagement, deeper learning, or even greater equity in the classrooms. If we don't ground our innovation in value creation, we are just chasing the trends. And sometimes teachers like it. The second key is leadership. Schools need visionary leaders who model curiosity, adaptability. Leaders who ask, what if, instead of what is the policy? They set the tone for open dialogue or support teams as they explore new practices. Without that support, innovation remains isolated and maybe we can say fragile. Another essential condition is, I think, open communication and collaboration. I have worked in environments in different schools where teachers across disciplines comes together, and actually one of them was Berna, to co-design projects, mixing, for example, humanities with data science, art with machine learning. That kind of cross-pollination leads to rich student-centered outcomes. And AI can be a bridge that connects disciplines in new ways. We also need to build tolerance for risk. Innovation means failure, early, small, and often. If educators are punished or overwhelmed by perfect implementation expectations, they will never try new things. This is where supportive infrastructure matters. Access to the right tools, time carved out for experimentation, and professional learning that's ongoing, not one-off. And then there is inclusivity. True innovation culture doesn't just include the loudest voices or tech-savvy. It actively seeks out diverse ideas. Students especially have to part of this. When we let them co-create with AI, rather than just consume, we unlock whole different level of creativity. Last, I will say reward systems matters. Celebrating small wins, highlighting team efforts, and publicly valuing innovation, even when it's messy, sends a message that we are in this for long haul. To sum up, in the AI era, building innovation culture means empowering people, not just implementing tools. If we want schools to truly innovate, we have to create the kind of culture where curiosity thrives, iteration is normal, actually a must, and value, not novelty, is the North Star.
Thank you, Hakan. I can't talk about empowering people, Berna. So what do you think as a teacher? You just talk about it briefly in your previous speech, but I would like to ask you again in detail. How do your students respond when they are invited to innovation process supported by AI tools? Can you give some briefly examples?
I really like how Hakan started with not innovation, but innovation culture, because that is what sustains the change. And I was also thinking about what does innovation mean, which Hakan explained it so well. In my case, I also I think innovation is is about students thinking differently, remixing ideas, solving real world problems, and creating some meaningful and meaningful experiences, and having that confidence, as Hakan was mentioning, to explore the possibilities. So learning is all about failures. And I think when AI is used in intention, it can just become that powerful enabler of that process. I think I'm going to kind of give very brief examples of AI through three lenses. One is the creativity, the other one critical thinking, and the confidence and engagement. I actually want to start with the confidence and engagement, because I think what I've noticed is most of the time, AI lowers that barrier Hakan was talking about for students who might be normally hesitating to share their ideas, to creating that safe environment. Sometimes the quiet thinkers, as Hakan again mentioned, innovation is not about only hearing the loud voices. I think it's about enabling everyone to show and give their voices. So those perfectionist people or the multilingual students, they often open up when they feel that they are safe, or that they can explore, or that they can make mistakes and try again and again without the pressure. So I think when AI is used playfully and supportively, it creates that risk-taking, like a space for risk-taking and like a mistake-free space, which is exactly what we want for innovation culture, I guess. And sometimes I have some students who actually say, can I just first talk to AI and then try my own? And that just kind of, it's not like replacing, but it's just building towards to it together. So I think when students are invited into this innovation process with some AI tools, they kind of respond with curiosity and ownership and excitement. But of course, again, it all comes to the having the safe environment, having an inclusive and open-ended environment. So AI doesn't make students innovative because they're already. It can only just help them to see themselves as innovators, maybe just to help them to nudge through that. And I think that is the most important one.
Thank you, Verna. I like your comments. Let's now go deeper into the innovation process, because there are lots of things to say. What does it look like when students learn to frame problems and iterate solutions using AI? So Hakan, can you walk us through how AI supports students in identifying real-world problems, generating ideas, and iterating towards solutions? Any powerful examples you have seen?
Yeah, absolutely. Let's start with, again, something simple but essential to emphasize on it. Innovation at its core is about creating value, whether that value is economic, environmental, or social. And regardless of specific methodology, be it design thinking, jobs to be done, or lean startup, most innovation process follow a similar pattern. Generally, identifying problems, brainstorming solution, building prototypes and MVPs, testing with users. This is the process. And in the past, it was slow and often theoretical. I teach in university innovation and entrepreneurship. It was really slow, but nowadays it's another story. Now, AI allows students to move through these stages more quickly with greater feedback and lower the risk. It doesn't replace the thinking. It accelerates it. AI supercharges every step of innovation process. But its real game changer is rapid prototyping. Students can take a raw idea and using AI tools whip up working model in hours, not weeks, not months. Then they test it with real user, get feedback, and iterate on the problem, and then build visual learn maybe. And here is where AI becomes a game changer. It transforms students, kids, from idea havers to idea testers in record time, which is important for innovation. Think about the traditional student projects, yearly project, or any project. Kids get an assignment, project, research for weeks, creates on final presentation, submit it, it's maybe just one prototype, and it's done. That's not innovation. That's not innovative process. That's just an academic or innovation theater, we can call it. Real innovation happens when you can quickly test whether your idea, solution that actually works, get feedback and iterate on it. AI flips this entire script. Now, students can rapidly prototype their ideas, put them in front of the real users immediately, instead of spending weeks perfecting a presentation or maybe just one prototype that might solve nothing. They are building, testing, learning, and rebuilding within days. Let me give you a concrete example. Last year, I worked in a K-12 school. We transformed a routine 10th grade media project, an English lesson, a startup experience. And instead of just creating advertisement to show English skills, students identify real problems, develop solutions, and build MVPs and prototypes like real, actual entrepreneurs. Let's take a look at process that transform a startup whose founders laid the foundation in high school. We know it as Quizlet. And Andrew Sutherland spent months researching flashcard theory. He was learning French, and he built a simple tool to solve his problem, French vocabulary problem. Share it and got feedback and keep improving it. Today, it's a global platform serving millions. Now we use it. It could all be even faster if he had AI tools to test concept and products. The key insight is this, actually. AI democratizes the prototyping process. Normally, it wasn't cheap. Previously, turning an idea into something testable required coding skills, design expertise, and expensive resources. But here is what I tell my students, and this is crucial actually. The prototype isn't the point. The learning from the rapid iteration is the point. When you can test ideas quickly, you develop better judgment about what works and what doesn't. You become comfortable with the failure because failure becomes information, not judgment. The students aren't just learning subjects anymore. They are learning how to identify problems worth solving, how to design solutions people actually want or need, and how to improve those solutions based on evidence rather than just assumptions. These are the skills that matter in any field, any career, and any challenge they will be faced. And that's the real power of AI in education. It transforms students from consumers of information into creators of value. Value was the most important thing in innovation process, by the way.
Thank you, Erkan. I would like to ask you, Selçuk, as a school leader, from the perspective of the school, how can schools ensure this innovation process remain pedagogically sound? You know that when the technology comes in the schools, and it is mostly used by tech for tech's sake. So how do you balance this? What do you suggest? Can you briefly share your ideas, Selçuk?
It's a great question. Thank you, Virgi. So I like Hakan's perspective. It's a kind of from a practitioner's point of view. So I work with schools like in a consultation mechanism, like, I have some AI training. So I think this is a kind of trap that many schools fall into, innovation without pedagogy. I think this is just a noise. So we just need to start from learning goals, not just the tools. I just, take a couple of notes just to talk about, these are from my observation. It's from experience, not like, my own hands-on experience. But, I think, the first one is we need to start with backward design, like a backward thinking. Let me just, put it that way. It's like a big in every AI, any AI tool or you just ask this question: what will students understand and also transfer? These are like the more long-term goals that we need to focus on. It is not like, basic skills, fundamentals. So AI should guide our efforts to design more innovative, but at the same time, more long-term goals. So the second one, use AI or any kind of AI tools to kind of, enhance thinking. I think I can just already talk about that. Let me just, skip the third one. Build a culture of human AI. You say co-design and collaboration. So the thing is, we just need to let teachers co-create their lesson ideas with AI. It is not like, I think Barna just in the previous question, she said, like, just create this lesson, here you go. So it's like a process based, but I think we just need to let teachers try them out, right, in their own classroom and get a feedback from students, get a feedback from their peers, their colleagues, and reflect as they work. So I think AI is like an initiator, not just like the kind of controlling or moderator of the whole process. And the last one I would suggest, I think, and this is the thing that we kind of love talk a little bit about, less compared to other topics. We need to invest in professional judgment. So this is the most important thing. This is about for being a human. We need to let teachers spend time with AI, space. I mean, that's the important thing, because we let them trust AI, but at the same time, we are not providing them enough space for them. We just need to let them experiment responsibly and ethically. Sometimes, of course, we can just have kind of, mistakes, or we just say, oh, it's my bad. But AI shouldn't dictate instruction. That's the key. I think that's kind of summarize Berna's and Hakan's points. So it should, of course, promote, or maybe we just say provoke our decisions, thoughtful decisions, right? So I think these are the principles that I think I gained from my practical experience with teachers.
Thank you, Selçuk. Of course, all these potentials, you'll talk about it, has also significant risks. Let's talk about, let's take a moment to face this directly. So, Berna, what are the risks over relying on AI in teaching, especially in lesson planning and reflection? Or how do you balance trust and skepticism as a teacher?
I think this might be the question every educator is grappling with right now. Just because AI can create something or generate something quickly, should we really trust it? Or how do we actually make it reflect on our students' actual needs? In my experience, I kind of see two big risks. One is something that Selçuk mentioned in the beginning, over-reliance, copying, pasting, and forgetting. Because this is something like without deeply reviewing and personalizing it. And because the lessons are not about the activities, right? It's about the personal touch, the responsive design, and the care scaffolding. And the second one is the risk of flattening curriculum and losing the reflection part. Sometimes that loss of reflection is a big, huge risk. And I think it can fool us into false sense of completeness, but a solid lesson isn't about the activity, but I think it's about how we connect it to prior learning, how we assess it, and how we adapt it in the moment. So just to very quick, how to balance, or how I've been doing it, starting with an intention, using AI for idea generation, but not for final plans, and modeling a healthy skepticism and keeping the human connection at the center.
And Hakan, one more question to you. What are the dangers of scaling innovation too fast in schools when using AI? How do you build the guard rails in your environment ecosystem?
Okay, thank you, Burcu. Again, it's a great question. And I think we often get so excited about new technologies, especially in education as educators, that we treat faster as if it's always been better. But in reality, when it comes to the integration, any EdTech tool or AI into the schools, moving too quickly can do more harm than good if we don't have the right foundation in place. Let's start with bias, because that's not just a technical issue, it's a deeply human one. AI systems are trained on the data, and the data reflects the society actually with all its imperfections. If you rush implementation without seriously auditing for fairness, we risk baking systematic inequalities into the very tools we are using to help kids learn. Imagine a student's reading level being misjudged because the system was never trained on the speakers of their dialect. Or let's say history essay flagged for plagiarism simply because its students express an idea in a way that's not in the training data. That's not innovation, that's exclusion, I think. Another big danger is creating what I would call two-speed education system. Wealthier schools with more resources will be able to explore, reflect, and implement AI with care. Meanwhile, underfunded schools might adopt tools simply because they are cheap or trendy without the professional development or infrastructure to support them. Suddenly, we have one group of students learning how to use AI in a good way and another group just being used by AI. That's not the future we want. So what do we do about it? For me, it started with what I call principle implementation. Before you bringing in any AI tool, you gather your whole school community, teachers, parents, even students and parents, and ask, what do we stand for? What is our purpose? What values guide us? Where do we draw the line? Those conversations aren't a side project. They are the roadmap and strategy and part of the culture that you are going to build. Then you build feedback loops, not just for bugs and glitches, but to ask, is this tool helping students think more deeply? Are they becoming more curious or more passive? Are we empowering teachers or replacing their judgment with a black box? We set up regular student reflection sessions where learners themselves assess how AI fits into their growth. They can tell when it's helping and when it's not. Third, and this is huge, you invest in teacher capacity, not just training them to click the right buttons, but helping them understand why behind the tools. We have seen that when teachers are more confident, they become natural safeguards. They ask hard questions. They spot the red flags very early. And finally, you need what I call innovation governance. That means creating a system that can pause, adjust, or even reverse course if something isn't working. You are not just shipping products, you are shaping features that deserves humility and transparency. You'll say, so yes, let's innovate, but let's do it at a pace that's thoughtful, inclusive, and anchored in trust. Because in the end, the goal isn't to use AI faster, it's to use it better and with purpose.
Thank you, Hakan. What an insightful exchange. Thank you all, guys. And a few themes have clearly emerged from your speech. And first one, intentionality matters. Whether designing lessons or fostering innovation doesn't matter. AI is only as meaningful as the questions we ask and the problems we aim to solve. And the creativity, and the second one, the creativity and inclusions are not in opposition of AI. They can be amplified if you remain reflective practitioners. And the third one, students and teachers alike need space to explore, prototype, and learn from failure. And AI can help scaffold that space when used ethically. Let me close by saying that we are not just integrating AI, we are reimagining what learning can be. And in that process, we need collective leadership, bold imagination, and critical reflection. Thank you, Selçuk, Berna, and Hakan, for your wisdom. And to all watching, we hope this panel sparks ideas and actions in your own learning communities. And finally, thanks to EdHeroes for bringing us together and creating this space for such a meaningful conversation. Your vision and commitment to reimagining education truly inspire us. Thank you, and thank you all.
My name is William Cuskin. I'm chair of the Department of English at the University of Colorado Boulder, and I want to thank you for joining me today and for taking the time to watch my talk. For years, I worked on digital education here at the University of Colorado, designing massive scale degrees on the Coursera platform. But I want to talk to you today about heroism. Right now, we live in a powerful moment in global history. It is my opinion that only education can get us through this moment successfully. We are in a period of disruption, political disruption, social disruption, and technology disruption. In the short time I have today, I don't have time to talk about all of these disruptions. I want to focus in on the past dozen years in higher education, specifically on online learning. I want to suggest what I see are some serious dangers of our times, but I want to suggest too some practical lessons for teaching at scale online and in the classroom. But let me say this: teaching is a heroic act. The world needs heroes. And if you're watching this, you are that hero. Whatever the terms of your teaching, classroom teaching, online teaching, staff support, administrative management, tutoring a kid after school to learn to read or to do math, you can achieve greatness. And you can extend that greatness to those students. You can liberate them from fear. We live in a time of fear. That fear comes from ignorance. Teaching is how we transmit what it means to be human across time. By teaching, we dispel ignorance and fear and replace it with human connection. We must teach people not to be afraid, but to be educated, to reach for their better selves. And I am here now to say that you can accomplish this. You can make a difference. You are an educational hero. Seize that. Be that. So I want to begin my talk by sketching three major disruptions in online education, for America at least, over the past dozen years. I begin my story in 2012. That was the year that the New York Times declared the year of the MOOC. Now, online education had been around for quite a while, but in 2012, the massive open online course broke, and it was free. The New York Times declared it a revolution in education. They said that the instruction for the masses had finally come, and it was going to knock down campus walls. But the truth of the year of the MOOC was that it was a revolution that never came. The university system, it simply self-stabilized. It subsumed the massive open online course. It continued in its own ways. The real truth of this moment in 2012 was that it announced a great dissatisfaction with the current status quo of education. And it hoped that Silicon Valley and online technology would rescue us from the status quo. 2012 spoke not of a revolution, but of a desire for change. The next moment I want to underscore, the second disruption, occurred 7 years later in 2019 with the pandemic and the quarantine. The pandemic appeared as a great forcing agent for online education. because everyone had to teach online. I thought, here it is, the real revolution, the real moment of exceptional change. But again, it was a forcing agent that never came. And the reason was that it reinforced a simplistic definition of online learning. It suggested that on-campus teaching was fundamentally the ideal educational experience, and any distance, hybrid, synchronous, asynchronous, MOOCs, was simply a deterioration, a degradation of that kind of teaching. Again, the university system self-stabilized. Again, the university system asserted that its way of teaching was the best way, and that online education was only a poor substitute. In 2023, we came to another moment of disruption: widespread use of artificial intelligence. I'm indebted to my colleague, Teresa Nugent, and her discussions of AI for pointing out this wonderful article by Owen Terry in the Chronicle of Higher Education. It's titled, "I'm a Student. You have no idea how much we're using Chat GPT." And it's a kind of kiss and tell article from the perspective of a very smart student who's looking around at all his peers using AI in the classroom. I want to focus us in on one particular quotation. Owen Terry writes, "We are at an awkward middle ground where nobody knows what to do, where very few people in power even understand that something is wrong. At any given time, I can look around my classroom and find multiple people doing their homework with the help of ChatGPT. We're not being forced to think anymore. People worry that ChatGPT might eventually start rendering major institutions obsolete. It seems to me that it already has." So this is from the voice of a student commenting on his experience of education. And I'm intrigued by his idea of an awkward middle ground. We're in this moment of disruptive transition. Let me try and sum it up as I see it. First, I think this transition tends to make us passive. It makes us passive because it appears to us as teachers and learners that technology is raining down on us, that we have no control over it. But in fact, we need to remember that we summon up technology and we choose to use it. It's our dissatisfaction with higher education that leads us to greater senses of online usage. It's our dissatisfaction with writing that allows us to turn to AI. It's our dissatisfaction with coding that draws us in to having an artificial intelligence help us through. So first is a sense of passivity that overwrites our own sense of agency. Second, the university is both an innovation hub and also a self-stabilizing structure. The university system, it ate the MOOCs, digested them. The university system, it ate online after the pandemic and it spat it out. The university system, I have no idea if it will eat AI, but it does tend to survive technology change. My third point about this awkward moment is the most important. Our current generation of students have faced these multiple disruptions with little guidance. In order to survive change, they've learned a very instrumental sense of education. They've learned that education is a game of checkboxing, of checking off little boxes of tasks, of busy work that needs to be gotten through, not of intellectual engagement. I believe this defines our awkward middle ground, and it's complicated because we have sent our children and our students out into the unknown without a roadmap to discover on their own how they might survive. So one article that's helped me, and again, I'm indebted to Teresa Nugent, is by Graham Burnett called Will the Humanities Survive Artificial Intelligence? And it's useful because it captures his experience teaching and a voice of a student using AI. He writes very eloquently, and the student speaks very eloquently, and I'd like to read to you. He writes, what this student had come to say was that she had descended more deeply into her own mind, into her own conceptual powers, while in dialogue with an intelligence towards which she felt no social obligation, no need to accommodate, and no pressure to please. It was a discovery for her and for me with widening implications for all of us. And it was so patient, she said. I was asking it about the history of attention, but 5 minutes in, I realized I don't think anyone has ever paid such pure attention to me and my thinking and my questions ever. It made me rethink all my interactions with people. There's something amazing here, powerful and persuasive. The student is liberated from social codes. She's able to speak with a freedom that she's never felt before. She's able to investigate her own thinking with an interlocutor that she feels pays pure attention. But how pure is that attention, I would ask? I'll turn to another thinker who's impressed me, Shoshana Zuboff, in her book, The Age of Surveillance Capitalism. She thinks about how the internet works, and she writes, surveillance capitalism unilaterally claims human experience as free raw material for translation into behavioral data. Although some of these data are applied to product, service, or improvement, the rest are declared as proprietary behavioral surplus, fed into advanced manufacturing processes known as machine intelligence, and fabricated into prediction products that anticipate what you will do now, soon, and later. Finally, these prediction products are traded in a new kind of marketplace for behavioral predictions that I call behavioral futures markets. Surveillance capitalists have grown immensely wealthy from these trading operations. Human experience as free raw material for behavioral data. We let our students investigate the world of AI at their own reconnaissance, but as they explore it, they sail into seas that are not disinterested in their engagement. Seas that actively capitalize on it. I don't see a way around this. We all use the internet, social media, and increasingly artificial intelligence products. However, I do think we can cut a line between what it means to utilize these products and what it means to truly teach. In my own teaching, I've come then to emphasize learning how to learn over simply teaching content. For example, I teach a large course on comic books, some 300 students. I teach it also online. It certainly isn't the ideal on-campus class. There's far too many students, 300 to 1, for me to teach everyone personally. But I try to get them relating, not to the machines in their lives, but to themselves. I try to get them to turn inward, to think about themselves. I do this in a number of ways. First, I ask them to make their own comic. This is a task few of them are prepared to do, and many of them resist. They're afraid. They're afraid to investigate their own creativity. Let me show you one. Here's one that speaks to the pressure of being a student. You can see the words of the world crushing down upon her, squeezing her. Yesterday, there was a shooting. Climate change causes massive flooding. Unemployment rising across the country. Disturbing video shows an attack on. You can see the world, the words of the world pushing her down. It's an intense comic, but it's a creative comic. It's a creative statement. She had to look inward to think about who she was. Ultimately, it's a powerful statement of self-expression. Second, I emphasize my own students' agency, and I talk to them about it. I have here a page from my reader, my homemade textbook for my course. I've boxed in red a part of the page I'd like to read to you. Learning belongs to the learner. You have a choice in your education and control in your life. You can make an effort to come to lecture. You can make an effort to actively participate. You can turn off your cell phone when we are in lecture or otherwise ignore it. You can turn off your computer or block the Wi-Fi signal. You can find a seat in the front of the room. You can introduce yourself to the professor and to your neighbor. Knowing people will anchor you in the class. We all mess up. We all become distracted, miss a deadline, or miss a class at some point or another. Learning is not defined by isolated issues. It is defined by overall engagement. So, my emphasis here is that their learning belongs to them, but not if they are passive. And even when their situation seems passive, when they're sitting in a room of 300 or simply watching a video online, they do have agency. They can concentrate, but if you don't tell them that, they don't know, because we are being trained to be passive. On the same page, there's another point I'd like to emphasize. I attended a very fine boxing school in Boulder. While I slaved away at the heavy bag one day, I noticed a paper sign posted on the wall. It read, "The difference between fear and excitement is breathing." These struck me as wise and true words. Breathing returns us to our bodies. It allows us to function. When the weight of life becomes all too much, breathe through it. Breathe. Turn fear into excitement. Turn desperation into opportunity by remembering that you are a human being, going through the world, active and capable and thoughtful. So let me conclude. Education, how we pass on who we are, is a deep part of the human experience. I want to suggest that as educators, we need to be aware that content currently comes cheap. It's on the internet for free. What does not come cheap is how we shepherd our students, how we teach them. And I believe that pushing our students into their own creativity, getting them to see themselves as having agency in their learning and acknowledge themselves as human beings capable of fear, but also excitement. These things are part of education, regardless of the mode, regardless whether it's large lecturing, online teaching, or tutoring a kid after school. Our role as educators is hopeful. It is noble. It is heroic. It can inspire students regardless of the modality. We should be proud to teach in a time of disruption. We should be educational heroes. Thank you.
Здравствуйте, меня зовут Дралиева Гульнара Чолпонкуловна. Я учитель русского языка и литературы в кыргызских классах. Стаж работы 40 лет. И я хочу вам рассказать, как я пришла к этому учительской деятельности. В 1980 году я закончила школу в городе Токмаке. Наша школа была очень большая, трехэтажная. У нас учились очень много учеников, 2,5 учащихся. Хочу сказать, что когда я делала домашнюю работу, когда я училась, то у меня был только учебник, где я могла заниматься. А вот сейчас нашим ученикам вообще повезло. Но я еще хочу сказать, что 40 лет педагогической деятельности было очень многое. Начинала я в Советском Союзе, а потом перестройка, потом независимость Кыргызстана. И сейчас я работаю в нашей прекрасной школе имени Орманбека Турсуматова в Бербулакской средней школе. Я хочу сказать, что тогда не было ни интерактивной доски, ни панели, не было интернета. И вот для того, чтобы мне подготовиться к уроку, мне надо было везде, в этих газетах, вот методички, у нас были методические пособия, я все эти перерыла для того, чтобы какой-то метод был существеннее, нужнее, полезнее этому классу. Потому что у меня было 7 классов, и они все были разные, очень разные. От начального класса до старшего класса. И надо сказать, что единственный инструмент в моей жизни это был мел. Вот я этим мелом доказывала детям, что надо изучать язык. Потому что если вы будете писать грамотно и говорить грамотно, то вы будете знать и свой родной язык, свой кыргызский родной язык. И, конечно, этот мел мне очень много помог, потому что благодаря вот этому мелу мы писали диктанты, изложения, сочинения, и каждый день я на доске писала число. А сейчас у нас есть интерактивная доска, где пультом управления я могу полностью детям показать весь ход урока. И, конечно, мы можем смодулировать какие-то, например, предложения, конструкции, и дети наглядно могут увидеть. И для нас, для учителей, сейчас преподавать намного легче. И, мне кажется, сказать, много информации, много сайтов, где мы можем взять интересные факты для учеников, потому что монотонные уроки никогда не приводят ни к каким результатам. Надо всегда учеников как-то мотивировать, активировать и, конечно, уделять такое внимание этим детям. Где-то надо поиграть, где-то сделать какую-то разминку грамматическую. И, конечно, я хочу сказать, что учащиеся, которые с удовольствием слушают учителя, и учитель подготовленный, я думаю, будет урок всегда продуктивный, и дети, ученики поймут любую тему. Я хочу сказать, что когда я только начинала преподавать, то я целыми ночами, не ночами, может быть, но до 2-3 часов я вырезала карточки дидактические для учеников. Я обязательно сама на ватмане писала правила для того, чтобы вывесить, и чтобы эти правила ученики наглядно посмотрели и повторяли. Я сделала очень много альбомов коллаж, где я вырезала из журналов, из газет какие-то, может быть, фигурки, персонажи со сказок каких-то для того, чтобы сконструировать этот урок. И, конечно, одного учебника было мало, потому что в учебнике всегда есть правила и предложения, и тренировочные упражнения. А нам, ученикам, даже надо было дать больше информации и заинтересовать, и чтобы они за 45 минут не зевали, а работали карточками, теми, которыми я делала. Потом эти карточки мы хранили, мы передавали друг другу. Когда я, например, 5 класс заканчивала, то я эти карточки передавала своим коллегам для того, чтобы они не сидели, как я ночами делала, вырезала эти карточки, писала. Мы все писали от руки. У нас не было ни ксерокопий, ничего не было. Мы это все делали от руки. И эти карточки у нас остались еще в школе.
Саламатсыздарбы? Менин аты жөнүм Асылбеков Азирет Эмилевич. Мен
тарых сабагынын мугалими болом бүгүнкү күндө. Биз жаш кезекте, кичинекей кезибизде мектепте окуп жүргөндө биздин мектеп 2 этаж болчу. Анан мугалимдер бизге кандай сабак өтчү? Мугалимдер бизге доска менен, анан китеп менен көбүнчө, анан газета, журналдар менен өтчү. Анан биз өзүбүз маалыматтарды алганда көбүнчө Facebook'tan, Mail.ru'dan, так нелерден дагы, китептерден көбүнчө, газеталардан, агенттен, анан Википедия, Google'дан алчубуз. Негизинен бизде Google эле болчу көбүнчө. Анан кийинчерээк окууну бүткөндөн кийин мен өзүм мугалим болуп иштегенде биз досторубуз менен WhatsApp бар болчу ал мезгилде, ошол WhatsApp группаларынан сурап, ошонун негизинде Википедиядан көбүнчө алып, анан маалыматты балдарга жеткизчүбүз. Биздин учурда азыркыдай ChatGPT, DeepSeek, бөлөк платформалар жок болчу. Сабак өткөндө эң эле жөнөкөй бул эмне бар болчу, жанагы кроссворд сыяктуу кылып сабак өтчүбүз, кластерлер менен өтчүбүз, эң жөнөкөй. Китептерден жана эң бизге көйгөй методика болчу да, сабактын өтүү методикалары аябай чоң көйгөй болчу. Ошон үчүн биз ар кандай методиканын китептерин сатып алчубуз, анан балдарга ошентип жеткизчүбүз. Анан кийин эле баягы заман өнүгүп кетти, анан интернет пайда болду. Ошонун негизинде биз эме алдык көбүнчө, эмне десем, оюндуу сабактарды пайда кыла баштадык да. Анан эң өнүгүп кеткен, мен аябай өнүккөн мезгилим бул долбоор бар болчу бизде, Nama фонду деген долбоор. Именно Bright программасында ошол жактан бизге жаңы ачылыштарды жасап, анан ошол жактан балдар менен иштешүүнүн жаңы методикаларын үйрөнгөнбүз да. Балдарды мурда экинчи орунга койсок, окууну биринчи орунга койсок, Brighттан кийин биз балдарды биринчи орунга коюп, окууну экинчи орунга коюп, как кандай десем, өздүк катары баланы биринчи орунга коюуну үйрөндүк да. Бүгүнкү күндө бул азыркы замандын талабы.
Hello, my name is Begimjan. I'm an English teacher here at Makerspace at UCA. I started learning language as a teenager in Osh at Taylor Institute. Back then, our classrooms were quite different. We didn't have laptops, interactive whiteboards. In order to practice listening skills, we would borrow cassettes, and our teachers would use cassette players in our classrooms. Now, as a teacher, I have seen education has evolved dramatically. Our students can use iPads, their mobile phones to play Kahoot. Especially in my classes, I use Kahoot in order to practice grammar, vocabulary, and we also use other different platforms like Quizlet, Wordwall, and even Bamboozle. These platforms make our lessons more engaging. For example, if during the lesson I'm going to teach personality adjectives, before I have my class, I sit down and start planning and designing my lessons. Sometimes I even think that if my teachers had taught me the way I teach, I would have mastered quite a lot of languages by now. Example, I am going to teach personality adjectives, and I prepare Kahoot game. Sometimes I use the Kahoot game in order to elicit at the very beginning of the lesson. It helps me to learn what my students know and what they do not. In case I learn that more than 50% of the words they know, I don't waste time presenting them. Or by the end of the lesson, we play Kahoot game. This way I can learn who has learned the new topic well and who has to work more. And this is how I use AI tools. If I'm going to present some kind of phrasal verbs, and the context is practical English from English file, I can use Rob and ask AI tools to generate a photo of Rob where he is going off to do something. So it is great. In the past, I would use Pinterest, Google some photos to present phrasal verbs so that my students who are visual learners could see and remember. Now I can just ask Google Gemini to generate a photo of Ralph going off to do something. So it's great, and I'm really grateful. It is very helpful. So as a teacher nowadays, I am really grateful to AI tools and technology. It has given us a lot of opportunity to make our classes more engaging. I'm really thrilled to be part of this process where we shape how students learn today.
Hello, my name is Medina. I'm the director of NICE Kyrgyzstan and as well as EdHeroes Kyrgyzstan Hub. I would like to share our experience of our organization, how we work with the schools, with the education area, and also how we improve the technologies in the schools. In the previous years, we worked very connectedly with the schools. We conducted for them different capacity building programs. We teach them different tools as well as new technologies. And also we have some program which called School Management System, where the teachers and the management of the school using digital technology to improve their school, to improve their management. As well as we give to the teachers a different kind of tools like how to use AI, how to use ChatGPT and other AI tools to improve their lessons, to make easier their like plans and other things. So within the 5 years working with the schools, we see that the schools really need change, not only with equipment, but also with technologies, with the new things. In the previous year, we equipped the schools with different technologies like smart board, like computers and laptops. And we also see that using these technologies right way, the school improved their system, the school improved their management, as well as they can make easy their work at the school. At NICE Kyrgyzstan, we are not just bringing technology into the schools, we're shaping a future where innovation, education, and inclusion go hand in hand.
Hello everyone, my name is Ala. I'm working here at NICE Kyrgyzstan as an intern. Me and my friend Ahmed wanted to welcome all of you to our panel discussion on the future of education, where today we're going to break down some myths, have a good laugh, and get into the real talk about teaching and technology. We all know that teaching is a lot more than just delivering some lessons. It's about connecting with our students, being creative, and sometimes, yes, we're dealing with a bed of chores along the way. We thought it would be more fun to switch things up a bit today, and we are going to have more of relaxed, friendly Q&A session. So, wanted to welcome my brother, my friend Ahmed. How are you, brother?
Hello, bro. How's it going? Everything's okay, thanks. My name is Ahmed, and my nickname is Magdi. Everybody calls me this. And yeah, everything's okay. Welcome, everybody. And that's
It's great. It's great, brother. So wanted to start up like with your experience in education. You know, tell me a little bit about yourself. Where are you working now? What is your position? And how much are you connecting with the education sphere?
Okay, first of all, how to say, I started working with English, like how to say, teaching English as a foreign language, maybe since, to be honest, maybe since 2022 or 2021, almost like this. I have more than 3 years experience with teaching English as a foreign language. I have started maybe almost from scratch, you know, I didn't know anything about it. I didn't have any experience with teaching, but I said, okay, let's get into this, let's try it. And now I can say like I have maybe not a bad experience with this. I had a lot of students online, offline, and that's it. Yeah, I can say like now I'm maybe totally, how to say, like I'm really happy now with my experience. And yeah, that's it. With more technology, to be honest, technology helped us a lot with my way of teaching, because I wanted my way of teaching to be more fun, more maybe creative with the students. That's why really we started to use technology a lot these days. Not as before, because you know, before everything was like paperwork and that's it, like basic life, like nothing you can give. The lessons were so boring with the students. But now it's really, I can say, like much, much like funnier, and the students come to the lesson just because they want to enjoy, because they love you more. Not as our time. Our time in the past, it was like boring little bit. The teacher used to give you how to say, the material, just you have to read. If you want something, please ask me. If you don't, okay, just read, continue reading.
Doing
Okay,
this
that's
task,
it.
that task. Yeah. Got it.
It was like this, and a lot of homework. A lot of homework was writing. Even I remember something funny. Some teachers, even they were, how to say, like so upset when the students get like kind of long vacation, summer vacation, for example. They used to tell, okay, my students, I will miss you for 3 months. Okay, please take this task. And he used to give us kind of 300, 400 pages just to write it. What is the point? I don't know. But he feels like, yeah, I'm happy now. Don't sit like this. Just don't relax. Don't be happy with your vacation. No. Right.
It's kind of a summer homework, you know?
And I don't know. I felt it much like more as like revenge. Are you going to stay at home like this without doing anything? Are you dumb or something? No, just try. Keep doing this. I don't know. It was a strange way of teaching, but now it's much funnier. Like I use a lot of funny way with my students. I let them, how to say, prepare some presentations, ask each other, work in a team mostly, like not just boring as before. No, now it's much, like I can say, it's more funnier now, and everything is okay now.
Yeah, this is great, bro. This is great. Okay, if we're talking about your past and how you used to study, your teachers and etc., tell me maybe some fun facts about your time, like how you used to deal with all of this, like teaching methods. Just tell us a little bit about your story with school education.
In the beginning, I started with one of my friends. To be honest, I have never thought about working as teacher, because maybe I thought like my personality is not like as a teacher. Maybe I'm not so patient to this level. Like I don't know what I felt it. Like one of my friends, like he offered me, he said like your English is really well, like it's really good. Like just go, try to do something, try to teach. Maybe you'll do it. I said, are you sure? Like I don't know. I've never thought like I can be a teacher or something. But he said, okay, just go and try. I tried. I worked somewhere in my first place. It was just one place I started. I told them I want to start as a teacher. If you have any like kind of ability for this, it's okay if you want. Then he told me, okay, but in the beginning, the salary will not be so good. I said, okay, I don't care. I don't need salary. I just need to get some experience. Then I started working there for a while, maybe I guess for 6, 7 months. It was like kind of not work. I got experience, to be honest, but it was like punishment. I used to work almost
Oh my
from
God,
let's
big
say,
words.
yeah, it was like working from 2, let's say from 2 p.m. till 8, all the time continuously without any break. And that time, like group after group, it was like a lot of groups. And after that, in the end, I said, anyway, I don't need money. But after that, I said, okay, let's work. I got good experience. And after 1 month, I was waiting for the salary. I thought, the salary will be so bad, but I didn't expect it would be bad to this level, I worked for 1 month, like from Monday till Saturday, for almost like 5, sometimes 6, 7 hours continuously without any break. And in the end of month, just imagine I got like $40. Just
$40?
Yeah, just imagine. I
Are
got
you
really
serious,
$40.
bro? Like $40?
Yeah. I didn't expect that. I thought minimum of the salary would be okay, so bad, but 200 something is. But no, I was shocked really. $40. I said, are you serious? Then the manager said, yeah, this is your salary. I said, okay.
And you kept working for 6 months for that much?
I needed experience. Yeah, I just needed experience, but I thought experience was little bit appreciation, but no, it was just okay. You need experience, just take experience, and that's it.
Okay, so it was your first experience with teaching English, right?
Yeah.
So how you used to teach? Like, okay, you never been a teacher. You used to be always as a student, but now you took a role of a teacher,
Yeah.
So what was coming into your mind, and how your first lessons went through, how you used to prepare for your lessons, if you used to prepare for that? And yeah, also you used to be like a grammar teacher, a talking club teacher. What was your specific position?
That time, I started that time. I told the manager, can I just get see some teacher, how they're teaching, how they teach, how they deal with students. for some time, then to get some experience, then I can teach after that. She told me, okay, no problem. I thought she'll let me enter some lessons for 1 week or something. But the manager, I think she didn't have enough teachers. That's why she told me, okay, there is one teacher now, he has a lesson. Enter the lesson and see how does he work something. Then I entered one lesson. Then she told me how was the lesson. I said, okay, no problem. Like it was not bad. Then she told me, okay, you got the experience. Okay, go to the next lesson. You're the teacher. I said, are you serious? I thought just one lesson. And my first lesson was not like talking or something. No, it was grammar, talking. It was material. I was working with material. That's why it was more difficult for me. But I deal with this, and now I survive.
Yeah, this is great. This is great. At least now you have the experience, which is great. So actually, at that time, you used more books and none other than books, right? Or how was your methods of teaching?
No, that place was not so, maybe I can say, modern to that level. It was just, they were just dealing with books, nothing more.
So you were just dealing with books?
I think, the most thing, it was like kind of modern technology there. It was air conditioning, nothing more.
Okay, the air conditioning was good at that time,
it was,
right?
the most, something, this really modern, that's it.
What about your next step after like you left that place? Where else you worked, and what have been changing through like 2021 till 2025? So almost this 3.5 years of teaching. What have been changing like really noticeable on you?
Yeah, I got it. After that, I made my CV. I started working in different place, but with, of course, good salary, little bit. And that time also, I wanted to try online experience with some individual lessons for students. With students, I mean, it was much better, like that time I started to work with online. I started dealing with Zoom. I started dealing with Google Meet. I started dealing with different, I can say, platforms. And everything became like how to say, better a lot. I started before there was nothing like online lessons, But recently I can say it started working really well after Corona time. That time after COVID, and the students started to deal with online lessons more, and some students like it. Until now, some students still like it. They're like, anyway, no need to leave my house. I'm just sitting at home, have my internet, my air conditioning, everything is okay. I don't need to go out. Even some parents, they started to prefer it because they feel safe more with the students at home with them, and they're just dealing. And that's it. Everything became much better. I went to different places. I started working online and offline.
So what is the most unexpected thing that happened to you while you're teaching online?
Something really unexpected, sometimes when I teach the students even they open this and for example, one time I entered a lesson with my student. He turned on the camera and he was almost like he has just waken up. He doesn't even see me. He didn't even wash his face, something. I was wearing home clothes like slaving. I thought, come on, man, just go wash your face or something. So, okay. Then he went. He came back. It's like, the students start to deal with online lesson like, anyway, I'm at home, really. I feel myself really comfortable. That's it.
The comfort
just wash your
zone,
face, man. Come on. Yeah, that's why. Just wash your face. To be honest, I was doing this kind of also, but not while I'm teaching. No, with my maybe university while Corona time was going, or just sitting at home. Even I used to open the meeting, just even wash my face faster, show the teacher my face, then turn off the camera and sleep. It was like this. It was going like this. But with online, it was nice, to be honest. Online lessons are like really great. Just go wash your face and come back here and sit, and that's it. Nobody knows everything.
Of course, like if we're talking about some, like technology and etc., we have a lot of other websites, for example, which helps us the teachers to engage students like more into the into the how we can say it, to that atmosphere, having more of like fun and interactive class. For example, do you know this website? It calls Bamboozle,
What?
Yeah, Bamboozle. Yeah, it's a website where you can just find any different games. And for example, you tell to your students, okay, can you choose a different number? Oh, like any random number. So Ahmed, please, just any random number. Can you choose, please?
Okay, let's choose number 7, for example.
Let's go with number 7 as you choose, right? So, for example, you open number 7, right? And this is more of the, conversation questions where your students can be more open to you. For example, you can ask them, if you could have tea with a fictional character, who would that be, you know? So how do you think? What is your answer to that question?
So interesting, to be honest. Wait, if I choose fictional character, I don't know, maybe I cannot say some character, but you know, recently I've been watching something about like, I don't know, something that's childish a little bit about SpongeBob. Yeah, I like it a lot.
Okay, the old
I
G,
want to
yeah,
have tea with
yeah.
SpongeBob. Yeah, I don't know. I think the fact of how to say the conversation will be so interesting. Maybe also I can eat at the same time.
Okay,
You
yeah.
can give me some
burgers,
how to
bro. The
say some
SpongeBob's
great
burger.
burger, and
It
that
is
it will
the
be really
best, you
interesting.
know.
Yeah, the best chef in the world, just imagine, you know.
Yeah, 100%.
And at the same time, it's funny.
Yeah, exactly. You know, and
It's really
through
funny.
this kind of websites, you make students more like, you know, how can I say it, more interested to the class, right?
Yeah.
Okay, if we would talk about the AI tools, for example, did you had any kind of fun like fact about the AI tool? Maybe like how we can say it? Did you catch someone using like ChatGPT, Gemini, this kind of, you know, AI tools? Or do you actually like give permission to your students to use these tools or no?
I give them permission, yeah. For example, when I ask them some information, I tell them, okay, you can use any sources, whatever you want. The main thing to give the answer, and I don't want you just to read, you know, I just want you to tell me the answer to make it in, how to say, interesting way, something. And recently I had many situations like this, but yesterday I can tell I had one situation with a student. How to say, I was asking them some basic question about basic information, like, for example, any question like about geography, history, etc., just to make competition between them, you know. And one student was sitting next to me, and how to say, I was telling him, I was saying the question, and this student was just how to say, recording my voice, then giving the question to ChatGPT directly and knowing the answer. Some question, he is like kind of 14 years old, and you know, this type of students, 14 years old, how much like how to say, how much knowledge you have? He's still young, you know. I was asking some difficult question, for example, about some chemistry question, some question about, for example, especially history. I asked them in like how to say, when did the Titanic sink? You know, even this question, I don't know the answer, just to check him. Then after 2-3 seconds, he told me in 1912. I thought you are cheating. He told me, no, I'm not cheating. I said, be like how to say, be honest. Are you cheating? He said, oh, yeah, okay, I'm cheating. I said, okay, like don't give me now your phone and you will not use it again. But he was honest, you know. So
Yeah,
I
it's
like
great that at least he was honest, you know.
at least, yeah,
I'm cheating, you know.
At least the cheater what is honest. That's why.
Like this kind of AI tools is making our life more easier nowadays.
Yeah, the
So
students became so lazy, you know, sometimes so lazy to even just to read the information. They're so lazy. They believe in AI, like 100% AI will give me right information. That's why copy paste and send it directly. At least read maybe something wrong. No, or much. They became easy. How to say? They became lazy, really.
Yeah, brother. Yeah, I can understand that nowadays students really have a lot of access to different kinds of AI tools, technology, which help them to make their learning experience more fun and even easier to get the needed information. Well, Ahmed, this brings us to the end of today's session. Thank you so much for being a part of it, sharing your experience, your thoughts, your funny moments. It really means a lot to me. And what I can say that we should always remember that teaching is not just delivering some lessons, it's also being a part of like students' growth, being always like side to side to them, trying to deliver the best quality which we can. And I hope it's what we are doing. And thanks to technology that it helps us delivering and being on the best what we can be. So the mic goes to you, brother. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much, Allah, for having me today. Thank you so much, guys, for your time. I hope you enjoyed everything. And I hope you enjoyed some facts, some information that we shared with you. Thank you so much. Thank you, everybody, for everything. And that's it, man. See you soon.
See you, brother. Take care.
Yeah, man. Goodbye. See you.
Goodbye.
On behalf of Coursera, welcome. I'm Marnie Baker-Stein, Chief Content Officer. Thank you to EdHeroes for creating this essential space to talk about the future of education and technology. It's really an honor to be here with all of you. Today in my talk, I really want to address three things. First, the problem, why our learning systems must scale and evolve to meet growing and changing demand. Second, the progress that we're all making together in expanding access to job-relevant skills everywhere. And finally, the innovation, and that's new products and real-world case studies that show what's possible with you when you integrate AI and generative AI into learning systems themselves. These, I'm sure you all know, are the UN Sustainable Development Goals. This is a global blueprint for peace, prosperity, and progress. And we believe that education touches every single one of these. When we expand access to education, we reduce inequity. We unlock economic opportunity. We improve gender equality, and we transform entire communities. And this is important because we're living in an era of unprecedented digital transformation. I mean, look at how long it took for different technologies to reach 100 million users. Electricity took 70 years. Mobile took 16 years. The web, 7. And then came ChatGPT, which reached 100 million users in just 2 months. And now 400 million weekly active users. We've never seen anything like this. And this change is reshaping work. The World Economic Forum data tells us that 39% of key skills in jobs across sectors will change by 2030. We must equip people to succeed in a world that won't stop evolving. This pace of change is here to stay. If the global workforce were 100 people, 59 in this context would need retraining by 2030. But 11 of them, and I think this is an optimistic number, this is if all goes well, 11 of them, due to limited access, may never get that chance. Online learning is already playing a powerful role in assisting all of this. But there are still limitations. One of those is internet access. And frankly, that's a problem now, but even that's changing rapidly. Nearly half of the 2.6 billion people today without internet access will be online in 5 years. So we are seeing the infrastructure emerge. It's going to allow us to grapple with these challenges. And it's really important that we do grapple with these challenges because we're already seeing seismic shifts in the demand for AI skills that are truly reshaping the job market, like while we're watching live. In 2025, 1 in 4 tech jobs in the US require AI skills. This is up from fewer than 1 in 10 just 2 years ago. And we're seeing similar evolutions across sectors, not just tech sectors, but education and health and business, banking as well. The future is coming fast, and learners and employers and universities are racing to keep up. And this is a real challenge for higher education. Even though, and I'll start with the US, even though US higher ed is considered world class, confidence is eroding amongst parents and learners and the public. Gallup reports only 36% of Americans have confidence in higher ed. This is down 20 points since 2015. And why? Mostly it's about a lack of alignment between education and employment. Learners aren't gaining the skills they need. They know it. Their parents know it. And they're not willing to pay for a credential that they feel does not have future employment value. And demographics are compounding this issue. The number of US 18-year-olds will drop sharply starting next year, and they'll stay low for a decade. And frankly, even then, they will not recover to today's rates. One college in this context is closing every week. Survival and relevance means rethinking audiences, rethinking missions, and rethinking programming to better align with the needs of learners and employers. And this is a global problem. This isn't just a US issue. It's everywhere. QS found that in 85% of countries, there's a gap between what education systems teach and what employers really need now. So in this context, curricula and programming and the whole structure of education must evolve urgently. So how does Coursera partner on this? How do we help you solve for these challenges? At Coursera, and particularly in my function in the content engine at Coursera, we start with trusted content that aligns with the skills people need today to thrive in their careers. This begins with branded content from really trusted partners that we'll talk about. Right now, we have over 9,800 courses, with over 1,800 courses in AI alone. We deliver these courses to learners on our consumer platform and enterprise customers. We have over 175 million registered learners from all over the world and over 6,200 customers through our enterprise business that include big companies, the largest and most innovative universities from around the planet, and many governments as well. At the heart of what we do is our creator ecosystem. At Coursera, we have some of the most creative and trusted content creators in the world that include 350 plus partners that range across the world's greatest universities like Duke and Penn and Michigan and Stanford and Yale and many, many more. As well as many of the world's top employers and industry partners like Google, Meta, IBM, Adobe, Procter & Gamble, and I could just go on. It's amazing the number of partners that we have in this effort to bring these valued courses and credentials to learners everywhere. And that's our platform that gives us reach and data and technology and a flywheel of goodness to help you as you're solving problems for learners everywhere. Let's talk about how we use this capability and this flywheel to meet real learner needs and to meet them dynamically. So here on the left, you'll see the most in-demand skills in the world today. And these have been identified by the World Economic Forum, and they range from obviously tech skills like AI and big data and networks and cybersecurity to truly enduring human skills like analytical thinking and curiosity and lifelong learning. On the right, these are some of the world-class courses offered on Coursera that really help learners to build out those skills, from AI to resilience and from tech literacy to leadership and everything in between. You can see there are many industry partners among this set, but I want to emphasize that universities are still critical and foundational to the teaching of both tech and these human enduring skills that will define success in the age of AI. And AI is really exploding. Nothing is growing faster than generative AI on our platform in terms of learner demand. In 2023, we had 1 enrollment per minute. In 2024, we had 8 per minute. In 2025, we have 12, and we haven't even hit peak demand yet. What's fueling it? Well, media attention, job market pressure across, as I mentioned, every sector, not just tech, and our expanding catalog. We have hundreds, over 700 Gen AI focused content launches that we've put out into the world over the last year from top partners. And these range from foundational courses like Gen AI for Everyone to specialized ones like Gen AI in Education. It's really focused on the needs of teachers as they're grappling with how to incorporate Gen AI into their everyday practices. This ecosystem is deep, it's diverse, and it's growing. Another major trend has been entry-level professional certificates. Because of the speed of change across many, many different employment contexts, and because employers need qualified applicants now, we have seen a massive increase in the enrollment of these professional certificates where no degree is required and where industry leaders like Google and AWS and IBM have created educational programs that prepare learners for real jobs and real job tasks. 1/3 of these carry credit recommendations, enabling academic pathways globally. That is, if you finish one of these certificates, you get a credit recommendation that you can take with you as you're enrolling in degree programs. And millions of learners have already enrolled. In fact, over 15 million cumulative enrollments to date in these powerful programs. But it's not just about numbers. It's about people. So I'd really love to give you a chance to hear from one of our learners, Knefra Carter, who is a Google Career Certificate graduate.
My life would be completely different without the Google Career Certificate. I lost my job due to COVID, and I needed something that would help me today. The biggest benefit of the Google Career Certificate was getting that stamp of approval now, something that could validate me right away so that I could turn that around immediately for my kids. I was told that the Google Career Certificate would take 6 months to complete, and I did it in 6 weeks.
Put your skills to work with a Google Career Certificate.
I love that. There's nothing like hearing from our learners. And as you can see with some of these certificates, while we recommend for 6 months to complete them, if you have the time, motivation, and ambition, you can do it, as Knefra did, much more quickly. Trend that we're seeing is that these same micro-credentials or professional certificates are really reshaping both hiring and higher ed. We just recently released our micro-credentials impact report for 2025. And what we're seeing is that micro-credentials are driving both employer confidence and student demand. So globally, 85% of employers who are more likely to hire a candidate with a micro-credential, and not only are they more likely to hire, in many cases, they will pay more. And what they're saying is these micro-credentials vastly reduce the onboarding time for these new employees to get to it and really start thriving in the jobs they're hired for. And I think equally interesting is that employers are starting to understand the currency of these micro-credentials and really understanding that employees who have them have the right kinds of proficiencies and maybe even the right kinds of ambitions to really do well in the workforce. So we're really happy to see the currency of these credentials rising. It's long been a question, and we're super excited to see this trend evolve. On the student side, it's also really interesting that students are starting to recognize that, hey, I really need a degree, but I also want credentials embedded in my degree that count toward not only the credit requirements for that program, but also start to qualify me for that job. And these are students across tech and business, the liberal arts and the social sciences who found their passion in their degree program, but really want to turn that passion into job relevance. And they are especially interested when Gen AI is part of that package because they realize, like all of us do, that that's the future. Along this line, we work with degree providers everywhere, both through Coursera for Campus as well as hosting many degrees online. And what we're seeing is degrees are changing fast. They're becoming more accessible, more flexible, more career aligned, more focused on that adult working professional learner population that's so critical for the future. And what we're seeing is three models are really leading the way. One of these models is sort of this open competency-based model where learners do not have to pre-qualify, and as they're moving through the program, they're actually defining their path and building their credits through earning competencies. And we are really proud of our Illinois Tech MBA that's built in this way. We're also seeing a lot of universities like the University of London allow for prior learning credit for professional certificates offered online, like our Google IT certificate that is incorporated into their degree pathways. And finally, we're also seeing a lot of stackable pathways like CU Boulder's data science series, where CU Boulder is actually offering entry-level on-ramps in online formats on Coursera that allow that learner to start to experience the program in an online setting before they enroll in the degree, and then that experience and that credit carries over. We believe this is the future, that degrees must blend traditional value with modern relevance, and these partners are leading the way at sort of creating that hybrid experience between skills-based micro-credentials and that critical degree credential that's still trusted by so many employers. And so, as content evolves, the experience must evolve too. And I'm super excited about this because not only are we seeing the evolution of content demand, but, and we're seeing that like specifically in AI and Gen AI, context, but we're also experiencing the revolution ourselves as AI is pretty radically transforming the learning experience and what the learning experience can do and be and feel like into the future. Coursera has launched many Gen AI features on our platform, and we were very early out with this, launching many of these just 120 days of ChatGPT's release. So these have been on the market now and evolving really nicely. I'd like to go just through a few of them. The first is AI translations. It used to be that translations were super expensive to execute on. Now with AI, these translations are really increasing global access, and we can do it in ways that are really scalable and economically possible. We have translated 5,200 courses in over 26 languages, and that's every aspect of the course, from the videos to the readings to the interactions with coach, which we'll talk about in a minute. And that has gone from a cost of about $13,000 per course to provide this kind of translation to $20 to $25 per course. And so this has allowed us to provide a kind of access that frankly 2-3 years ago we couldn't even have imagined would have ever been possible. We also have Coursera Coach, which we're super excited about. This is our AI tutor, and it really personalizes and contextualizes learning. You can see a little bit of the interaction, the kind of interaction you have with Coach here. What we found is not only is it really engaging, it boosts quiz pass rates and learning efficiency, particularly in our most underserved and underrepresented learner populations like women or learners who have gaps in their previous academic background or very early in their educational experience. We are very proud of where we are with Coach, and we just won the Newsweek AI Impact Award on this front as well. And we're seeing great levels of satisfaction. We're seeing great levels of retention being driven by Coach, and we're just getting started. I love this quote from Bonji, who's a learner in the US. He says, Coach has been a game changer on how I approach my learning on Coursera. It's an invaluable tool that can guide you every step of the way. And this is really powerful. And it bodes well, I think, for the future of AI-powered learning experiences that are just increasingly personalized and contextualized, not only to your academic background, not only to the struggles you may be having with your learning path or conceptually with some of the content that's in front of you, but also to help you understand how what you're learning is relevant to the goals that you have for your life and your career and your future. So that's Coach. We also have Course Builder, which we're also incredibly encouraged by. Course Builder is a authoring tool for faculty who are teaching in our enterprise courses that allows faculty to very quickly create learning objectives, create assessment items that are psychometrically sound, and then curate content from Coursera as well as their own content vaults to create really cool, very pedagogically sound courses based on what they want to teach in a fraction of the time that it would have taken before. So we're really excited about Course Builder and its ability to accelerate course creation and customization and optimization over time as faculty learn what's working and what's not working for learners. And so we're seeing, 2.8 times increase in institutional offering and lots of enrollments in these courses that are getting out there faster. And I think at a higher level of quality than ever before. I love this quote from Jessica from the Universidad University in Peru. Its Course Builder has catalyzed significant growth and allowed us to provide cutting edge education that adapts to the individual needs of our students. And that's true. And that's exciting. And again, this is just the start. We can imagine what these tools are going to look like 6 months or a year from now. Of course, it's not just about content and it's not getting content out there faster. It's not just about personalization, but we want to make sure that the academic integrity that we're promoting across of these AI assisted courses is maintained as well. We want to make sure that we're preventing misconduct in high stakes credentials and all of our courses, particularly in an age where AI is so accessible to so many of our learners. So we've created capabilities on our platform that limit access to unauthorized resources in high stakes scenarios, like when learners are taking tests and exams, that control online environments to prevent low effort behavior where people are sort of copying and pasting between AI tools and their course experience, that help our faculty to identify plagiarism in tests themselves and really understand the originality of submissions and really begin to assess true understanding of what is being assessed, which I think is the most important evolution as well. We've had academic integrity promoting learning in over 6.4 million courses. And what we've seen is a 75% reduction in low effort course completions, an 80% reduction in plagiarized submissions, and a 90% reduction in misconduct with proctoring, which is very exciting and important. This is one of our partners from iPeople in the Philippines. iPeople tripled Coursera adoption to 45,000 students, thanks to AI tools that uphold academic integrity and build trust in every learning outcome. And this is important, of course, to students, but it's also important to faculty adoption as well. Because as we know, many faculty are rightly skeptical about AI as a cheating engine. And we want to make sure that AI is not only a problem, but it is part of the solution as we're creating high integrity environments for learning into the future. We're, of course, beyond all that I've just described, moving forward into the future of AI. And one of the capabilities we're super excited about that's coming next is AI dubbing. Translation, as I discussed, was the first step. Dubbing is the next frontier. Now learners can not only read translations, but they can hear technical content in their native language. They can develop professional fluency across borders, and they can understand better as well as get that proficiency that they need to operate in the context and in the regions where they live. By the end of this year, we'll reach the top 1,000 courses in AI dubbing. And I thought I'd let you watch this in action with a demonstration from Coursera's co-founder, Andrew Ng.
Say hello, hola, bonjour, and hallo to learning in your language on Coursera. Discover over 100 AI dubbed courses from IBM, Microsoft, and Deep Learning AI. Easily switch from English.
AI is changing the way we work and live.
To Spanish.
La IA está cambiando la forma en que trabajamos.
French.
L'IA change notre façon de travailler et de vivre.
Or German.
KI verändert, wie wir arbeiten und leben.
Enjoy seamless AI dubbing with matching subtitles in select courses as you gain essential skills and valuable credentials for high-demand career fields. Get learning that speaks your language on Coursera.
I just can't get over that. And I'm super excited about it because we know from our research that many learners really appreciate the translations, that they can read through the subtitles, but the AI dubbing reaches many more learners and I think really develops, again, that academic and professional proficiency in multiple languages that's so important for our global future. Another area that we're really excited about is we've begun to develop new pedagogical items. In the past, we had videos, we had readings, we, of course, have practice activities, but now we have AI-powered dialogues that are almost like Socratic dialogues with a coach around very targeted subjects that are being taught within the course. And that coach can not only walk learners through in a very personalized way in those subjects, but it can also start to assess where they are and sort of modulate that instruction along the way. Very powerful and very sticky for learners who seem to be really enjoying that type of interaction as they're learning. And finally, we're really diving into a new way to actually organize how learners find their way around the Coursera platform. We were in the past simply a catalog. If you knew what you were looking for, you could find it on Coursera, but we're really starting to understand the importance of surfacing windows on career opportunities to learners. So when they come to Coursera, they can explore those careers, they can explore those roles, click in, learn more about the opportunities that those roles present them, as well as identify courses and credentials that will prepare them for readiness in those roles into the future. And this is just all what I like to call Coursera's transformation from a catalog to a compass that's really guiding learners to career opportunity and providing windows that they may not have in their homes or in their communities. This is work that we're doing on consumer, but it's also work that we're doing with our Coursera for Campus customers. And those are universities around the world who are figuring out incredibly creative ways to integrate some of these capabilities, the content, the learning experience, and some of these windows into jobs that I've been describing. We've been helping universities around the world to strengthen student employability by integrating Coursera into their degree programs. And you can see from this list, this is a broad spectrum of universities, not only geographically, but in terms of size, in reach, and in disciplinary focus. If we take the University of Texas system as an example, University of Texas system is offering micro-credentials for credit at scale. They've offered what we call our Career Academy, which is our collection of professional certificates to students, faculty, staff, and alumni at no cost to ensure that learners and staff are broadly educated and specifically skilled. And they are implementing this across 14 public universities and health institutes. They have 25,000 learners enrolled in professional certificates and 37,000 courses completed. And they're really just getting started there. It's quite remarkable. We also are working with iPeople, which I shared the quote earlier. They are working on building accessible for-credit courses and micro-credentials, again, into their curriculum, offering training to students across 6 schools, from law to multimedia to education. And these are not only include AI skills, but ML skills, data analytics, and other fresh tech content. 45,000 students have access to Coursera through this program. 20 to 30% of their academic credits in their programs are earned through these professional certificates and courses on Coursera. And that has so far totaled over 1.2 million learning hours. So we're super excited about the impact that that's having at iPeople for learners who are more and more ready through the programs they're enrolled in to take on the present and the future of work. Finally, we have an example from government that we're super excited about. We have a Ministry of Science and Higher Education that's partnered with Coursera to equip students and faculty with essential skills by integrating and translating courses into curricula across universities nationally in Kazakhstan. So this is 100 plus public universities that are involved in this project that are offering 850 plus courses for credit, most of them translated to local languages. And they've seen over 350,000 certificates of completions in programs and courses that are tightly, deeply aligned with the economic growth trajectory of that region. So I end just by saying, you know, something that's said often, and I don't think it can be said enough, that talent is equally distributed, but opportunity is not. At Coursera, we truly believe that online learning can and must bridge that gap, particularly today when that gap is shifting and changing and growing at a faster rate of pace than we've ever seen before. In that context, I hope we'll all make sure every learner everywhere has access to the skills and opportunities they need to thrive today and into the future. Thank you so much for your time.
Hello, I'm truly honored to be here at Global EdHeroes Forum today. I would like to talk to you about geolocal innovation in education, bringing key to 12 education and higher education through interdisciplinary, co-creative design and research. Actually, this title is very mouthful, but it captures the exciting idea that we can align global trends with local actions in our schools by working together across key 12 educations and higher educations. As an educator and a researcher, I've spent my career connecting with universities and key 12 schools together, and I've seen firsthand power of this G-local approach. Before we dive into the topics, let me start with an African proverb that guides my talk. When the music changes, the dance changes too. In other words, when the environment changes, we must change our behavior. I believe this applies perfectly for education today. The music around us, technology, society, global economy, and so on, is changing at an unpredicted pace. So the dance of education must change as well if we want our children to survive in this era. And when we do that change, as you see from the slide, we change the curriculum. Sometimes the competencies are changing, technology is changing too, and sometimes we change our university entrance exams, high school entrance exams, and evaluation systems, and our way of communication is changing too. So by this transformation, I would like to see it in a systematic view of the change in education, because if you want to change a system, you can't only change one part of the system, because in education, every part of the system are interconnected. And education is also an open system and also connected with other countries or global systems such as health systems or technology systems. So education is an open system, affects the other systems of the countries, and also it is affected by the other systems. And also, if you would like to change a curriculum, also you should change these transformations in your evaluation systems or in your methods, or if you would like to add a technology in your system, also you should interconnect with that technology subsystem with other subsystems too. So we understand that the education is changing, the world is changing, and of course we need transformation, but how we can do that transformation? My answer is G-local. So what is G-local? G-local is a fusion word of global and local. It's the idea we can have global vision, but with deep local roots. In education, as a G-local approach means we take the best of global developments, technologies, new pedagogies, or international research, and integrate them with our local context, our culture, language, and community needs. So why is it important? Because I believe one-size-fits-all solution from somewhere else often don't work everywhere. We might all face common global challenges like climate change, but each community and country has unique characteristics. A geolocal approach acknowledges that effective innovation in education must respect local values and realize while leveraging the novel global knowledge. For example, a geolocal innovation could be adopting a proven interdisciplinary STEM program from abroad, but customizing the project to address local issues in your city and perhaps delivering in the mother tongue of the students. In my country, we emphasize teaching cutting-edge technologies like codings, robotics, and AI, but always through locally relevant problems and in our own language and cultural context. This way, students see that innovation isn't something out there. It's something that they can do there in their community, connected to the wider world. The geolocal mindset also means students develop a sense of global citizenship and local identity. They might work on a project about renewable energy. It's a global issue by designing a solution for their town so they can act in a local context. They learn to appreciate both the worldwide scope and hometown impact. The dual perspective of being globally informed and locally grounded is crucial for today's learning. In sum, the geolocal approach prepares our students to navigate interconnected world without losing sight of their cultural heritage and local responsibilities. It's a balance of innovation and identity, and this concept underpins the educational model that I want to share with you, a model which truly bridges K-12 education, higher education in a co-creative way. So let me introduce the Charisma educational model, which has been tested for these ideas in our country. About 9 years ago, we bring interdisciplinary, student-centered, and research-oriented approach. We call it Charisma after the Greek mathematician Al-Khwarizmi, who also gives the name of today's words algorithm. It's derived from his name, symbolizing innovation in learning. From the very beginning, this model was iterative design, working together with students and universities, and it's a collaborative effort of Ministry of National Education, universities, NGOs, and industry. So we build bridges between K-12 education, university, industry, and NGOs together. There are multi-stakeholders collaborations. So every year, we together with teachers and academics, apply that model, and we learn from the research, from surveys, and we do so many field experiences and gather data. And every year we renew the model. And also, throughout, when it's disseminating through the country, the other countries such as Afghanistan, Tanzania, Uzbekistan, Algeria also join us. And it was amazing to see that this idea developed in one local context with 5 schools, but can resonate globally and truly a very geolocal success story. So, as the principles of the model, now how we work together, we structure it around 4 core principles. We come together with the academics, students, parents, NGOs, ministries, universities together, sat on the same table and discuss every issues. Teachers were involved and administrators were involved. We also gather all the data of documents, reports, and findings every year to redevelop the model. We always go through the emerging innovation in Edtech and science and incorporate it. So it's an iterative design of 10 years. And I would like to share you our experiences on this process. The models have 4 principles. The first one is equitable interdisciplinary integration. We plan to teach all subjects together on an equal footing through an interdisciplinary approach. So computer science, natural sciences, mathematics, social sciences, language sciences, physical education, arts, they are all integrated. So the teachers are come together for the whole process. They design the course, they give the course together. At least 3 teachers were involved in the classroom, and they evaluate the whole process together. The second one is student-led problem identification. Instead of starting with textbook questions, we start with real-life problems identified by the students. This is so important. With guidance from teachers and academics, it could be a local problem, a school environment, or a global problem like climate change and waste production and so on. So students are learn to ask, what is a problem in my community or my life I want to solve? This builds the ownership and motivation. Teachers are, of course, they are the facilitators and guides, but students take the lead in defining the problem and collecting the data, doing the observations of local, national, and global skills. The third one is using the technology, of course, but we use computational thinking as an anchor. So we use GS Unplugged activities if there is no technology that are located in that classroom. We use programming, robotics, digital board games, and also we add 2 years ago AI tools and AI programming into these process. So also teachers learn computational thinking tools, and also students learn together. Sometimes they choose, if a team of students choose on working a problem, they can select. For example, if they choose reducing a waste in their cafeteria, they might use data analysis software to track waste or build a robotic sorter. Another group can work on a social issue. They can create a board game to raise awareness. So the fourth one is, it is research and development orientation. The entire process is treated as an R&D project in the classroom. Embedded co-creation and reflection. So it's research and development for students, for teachers, for Minister of Education, and for academics. So these 4 principles, interdisciplinary learning, student-led problem finding and solving, using the computational thinking, and using the research and development mindset, create a powerful synergy. Together, we ensure that education is not passive, but active, connected, and continuously improving. I would like to share the slogan of the model. It's the think, design, produce together for humanity. That slogan shows our value that we give for everything we should do together. We should think together, design together, and produce together. Together means not only students, teachers, and administrators, parents together, but for humanity, for human values. This is the model that I can show to you, that represents the model. In the core, you see the students, but we don't say it's a student-centered model. We say human-centered model, because in core, of course, parents, teachers, scientists, educators, leaders, we come together for the best good for our students, but we also focus not on the students, but teacher development, parent involvement, scientist involvement too. So it is centralized of the human. We do research and development for solving real life problems, and we highly do community of practice between teachers and leaders. The 4 categories of the skills that we go through is computational thinking, cognitive and metacognitive skills, social and emotional skills, and practical and physical skills. And we integrate treat the 4 categories of science, computer science, social science, arts and design, maths and natural sciences, and so on. So this represents our model. The process, let me show you the 11 steps of the process. First, students realize the problems. They ask the problems. They observe their environment. They go through the literature search. They learn Google Scholar or master and thesis or doctoral thesis or articles. And they observe, do surveys for understand the problems they are surrounding with them. The second is selecting the problem, because they would find so many problems with their area, but they should select the problem together by negotiation, of course. The third one is investigating the problem situation. So they go through the research, they use systems approach to understand the problems and sub-problems, and also they do surveys. They go to the universities, talk with the professors and so on. Then they have to prove the problem. This is really important because, in education we use problem-solving method, problem-solving skills so much, but more than important to solving the problem is identifying the problem. So we want them to write the problem scope, problem statement, and write their real-life problem statement in a slogan. So they prove that this is really a problem based on the literature, based on the data that they gathered. So they represent that this is a problem that we would like to work on. They identify the cause of the problems using very much methodologies like systems thinking and so on. So they divide the problems to the sub-problems, and then they identify the solutions to all sub-problems and try to find the solutions. And then they choose the solution. So we can solve a problem or sub-problems in many ways, but we want them to identify the solutions by understanding the risks, the time, and of course, the budget management. So they choose a solution, implement the selected solution using their computation thinking skills, sometimes robotics, sometimes board games, and so on. They implement it in the field. And then they evaluate the outcomes of the implementation. If they really solve the problem, we want them to understand if they really solve the problem. We want them to prove that they solve the problem, not only based on their ideas, but based on the real data. And also we want them to ask the university professors about their solution. The other step is, and then if they find the solution, they should generalize that solution to their local context, to their town or province, or to their countries. And after generalizing the problem, we would like them to write reports, disseminate it to other parties such as industries, governmental bodies and institutions, and other students and other schools, and share their whole process of understanding with other people. So what are the key results of our 10 years of experience from students, teachers, principals, parents, and academics? I would say that the first one is problem awareness and critical thinking. Students think that they had improve their problem awareness and critical thinking skills. Of course, everything is R&D process, so teachers and students think that they develop their research and scientific thinking skills. Third one is the creativity, of course. They create so many new products and process to solve that problem and solution development. The fourth one is decision making and responsibility. The students and the teachers develop their skills in decision making and take the responsibility of their learning. The fifth one is, of course, technological literacy. They use programming, they use AI tools, they learn together. Teachers and students learn together on programming, robotics, and using computational thinking skills and AI programming. And for the assessing the impact of implemented solutions, self-evaluation, peer feedback help them to evaluate and reflect their process. Also, it helps to knowledge transfer and generalization of their solutions. And meanwhile, our students develop their social and emotional and communication skills while working in the teams. And also especially for the teachers, for their lifelong learning and digital citizenship skills and knowledge also develop. And the last one is interdisciplinary and holistic learning. The whole process is interdisciplinary. The whole process is designed by holistic approach, so they develop their skills on hands-on inquiry-based learning, and also teachers come together. For the 10 years of experience, let me to summarize what students learn. It's the students learn 21st century skills and character traits. On the cognitive sides, they develop their computational thinking, problem-solving skills. They break down the problems, develop their algorithms, and so on. They also become more proficient in the teamwork and communication, since they work together in the groups. On social emotional side, something beautiful happened during our implementation for 10 years. Students develop greater empathy and critical thinking skills together, working on the real life problems, especially those affecting their community, help them to see the world through others' eyes. For example, a student might say, I never realized how hard it was for someone in a wheelchair to navigate in our school until we took on that project. That kind of perspective taking is empathy in action, actually. Research findings from our annual evaluations back this up. Students in the program reports gains in empathy, collaboration, and self-confidence alongside the academic skills. They are not just learning the facts, they are learning to care and to act. And for teachers, let me summarize the key results. Actually, the teachers who participated in that project report feeling re-energized and more innovative in their teaching practice. Many told me that co-teaching and designing integrated lessons broke their routine and challenged them to grow professionally. They also stated that to view themselves as a teacher researchers, constantly hypothesizing, testing better ways to facilitate learning. Also, we teach them action research. So some of them do their master thesis on that project. Some of them apply to the conferences. Some of them write articles. So they see themselves as teacher researchers. The mindset turns professional development into the daily habit, not a once a year with the workshops or the seminars. And another key outcome is that community of practice formed among teachers were really helpful. Now we have a network of thousands of teachers across our country. It's a real effect that teachers learn from each others, share their thoughts to each others. For the system-wide, what we learn, we've seen co-innovation happening on a larger scale. Schools, universities, and even industry partners, NGOs, started collaborating more closely as a result of that project. For instance, education facilities at universities adjusted some of these practices into their curriculum. Some of the universities advise their master and PhD students on working on that model for their master thesis and doctoral thesis. Some schools partner with tech companies for resource or mentorship, and Minister of National Education gained insight for curriculum reform by seeing what kids can actually do when we give them freedom. In short, the model has acted as a catalyst for broader educational innovation. Maybe I can share a brief story. A few years ago, a team of high school students in that project worked on a project to improve energy efficacy in their schools. They ended up designing a smart classroom lighting system that used sensors and some simple AI to turn lights on and off based on usage. They consulted with the engineering professors from a local university, and they got they applied to do some places, and they really granted for their innovation. And their project not only saved their schools, but they applied in other schools. So this is a very good example of how students learn by doing. They come together, they became as thinkers, coders, problem solvers through a project collaboration. When I met them, they said that the biggest lesson they learned was how to learn on their own and as a team. This is the kind of outcome that doesn't show up on a traditional test or on a traditional lecture, but it's life-changing, I see. Overall, the data and the stories shows the geolocal interdisciplinary approach like this can boost students' engagement and achievement, improve soft skills, and inspire educations too. So if we come to the biggest question, how we transform education, we mainly transform education by top-down approach, but our experience of 10 years show that it can be down to up approach. So my answer is how to transform education by embracing geolocal innovation, co-creation, and interdisciplinary approach on designing, developing, implementing, and evaluating, and the whole process together. And of course, the research should be involved in every process. The core message is I want to leave is that transformative change is possible, but we must all be willing to dance to a new tune. For educators and policymakers here, I urge you to take a hard look on your local context. Listen to your students, listen to your teachers, administrators, and also be aware of the global trends and research. Then you can design solutions that marry the two. Start small if you need, but start somewhere. As you see, we start with the 5 schools. Small if you need, then you can start small, but then it will go somewhere. It will come bigger. So you can maybe form a pilot program like we did, bring in local university as a partner, invite multiple stakeholders, teachers to plan and integrate the projects, and let students to surprise you. Give them freedom. When you hit obstacles, of course you will hit like us. Use them as a learning opportunity to refine the model. That's actually the R&D mindset. And collaboration is the key. No single teacher, no single school, or no university can do it alone. Let's strengthen and bridge between the K-12 and higher education globally. I also invite universities to reach out to schools to share their grants realities. You will find so much creative energy and exchanging. And let's not forget the NGOs, industries, parents. They can also be the active partners of building an educational model. Of course, we're in the global EdHeroes community. It's a perfect example of connecting passionate people across all the sectors and countries. So we should use this network to form international partnerships for education and innovation, to share what works, adapt it locally, and support each other. In my conclusion, how to transform education, my answer is ethical, inclusive, geolocal innovation, and driven by research and co-creation. Before I finish, I want to go back to the African proverb one more time. When the music changes, the dance changes too. The music has changed. In fact, it's an exciting upbeat for new melody of global interconnection and knowledge. So let's not be afraid to change the dance. Let's choreograph a new dance for education that is dynamic, cooperative, and attuned to both our local heartbeat and global rhythm. This is my answer and my call. Thank you very much to be here and share your thoughts with me. And thank you all for joining me. Please send your all ideas and comments on EdHeroes Forum Global, all social media. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Stephen Duggan. I'm Vice President of Tearaway. We're a technology services and solutions company. We're based in, our corporate headquarters is based in Washington State, actually close to the Microsoft headquarters. And then our EMEA Centre is based in Dublin in Ireland, which is where I'm speaking to you from today. We also have offices in Vancouver, in Toronto, in Marseille in France, in London, UK, in Bangalore in India, and also in Doha in Qatar, and also in Sydney in Australia. So you probably won't have heard of us, but we do a lot of work in technology, particularly around AI. So working with everyone from technology companies like Microsoft and Google to government and multinational organizations such as the European Commission, ministries of education, large healthcare and medical enterprises as well. And in education alone, for example, we work with all of the people you see listed here. I'm sure a lot of those logos will be familiar to you. Universities like Yale, Cambridge University, also a customer of ours. And we pride ourselves on having not just a background in technology, but also in education. I'm a former teacher. I spent 12 years in the classroom, and most of what I'm going to be talking about today will be focused very much on educators, how teachers can make use of AI in effective ways to help with teaching and learning. I know that for many, there's the discussion still centers around how kids are using AI, perhaps with fears of things like plagiarism. But what I'm going to try and do is show you some ways in which AI can actually help you as educators to actually advance learning. My background, as I said, was in teaching. I then joined Microsoft. I spent many years there. The last few years, I was Director of Worldwide Education Strategy for Microsoft. And I also got to spend 2 full terms as a member of the governing board of the UNESCO Institute for Information Technologies and Education. And while doing that, I got to write the very first policy brief on AI in education back in 2020. So you can imagine how out of date that is now. But very much that was an attempt to look at how AI could be used effectively to advance teaching and learning. And that policy brief was distributed to all the ministers of education in the 194 member states. So very quickly, how do a company like us use AI? Well, we use AI in a variety of different ways. One of the examples we're using AI is actually to help advance healthcare. So we did a project with Yale School of Medicine using AI to try and improve outcomes for organ transplantation. More than half of all organs donated are never used, and they were looking at ways in which they could improve that, and by extension, provide more care and better outcomes for more people. In fact, we'd done work of that nature with AI 7 years ago, working with Allscripts in the US, doing analysis of cervical cancer screenings to try and identify earlier markers to improve diagnoses, because until that time, literally, doctors were holding images up to the light or looking at screens and using their expertise, but with human fallibility to try and identify those signs. We've used AI in healthcare in some other interesting ways, and also in education in helping train doctors. So this is something we did with the Royal College of Surgeons, where we were actually using AI to analyze exchanges between patients and doctors, looking at everything from the intonation of their voice, the emotion, using emotion recognition and sentiment analysis to look at their expression, to help them build soft skills, things like establishing trust and empathy. We looked at their posture. We extracted the language they used and looked at that as well, and were able to give them personalized learning pathways. We've used AI in other interesting ways. This, for example, was a project we did with the Ministry of Education in Qatar, using predictive analytics to try and identify kids who might be in danger of dropping out of school. And, this was the Minister for Education's dashboard. She could come in each morning and see the best and worst performing schools, right down to a school level. A principal can actually look, and that green 87.6% you see there is AI not giving you a snapshot of the present, but actually giving you a view of the future. It's saying for this principle that at this moment, based on the data that's being used to train the AI, 87.6% of your students currently in school are likely to be in school next year. And what AI is doing there is allowing you to identify which students are most in need of help, and to do early interventions. It also allows the principal, for example, to see whether there are anomalies based on gender or age or socioeconomic background and things of that nature. And that AI goes right down to an individual student level. So there's an example of AI actually being used for good, to help identify students who might be in need of assistance due to things like depression or other things of that nature, and actually helping to predict outcomes and change outcomes. We've done something similar in the area of law enforcement, where we've been working with New Jersey State Police, working on what are called cold cases, unsolved cases for missing children. And in fact, this ended up meaning that we were covered in a number of the US news networks, because we were the first company to work with the police in this way, particularly around a case of a missing boy who went missing back in 1991. And we've used AI there to help try and better analyze vast amounts of data, to help detectives ask questions and hopefully to solve cases. At the moment, we're now working on 8 different cold cases at any one time with New Jersey State Police, and we work with a variety of other police forces as well. We also took some of that AI and applied it, the AI I showed you in training doctors, applying it to help train police officers, looking at things like their ability to de-escalate conflict or to build trust with members of the public. And again, in each instance, what happens is the individual officer gets an individualized learning pathway. So that's a quick sort of skate through of the different ways in which we've been using AI as a company. How about how you can use AI as an educator? Because all of those same technologies can be used to some extent in terms of what you're doing. Similarly to the way I've shown you how we've been using AI to help train doctors and to train police officers, that same AI can be used to help teachers develop communication skills. And we're working with people like the University of Florida in the US, helping to use AI to assess teacher competencies and to help them build skills in a very personalized way. But let's rewind a little and go back to some of the fundamentals, because one of the things we find regularly is people have some confusion between things like LLMs and machine learning and AI and Gen AI. And, it's probably, again, this might be second nature to many of you, but just to spend a minute or two on explaining that, let's start with LLMs. So large language models are basically just algorithms which have been developed and trained over enormous amounts of data, millions and millions and millions of pages of text or documents. And over time, that has allowed those algorithms to become very accurate in terms of predicting what might follow next or predicting what a user might want to find out. So all of those things you see like Copilot or ChatGPT or Gemini or Meta AI are all doing much the same with LLMs. They've trained the AI to analyze vast amounts of information so that it can provide you with accurate answers when you ask a question. When we get to generative AI, it changes, because what's happening with generative AI is the AI itself is now able to create things that didn't before exist, but only based on human prompts. So it's not ready to take over the world yet, we'll all be glad to hear. But what it does allow us to do is to say, can you create something like this based on the following information? And to give you an example of ways in which that's being used, we've already seen Gen AI being used very effectively to create images. Now, Gen AI is also capable of doing that with video. So in this instance, somebody has put in a prompt saying that they want a video of a stylish woman walking down a street in Tokyo, wearing particular style of clothes, looking confident, and describes the weather and things of that nature. And based on that prompt, the AI is able to create a video. So bear in mind that nothing you're seeing there actually exists. The street doesn't exist, the people, including the person in the foreground, doesn't exist. Everything has been created by generative AI, but based on the prompt, based on the instructions, effectively, that a human has given them of what to create. And we're going to see that happening not only in areas like advertising, but increasingly in the creative medium as well. So, for example, this is a movie trailer. And again, what's happened is that a user has entered a prompt and says they want a movie trailer They want the central character to be a 30-year-old spaceman, but unusually dressed in a red woolen knitted motorcycle helmet and set in a particular background, filmed in a particular way. So it says here, shot in 35mm film with vivid colors. And again, based simply on that prompt, it's able to produce what you see in front of you. You know, if you notice all of the what look like very creative aspects, aspect ratios, panning and other devices, and the tangibility of everything you see on screen, the tarnish on the pewter on the helmet, the symbols of that the things that he's looking at and the backgrounds, all created by AI, but as I said, all created by prompts. And it's the prompts themselves that, if you like, are the secret sauce. And if you remember nothing else from this short presentation, just listen for the next few minutes, because AI is a tool that you can all use. But one of the skills you need to develop is how to write a good prompt. And let me give you an example. So here is a prompt that a science teacher might use, wanting to get some assistance in teaching photosynthesis to a class, particularly kids who are preparing for exams. So the prompt you see there in front of you is exactly that. It's simply a prompt instructing the AI to create some way of helping to explain photosynthesis. But actually, it's more structured than that, because there are 5 core elements to a good prompt. The first you see here is to have a persona, to tell whichever AI you're using, act as a helpful tutor. So it's giving it a role or a persona. Secondly, explaining what the core objective should be. This is about explaining the process of photosynthesis. So persona, then objective. And then thirdly, audience, that this must work for a 14-year-old student, specific age group, a particular type of person. And that affects obviously the kind of language that will be used. And then the context. Well, it's not simply to explain it, but it's to explain it to help them prepare for an exam. And finally, after context, boundaries. You tell the AI how long you want this to be and the tone or the language that is wanted to be used. If you can master those 5 elements, so that you're always giving the AI clear instruction, you're always providing context, and you're allowing the AI then to iterate and experiment, so you keep altering the prompt if you need to, you are then in a situation, just as you saw before, to create really valuable and really useful resources. In fact, there's kind of 6 core things, again, worth remembering that you can use AI for. One is what you've just seen before, being able to create age-appropriate and level-appropriate content. You can actually, for example, say, well, I want a detailed lesson plan, but maybe I want a lesson plan that suits a kinesthetic learner or a visual learner or an auditory learner. And you can actually set that to provide those additional contexts and make it even more specific and personalized. You can also use AI on the flip side, not just to create content, but to help assess and give feedback on students' own work. Because again, you can tell the AI to analyze and provide feedback on assignments or exams, but having explained the context for the specific student or group of students, so that the feedback is actually appropriate to them as an individual. You can also use it to do things like design quiz and tests, and I know a lot of teachers are already doing that. And you can get AI at this stage to create pretty much any type of test, narrative or multiple choice. 2 other ways in which you can use AI are the following. One is you can use AI to build around student engagement. So tools like Copilot, for example, will suggest activities, not just provide you with resources, but actually suggest ways in which you can get kids to work together, students to work together, and different sort of collaborative learning environments. And finally, the bane of most teachers' life, as it used to be for me, writing school reports. All teachers are guilty of effectively using the same stock phrases every now and then, but actually AI can really help you build meaningful communication with parents by making them personalized to the parents, personalized to the students, drafting things like newsletters, providing progress reports, all of the things that really build that relationship with parents, but actually are very time consuming. The thing we should remember outside of this is, of course, that students are already using AI. You know, any teacher who thinks their students is not using AI already is deluded. They're using it every single day, and they'll always be ahead of you. But rather than viewing that as a threat, I think it's really important that we do two things. One is that we embrace AI ourselves as educators. And the second is that we give those students some guidance about how to use AI. So just as I showed you 6 ways in which educators can use AI, there are 7 good guides that you should all be able to give to your students. The first one is just to explain to them that the AI is just an assistant. Yes, it's fine for you to use AI in particular circumstances, but bear in mind it's just there to help you. It will follow your commands, but you have to do the work and you have to do the thinking. Secondly is to make sure that they understand that the AI is not perfect. It will always give an answer, even if that answer isn't available. In other words, it will do what's called hallucination. It will make up stuff if it can't find a fact to fill the gap. And so it's very important that students understand that they can't take what AI produces for them in a first instance at face value. It's really important that they fact check, which is the third piece of guidance, that they go to the citations that AI will provide. Copilot, for example, will not only give you an answer, but it'll then tell you where those answers came from. And it's important that they look at those sources and make sure that those sources are relevant and are reputable, so that they can trust the information that's being provided. It's important also that students understand about bias, that AI can have many types of bias built in, gender-based bias, geographic bias, other forms of bias. So again, they should be aware of this and be mindful of this to make sure that what they're being told by the AI or presented with by the AI is something that's truly equitable and trustworthy. Again, very important that we instruct our students not only to use AI effectively, but also to cite the use of AI and cite the sources where that information came from. So it's part of the learning process rather than something that's trying to circumvent the learning process. Second last thing, obviously very important, they should never share personal information. They need to protect their information when they're communicating with AI, not doing anything they wouldn't do online to a stranger, to protect that information really, really carefully. And then lastly, and very carefully, to be very mindful of their own well-being, to using AI in an effective way, just like using social media in an effective way, also means with an understanding of the potential dangers, particularly to mental health and well-being. So I've been long enough in this area working in technology and education to remember when teachers were complaining that if kids were allowed to use calculators, they would lose the ability to do long division. I can remember in the 1990s when I first joined Microsoft, when there was a serious debate going on about whether computers would replace teachers. And there was again resistance to that technology being used in schools and in classrooms. In fact, I remember Michael Fullan, the educational philosopher, being asked that question once at the World Economic Forum in London, when somebody said, Mr. Fullan, do you think computers will replace teachers? And his answer was, if a teacher can be replaced by a computer, then they should be. Of course, teachers are a lot more than dispensers of knowledge. In the similar way, we shouldn't fear this new technology. We should embrace it. It can do an awful lot for us as educators. And some of the things it's going to do is actually going to empower teachers in whole new ways. As a quick vision of the future before I conclude, I'm going to show you 3 short videos. In each case, these videos, these are avatars, were created by just analyzing 30 seconds of an existing educator. So 30 seconds recorded video and audio of a teacher allows you to create an avatar, which can then provide a class. Just feed the text into them, and then they will actually start to speak in the same voice and provide that same information in that effective way. So maybe the future for educators might include a staff room, something similar to what you're seeing here, where teachers are actually able to expand their reach and reach students in new and ever more effective ways. If you have any questions or there's anything you'd like to follow up on, I'm always happy to receive those correspondences. That's my email address you see on screen, and I hope you found this of some interest and maybe a little entertainment value as well. Many thanks all of you for your time.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to our session, Empowering the Future of Education, Digital Innovation and AI in Action. Today, we are honored to have two distinguished panelists joining us, Mr. Liu Sihang, CEO of ClassIn, and Secretary General of the New Ecology Education Foundation, and Mr. Xiaorong Pan, General Manager of EdTech. Without further ado, let's first invite Mr. Liu. Given the policy guidance from the Ministry of Education and the Beijing Municipal Education Commission on promoting AI education, there is a clear emphasis on the comprehensive development of teachers' digital literacy. In your experience, what are the key challenges that teachers face in adapting to AI-driven education? How can educational platforms like ClassIn support teachers in this process? How can these challenges be addressed? Through collaboration between educational institutions, policymakers, and technology providers to ensure a smooth transition and effective implementation of AI education in schools.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I'd like to answer this question with something Bill Gates said in a TED speech some years ago. In that speech, he mentioned how important the data feedback is for teachers to improve. And he gave Shanghai as an example to show that China has a really well-established teacher feedback network for teachers to improve. So that's why Chinese student has better performance in PISA test. So I guess maybe China has a really great teacher development network, but I think this well-established network also become one of the biggest barriers for a teacher to improve or to try something new. There are three reasons why I say this. The first is that when the organizer of this training network try to add something new, they have a really high opportunity cost. Because it's well established, already operating for several years, and if you change one part of it, what if this part is not as good as old one? And teacher have to cover a lot of content every week. So if you don't teach those part, and you try to teach something about AI, what if this AI skills doesn't work? And nobody can make sure this skill gonna help the student scores or the examinations. So who's gonna take the risk? So that's the first reason. And second is that this training network is held by a public system, which is held by local education departments. And the technology is in the company, especially the new technology. And this public department doesn't have that technology about AI. So they have to work with private company, but with the first reason, those high risk, if this collaboration failed, or if somebody said something bad about this collaboration, it's hard for them to explain, right? If somebody complained about this collaborations, it's really hard for them to explain why I picked this company, why I work with this company. It's something, about the money or the interest. So it's really also high risk for the organizer. The last reason is the motivation. When teachers take those training, they can have some scores and they can improve their professional level, and then they get a higher income. But when they try to improve their professional degree, there are some aspect they have to show. The essay they write, the speech they give, and the student scores. And not one of those things is related to AI for now. So I think those are the reasons why this well-established network also stop the new technology coming into this industry. And there's also another reason. It's about the hardware condition, the environment. In China, we don't allow students to bring their own device in the classroom to protect their eyes. So when we want to teach teachers something about AI, they will ask you why I need to learn this, because I cannot interact with my students in the classroom. Even I learn those things. So I think there are a lot of challenge when we try to give better training for teacher. My company is called Classing. What we're doing is we want to sell our blended learning solution to a public school with our hardware and software. As you can see in my back, this is our hardware. Through our hardware, we can record your class easily, and through our AI technology, we can give you feedback, analyze about how efficiency the class is, and if it's the best methodology to teach. So a teacher like it, and through our software, teacher can give the homework and the quiz or examinations to student easily, and with students' homework, we can use AI to help them to improve. And so what we're doing basically is to explore more AI technology to teacher and students. That's what we're doing right now. And the second thing we do is try to collaboration with the top school all around China and work with the top teachers. Because with those teachers, they don't have that high opportunity cost. So they would like to try something new, like project-based learning. They would like to spend more time on AI and to try out which technology can help them, and if the AI really a good way to improve the student behavior performance in their study. So with their experience, with their practice, we can testify which area AI can really help, and then we can give a more certainty to this technology when other teachers try to adapt it. So that's what we're doing right now. And for the suggestions, what I can give, I think the first suggestion is give to government. I think we should change the way the government invests in EdTech. When I first came in the industry, in last 12 years, government give a lot of money in this industry. They invest a lot once a time, but they want to make sure this investment going to be successful 100% before they invest. So company have to write a lot of documents and to explain why this is going to be successful. But honestly, with the fast development of this technology, nobody can be 100%. So it's not right to invest a lot of money once a time. It should be separate to maybe 10 years, right? And each years you invest 1/10, and with the evaluation of the result, then decide what kind of things we should do in next year. And this money should give to school, but not hold by local departments, because school really know what they need, and that they are close to teachers, so they can invest and use the money in a more efficient way. I think that's my suggestion to the government. And the second suggestion I want to give is my colleagues, other company in this industry, is that the reason we do this EdTech thing is not try to make all the problem worse. We shouldn't use technology to help examinations, to help more work for student or more things for student to remember. The reason we develop a new technology is trying to change this industry. So if there's still some technology people try to meet the old need, the resource is going to be waste. And it's really hard for people to try to do something innovative. So I think in this industry, everybody should try something new, but still work in the old way. Yeah. So basically, that's my answer for all those questions. And thanks for the invitation again. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Liu, for your insightful suggestions on the future development of AI reform in China. Let's welcome Mr. Xiao as the General Manager of EKIV, Beijing International Cultural Communication Company. You are at the forefront of creating experiential learning opportunities in the AI industry. Given the rapid advancement and widespread applications of AI, how does your company approach the research and development of experiential learning experiences? Could you share some specific strategies or projects that EKIV has undertaken to help learners better understand and engage with AI technologies?
我是 EKIV 的负责人肖荣潘。 今天分享我们如何用体验式学习打破技术壁垒。第一呢，是分层设计，按年龄匹配够得着的挑战。小学生用感官认识 AI， 我们让孩子对机械狗喊转身，这里90%的响应成功率，让他们直观理解语音识别。第二呢，让他们在按下火箭按钮看火箭分离动画的同时呢，老师用蜡笔来教孩子们推力的原理。我们实现零代码纯体验。在初中生阶段呢，我们开始培养他们用工具解决真问题。比如说呢，拿到小米工厂的公开能耗数据，孩子们用 Excel 分析机械臂的用电习惯，用 AI 助手生成节电的方案。一个孩子提出来说，待机超过5分钟自动休眠，被工厂采纳之后，能耗降低了8%。这就是工具及桥梁。在高中生阶段呢，我们让他们在伦理思辨中预见未来。药企提供脱敏分子数据，高中生用 Python 清洗无效字段。还有呢，在无人驾驶的工厂，我们让他们用 AI 模拟无人车避让行人还是避免追尾的伦理困境。这种技术加责任的培养，才是完整的 AI 公民。第二呢，我们做到了技术适配，我们把高门槛变成了小台阶。第一呢，操作极简化，我们用 AR 扫码代替了代码的输入，用语音指令代替参数的调试，实现让小学生也能完成独立的操作。第二呢，是工具的轻量化，初中生啊用免费的 Codes 平台规划无人公交路线，高中生用开源库处理数据，学校机房电脑就能使用这些工具。第三呢，是成果反哺，学生优化的 Excel 能耗模板被本地的农机厂直接采用，清洗后的医药数据集被多家医药企业用于研发。这种学习成果从课堂流向生产线，也是我们乐于见到的。最后呢，让当小学生画火箭时，当初中生优化工厂参数时，当高中生辩论伦理时， AI 教育正在发生。它不依赖昂贵的设备，而让现有的资源重生，因为最好的技术普及是让每个孩子垫垫脚就能够着。
With the government's emphasis on the AI Plus initiative and the push to build internationally competitive digital industrial clusters, there's a growing need for innovative and practical AI applications. How does EKIB plan to contribute to this initiative through its design and development efforts? Additionally, what role do you see experiential learning playing in bridging the gap between AI research and industry application? And how can your company collaborate with other stakeholders to drive forward the integration of AI into various industries?
一家农机厂老板告诉我，学生用 Excel 帮我们省了60%的定制系统费用。这个故事的背后呢，是 EKIB 用体验式学习弥合产业鸿沟的实践。今天我来分享3个关键词：轻量化、可复制、共生。第一呢，是政策落地，我们用小切口来对接国家战略。第一点呢，是技术开源，高中生的数据清洗模型，初中生的能耗模板全部开源到亦庄本地的平台，中小企业零成本复用，平台未来的采用率将超过60%。第二呢，是人才的直输，初中生掌握 Excel 数据分析之后，未来能够直通智能制造的助理岗。仅亦庄呢，每年对这样的岗位需求就是2000多人。高中生呢，会清洗数据之后，药企实习生的录用率也将超过35%。我想说的呢，是教育的出口应该是产业的入口。第二呢，是知识转化，我们把实验室算法呢变成产线任务，把问题具象化，把神经网络优化转化为缩短产线停机任务。学生学会用 Codes 调参数，能够帮工厂减少13%的 故障损失。第二呢是伦理的共识化，高中生辩论无人车的决策结论之后呢，把这个结论输入到企业的算法训练中，增设了儿童避让优先原则，这是将伦理从思辨走向落地。第三呢是生态的协同，可持续的三方齿轮，这一点很重要。在我们的整个的生态中呢，参与方有政府、企业和学校，那么每一方都用轻量化的贡献能够实现可持续的获益。比如说政府主要负责相关的政策，那么相关的政策出台之后，我们将孩子们的实践成果纳入到综合素质的评价中，企业在参与的过程中呢，能够得到的抵税，学校参与之后能够得到相关的基金的支持。在企业端呢，他们只需要提供脱敏的数据，工程师每个月答疑1个小时，就可以实现了 CSR 的社会责任。在学校端呢，我鼓励他们用免费的 AI 的工具生成这种情境化的教案。通过这样的方式呢，孩子们不仅得到了 AI 的知识，教师们也可以获得到 AI 教学的设计认证的资质。那么我们认为呢，这座桥不需要重建产业体系，他们用企业现有的数据、学校现有的机房、政府现有的政策，让知识从实验室流向车间，让问题从工厂回流课堂。当产学研像齿轮一样咬合时，创新就自然发生了。谢谢大家。
Thank you so much, Mr. Xiao, for your comprehensive and in-depth answers. So again, today we are very honored to have Mr. Liu and Mr. Xiao joining us. Mr. Liu shared insights on empowering educators with AI knowledge and skills and how educational platforms can support this transition. Mr. Xiao discussed the creation of experiential learning opportunities in the AI industry, focusing on practical applications and collaborative innovation. Should you have any questions or feedback on today's discussion, please feel free to reach us via EdHeroes Network. Thank you so much for listening.
Dear friends, as we come to the close of the EdHeroes Global Forum 2025, I want to take a moment, a quiet and meaningful moment, to say thank you. Thank you to all the speakers who shared their wisdom with honesty, passion, and courage. Thank you to every organization that helped shape this day, and to every person behind the scenes who made this forum possible. And thank you to each and every one of you who took the time to join us, to listen and to learn and to dream together. What a day this has been. We've explored how technology is reshaping education, from AI in the classroom to inclusive digital tools to new ways of teaching that are reaching more people than ever before. We've talked about access, and ethics and equity, and how we must never lose sight of the human being behind every screen, behind every number, and behind every innovation. We've heard stories that moved us and ideas that challenged us, solutions that inspired us. Most of all, we were reminded of something very, very powerful, that no matter how different our backgrounds, no matter how far apart we may live, we all believe in the same thing. Education has the power to change lives, to change futures, to change the world. Now, we know that this is not the end. This is only the beginning, and the forum may close today, but our work continues in schools and homes and research labs and government offices and apps and policies and projects, and most importantly, in our conversations with one another. That's why I want to invite you to stay connected, to keep this community alive, not just in events like this, but every day. You can join our EdHeroes Discord community where the conversations continue, where ideas grow, where new partnerships begin. You'll find a space full of thoughtful, inspiring people just like you who care deeply about making education better for everyone. You can follow us on social media where we'll be sharing highlights from today, updates on future events, and stories from across the EdHeroes network. And you can reach out to us. Tell us what inspired you, share your project, ask a question, start a collaboration. We're here, not just as a platform, but as a family of people who care. As we close, I want to leave you with this thought. The world doesn't change through technology alone. It changes when people like you, choose to care, choose to act, choose to believe that good causes are worth fighting for. We may not have all the answers yet, but today we've taken a big step forward together. So let's carry this momentum forward. Let's take what we've learned here today and turn it into action. Let's keep building a world where every learner has a chance, where every voice is heard, where no one is left behind. Thank you for your energy, thank you for your hope, and thank you for believing, not just in EdHeroes, but in the power of coming together. Until we meet again, stay connected, stay curious, and stay courageous. Thank you all so much, and goodbye for now.